Hey, I'm on the edge of my seat here, back again with another brand new video, and today I will be no damaging the entirety of the main campaign of Alien Isolation on Nightmare difficulty. You can see me selecting it right now. You can see me messing with the brightness setting. It should be bright enough for everyone to watch. I had a bit of issues recording this game compared to streaming it, so on and so forth. There might still be some pixels in the game, and I don't know if that's caused by the game's like film grain filter or whatnot. I will say these pre-rendered cutscenes do tend to look a little bit crunchy just because I'm running this game at 4K, and I'm pretty sure these pre-rendered cutscenes are not at 4K, so they're definitely going to look a lot worse than the main gameplay. However, throughout this walkthrough, except for at the I literally just skipped that cutscene at the beginning. I'm going to be skipping every single cutscene in this game because this video is already going to be over 4 hours long, even with skipping all the cutscenes except for the one at the end, because the one at the end I do feel is important enough to kind of get through it. But yeah, here we go. Mission 1, this is going to be a very, very simple time. It's basically just story time. You walk up to someone, they start talking to you. I mean, you kind of have a few objectives here and there. And if this is your first time playing the game, this objective might be a little bit harder because you have no map on Nightmare difficulty. So yes, Nightmare difficulty is the hardest difficulty of the game. And the changes that come in Nightmare difficulty are quite substantial compared to every other difficulty in the game. I've only done 2 playthroughs of this game, and the second playthrough is the one you're watching right now, the successful no damage attempts I've done. So on the first playthrough I played on hard, you have a map, you have less ammo, enemies deal slightly more damage, but here, enemies definitely deal a lot more damage, you have less loot all around, but yeah, just not having access to any sort of map is easily the biggest change. Because you actually need to learn the layouts of the area, become familiar with like the sign postage. And here I'm just going to let Samuel kind of yap, except I'm not going to stop yapping because I need to tell you, I need to shout out a very important YouTuber whose strategies in his no damage video helped me make my video. Shout out to iFreeMZ for his amazing Alien Isolation no damage and also his world record speedrun, which I'm not sure anyone's beaten yet. His strategies were super helpful, basically like 99% of the time, and there was only like 1% where I had to like involve another YouTuber's strategies to kind of get through the section. And I'll get to that when we get to that. It's gonna come in like 3 to 4 hours, so just kind of keep that pin inside of your mind for until we reach that time. But yeah, no, the reason I wanted to do a no damage of I did not want to start off this audio with, but yeah, no, it's just kind of one of those words that doesn't mean anything, but you say it when you don't know how to connect them to the next point. So yeah, no. So yeah, the reason I wanted to play Alien Isolation is because after seeing Alien Romulus, that movie kind of felt like a video game. I mean, if you've seen the movie, I think that kind of makes sense. So yeah, we have to talk with Taylor right now, and I believe at some point here I'm going to show off this game's amazing peeking technology. No, first I'm going to show off the crouching technology. But very, very soon, I'm kind of trying to get the perfect peek angle here, and we're about to start peeking. Here we go, 1, 2. I think I'm just trying to like fuck around with the dialogue, because you can't leave until she's done yapping, but I could have sworn I started peeking a lot sooner. But no peeking allowed. Oh, here we go. Boom, boom, left, right, boom. So if you hold down the control button on PC, I use keyboard for this game. Actually been a while since I no damaged the game on keyboard, so you can kind of peek up, down, left. So when you're hiding in places, you can kind of like peek around and not be seen instead of just walking out of cover to like see things. Though in a lot of games which have this peeking technology, I'm just thinking about like Thief Gold or Deus Ex. Not sure if it's in the new games. I think it's only in the original game because in Human Revolution and Mankind Divided, whenever you go into cover, the game automatically goes into a third-person view, kind of like getting rid of the need to actually peek at anything in the same way you could in the first Deus Ex game, which in the first Deus Ex game, if you set up your keyboard a certain way, you can pretty much peek with like Q or E, and there's still games that allow you to peek in that fashion. I think even like Call of Duty Black Ops 1 allows you to like peek, kind of, and I have no idea why that tech is there on keyboard because I just shoot the damn thing in Call of Duty. I don't know, maybe I'm not like a pro gamer. Maybe if I was a pro gamer, I'd have like... And the peeking technology is also in Rainbow Six Siege, but my point is, in Deus Ex, if you peek around a corner and you're looking at an enemy and the enemy's looking at you while you're peeking around the corner, the enemy still sees you, so I don't really know what the point of the peeking technology is. The enemy's still going to see you because, well, in real life, if you physically peek around the corner, the enemy can see you, but, it's a video game, so I thought that wouldn't really apply, but no. Also, a little thing you need to know is that once you're done talking with Taylor, don't go to this area immediately. Go back to the hallway where you were entering to reach Taylor, and then you'll get an announcement to go here, and that's when you go here. And yeah, in order to end that in order to end this little like interactive cutscene, like little talkie-walkie section, you just grab the briefcase when the game lets you grab the briefcase, and then boom, we're going to the next area. There is supposed to be a big dramatic cutscene, but I skipped it. And this game is trying to be more like the first Alien film. That's one of the most novel things about it, because the thing about the Alien franchise is that a good majority of the stuff that gets ripped off is the second film, because it's a more action-packed one. It's the one that like lends itself more to being a video game. Like, I mean, the climax of Aliens is just kind of like them going like kind of room to room, shoot the alien here. I mean, like Aliens has like a final boss fight, you know. It's like perfect for like video games, honestly. Just video games have actually like evolved so much thanks to Aliens, I'd probably say. And, well, I mean, I don't know if there is a certain aspects of video games ripping off Alien that I don't think is exclusive to the second film, but more exclusive to H.R. Geiger in general, because there was like a lot of NES games, Super Nintendo games with aliens in them, which just had blatantly like plagiarized like H.R. Geiger art, or the artists on it were just blatantly like ripping him off. And hey, H.R. Geiger is pretty goated. I mean, he's a guy who came up with like the alien design. He has a real freaky style, and it's incredibly influential. But yeah, now we're in mission 2, and here we can actually get damaged. And yeah, I did say this was a no damage run. However, I forgot to mention, another big change which Nightmare Difficulty brings is that you can't see your health bar, which makes it a lot harder to decide whether or not you take damage in certain areas. But I'll tell you right now, in this certain area, boom, you do take damage here. Except it's forced and you can't avoid it, and it's completely scripted. So, yeah, no. Boom, no damage ruined in 37 minutes or so. I'm not the fastest to get damage this fast, but because there's like some speedrun tech in the first mission where you can actually kind of like skip the dialogue of certain like NPCs. Like, you can go up to Samuels and then like, you know, activate a certain like dialogue prompt and then walk away from him just so that when Samuels is done talking, you're like the closest distance possible to the next objective. I did not do that in this video, but that is like speedrun tech, which speedrunners do. And I'm just going to skip ahead before the alien even shows up. Another fun thing which speedrunners do in speedrunning this game is that they call the alien Steve. I have no idea why they call him Steve, because, well, in this game, for the most part, you are dealing with one alien. It's trying to be more like the first Alien film. It's more atmospheric, you know, it's more low-key. It's not like an action game. You don't shoot the damn alien, you know. Because like in some other Aliens games, like, I don't know, maybe Aliens Colonial Marines, you're just shooting the damn things. And, you know, you're shooting like 1 by 2 by 3. They're just exploding apart. It's a lot more like the second film. While in the first film, like a ragtag team of like 4 to 5 like engineers or whatever are having the toughest time killing one of them. They fail to do so. I mean, they like shoot it out into space. They don't kill it. I mean, spoilers for the movie from the 70s, Alien. I mean, hey, there's a lot of 70s movies which people know nothing about and could very well be spoiled on. As for me, I saw the first Alien film in theaters in Chicago a couple years back during college at U Chicago. I did not go to U Chicago for college. However, U Chicago has this really great theater system called like Doc Films. Not sure what name they fully decided on, whether Doc was plural or not. But it's open to the public, and they just kind of show old stuff on film, and also a couple more modern stuff, foreign stuff. So, but yeah, one of the best things about it is that they actually have like a film projector, and they just demonstrate certain films on film. So I got to see the first Alien on film. It was really grainy. It added to the experience. Also got to see Inglourious Bastards on film. So, you know, saw it the way Tarantino wanted me to see it. Fuck yeah, dude. And there was another film I also saw on film there, but I can't remember it, so I'm just going to move on from there. So yeah, in this first mission, there was that one piece of like scripted damage, but beyond that, you don't really need to do too much. But I'm just thinking back about my first experience with Alien Isolation here. I mean, I should also probably elaborate that, yeah, Alien Romulus, I saw that in theaters, you know, not in IMAX, though I probably should have seen it in IMAX. The film was shot in IMAX from what I understand, and it is a very pretty looking film. But yeah, no. When seeing Alien Romulus, I mean, there's a lot of like dope stuff in it, a lot of like dope frames, you know, good scares here and there. There was like a final creature that was like super dope. But for the most part, I really didn't give a shit about the characters. I mean, like, I don't want to get too deep into it, but honestly, it kind of feels like a young adult version of like the Alien franchise. I mean, you know, young adult like literature, right? Like the Hunger Games, Divergent. I mean, I kind of feel dirty saying Divergent because Divergent may be the worst out of like the big three of like young adult like narratives. What was there? There was like the Hunger Games. Then there was like a secret second one, which I forgot the name of, like Maze Runner. I mean, Maze Runner is probably worse, but I think I definitely like the first Maze Runner movie adaptation better than like any of the Divergent ones. Like, Divergent just seems to have like the lamest concept possible, and those films just did not help it at all. And yeah, no, I mean, I'm really having trouble like recollecting the young adult stuff I read when I was. I mean, I wasn't even a young adult though. I was a kid. I mean, young adult, I guess, like refers to like 12-year-olds or something. Because I feel like only 12-year-olds. I mean, there were people older than 12 that were reading the Hunger Games, but like 12-year-olds was like peak, like, you know, Hunger Game demographic. I mean, there was also Harry Potter, but I mean, that's also kind of young adult. But I feel like that kind of embodies a different culture of like literature. I mean, it was also around a bit longer. And that's a little scripted sequence where a person runs by and it's like, ah! Oh, that's so scary. I do have an outline for this video. In fact, this is probably one of the longest outlines I've written of bullet points, just because this is 4 hours long, and this was because this was my first experience experiencing Alien Isolation. So yeah, no, just in Alien Romulus, it just kind of felt like the characters were kind of going through a little bit of a video game set piece of Alien. I'm kind of like, man, if this was a game, I'd probably enjoy it more. And I'm like, hold up, there is a game of this. It's probably Alien Isolation. I should hop on this. It's actually been so long since I've played it. And it's true, because I did play this before, but I never got that far. I used to have like a PS4 copy of this game, and I'm pretty sure I reached like mission 2, like the part which happened like 2 or 3 minutes ago, where you're just kind of like exploring the entrance to the area, and you have to like, you know, get on the stairs, go down the stairs, hit a switch there, go up the stairs again to like, you know, go through the door. I did all of that, except I didn't know what I was doing on my first playthrough on PS4 years back, and I kind of gave up on the game and I never picked it up again. But now what I'm really confused on is I don't have my PS4 copy of Alien Isolation anymore. I mean, I'm pretty sure I used to own that game physically, and now I just don't. I mean, hey, playing it on PC is a lot more fun, especially with my new rig, which lets me play and record at 4K. But still, it just feels kind of weird. Like, yep, I mean, I used to own that game. Where did it go? I mean, there's just a lot of like games which I just regret selling. For one, I regret selling a good majority of my Xbox like 360 like collection. Most of it's just gone now. And I also kind of regret selling my Super Nintendo, because I bought that console for $20 online. And like that's just an impossible deal. Now, mind you, I did go to like a weird ass site. It's not like I did that on eBay or Amazon. But there was just one site that was selling a Super Nintendo for 20 bucks, and I got it. Mind you, it didn't come with any cables. It was literally just the box of the Super Nintendo. But $20 for an original Super Nintendo, that was a fucking insane deal. And yeah, back then I didn't have like the technology and wires and setup I have to make games look good on TVs. Like, you know, old consoles good on TVs. So I sold it because I'm like, man, I don't want to mess with these like AV cables. But oh, now I have the perfect setup to record old Super Nintendo games. And now we have the maintenance jack, and we won't be using this to kill humans, because not only will I not be taking damage in this game, aside from the scripted sequences, I also won't be killing any humans, because the strategies I followed from the GOAT YouTuber, he didn't kill any humans either. So I thought, might as well do it myself, even though I was really tempted to. I mean, I'll tell you right now, my first playthrough playing this game normally, I killed a lot of humans. I threw pipe bombs at them, like just boom, and it was very satisfying. I mean, I don't want to throw pipe bombs at people in real life. I don't condone that at all. But I'm just saying that, like, this game's gameplay mechanics are open enough where you can kind of come up with like creative solutions. And well, this game's scarcity in like crafting materials also adds to this, like, you know, feeling of creativity, because sometimes, you know, you'll have materials that like other playthroughs won't have, other players won't have at that time, because, you know, the game spawned in different scraps or different parts. So, oh fuck, I mean, maybe on your first playthrough you can only build an MP, like an EMP grenade at that point, while on the second playthrough, oh fuck, I only have the parts for a pipe bomb. And yeah, there's just like certain situations where there's like a group of like human enemies, and I'm like, you know what, pipe bomb, boom, and it just kills them in like one hit. And also, there's going to be robot enemies later in this game. Oops, spoiler alert if you haven't played the game, but if you're watching a 4-hour long, no damage of the entire thing, I assume you're somewhat familiar with this game. There are robot enemies, so yeah. You go through this whole thing, there's not really any danger, you're just kind of exploring. The only danger is getting lost, which I definitely did in that footage. I really hope that what I'm doing on screen makes enough sense, because I don't know if I'm going to be able to fully explain every single path I took. It's like, I don't know, just learning the strategies and just how to like go everywhere got a little bit confusing. And this game isn't even the most confusing game ever. Oh, far from it. But the design isn't exactly linear all the time, so there's just certain situations where, you know, you actually need to know where you're gonna go, where to stop, because, and also when it comes to like, you know, avoiding the alien, you really need to know your paths very quickly, especially when I start doing like some speedrun shenanigans, as in like running in the hallway while the alien is still active. And yeah, the alien AI in this game is like one of the most notable things about it. And here I'm trying to create like a little cinematic frame of these two NPCs talking. I got really close so that the 4K can really capture their 4K essence. But yeah, most of this section is going to be completely safe. In fact, I was actually misguided in thinking that the entire chapter was completely safe. But there comes a certain moment at the very end which I thought was impossible to fail. But no, I failed it while trying it out, and it was like insane. I think I might actually show it off in like a how to fail the perfect Alien Isolation no damage video. Typically when trying to make these no damage videos, I will fail a whole bunch, and I'll like compile those into like different memes about how to fail the perfect this, how to fail the perfect that. And each of those will be their own separate video, but throughout the multiple fails I got in this game, I think I'm just going to put them into one big video because, I don't know, I was kind of busy no damaging this game and didn't really have time to, like, make memes of every single fail, and I think just making each fail, like, into one big video will probably work better for Alien Isolation. I don't think this video is going to get too many views. It's not typically what I do. Oh my god. I got fucking pissed at this guy in this, like, part here. Because, like, I mean, he's like scripted to say, what are you waiting for? Hit the button. Even though before you reach this elevator, he's like, hold up, let me hit the button. It takes a special touch, this pretentious fuck! Dude. And then when you get into the elevator, he's like, what are you waiting for? Press the button. Like, shut the fuck up, dude. Oh my goodness. You bald ass motherfucker, dude. But yeah, no, I'm just as pissed as Ripley is at this guy. And yeah, I believe our main protagonist here, the person you're controlling, has the same name as the protagonist of the Alien trilogy. Well, now a quadrilogy or whatever with Resurrections, though. That's the one Alien film I still haven't seen yet, and I don't think I really need to see it. I'll elaborate on that more later, but that seems to be generally considered the worst Alien film of all time, and probably like the worst thing Josh Whedon, writer of Buffy the Vampire Slayer, the first Avengers movie, second Avengers movie too. Well, he's director as well. That's kind of the big thing. And a couple other things along the way, but it's generally considered that's probably one of the worst things. That's like the worst script he's ever written, like right behind maybe the Justice League rewrites. But yeah, no, this area is just going to be showing you the threats which you will encounter later. You will have to do some stealth every now and then against human beings. You know, the alien will be a thing. I won't be into way later, but right now it's all being tutorialized, and he's just kind of holding your hand through the whole thing, like, you know, stay here, hide here, do this, do that. Nothing to worry about as long as you follow his instructions until a point later on. Even the points where you're kind of like given a bit of free will to fuck around is still very guided and, you know, made easy. Like, you know, the game's kind of like, okay, go behind this furniture, you know, touch this generator here, so on and so forth. So yeah, things are going really simple. So yeah, there's not much to talk about. There's going to be one thing to talk about when we reach that point, because there was this one strategy I learned from the goated YouTuber, which I did not know was possible, but it is possible, and it kind of taught me just how useful flares are, because on my very first playthrough, I never used flares. I mean, like, I didn't realize that, like, just because, like, opening flares just seemed, like, way too risky. You'd be making yourself, like, a big red flag for the enemies to come and eat you. But if you time it right, you can really use them in a really nice way. But on that first playthrough, I think I was, like, so stressed out, I never wanted to use them. Even though I did use noisemakers in really fun ways, and I was like, oh, hell yeah, I used this noisemaker in a fun way. This was awesome. But the flares, I was avoiding it, because I'm like, what do I do with the flares? Do I make it, is it like a replacement for the flashlight? That can't be, because you never run out of battery for the flashlight. And yeah, since Nightmare Mode basically removes most of your UI, you know, it removes your health bar. It also removes like your flashlight battery. So when you're playing the game on the lower difficulties, you can actually see how much battery your flashlight has. Mind you, you won't really need to use the flashlight too much. I mean, the rare situations where you need to use it are so rare that you're never going to really run out of that first battery if you're not like spamming it. And also, I do kind of like make it a habit of just not using it, because I kind of want to show off how dark and cool the lighting is in the vents. Because like, this game's lighting system just can look really beautiful at points with all like the blinking like electricity or things like kind of like going like, you know, when like a light bulb kind of like breaks, or like there's like sparks flying in like the vents, just like the lighting, just, yeah, like look at that. That's an awesome effect. Why would I want to turn on the flashlight and ruin it? Though some of these areas do get really dark later in the game, so I start using it for convenience there. There's like a few certain situations where I'm like, this is so dark. I mean, here is a very scripted sequence. I mean, not scripted per se, but it's kind of like they're forcing you to use the flashlight now, because if you don't use the flashlight, you actually can't progress. Not because the area is so dark, but because for this bald man to come and unlock the vent, you need to point your flashlight straight at it, or he won't go there. So you need to find the vent first, and you need to point the flashlight at it, and then the bald guy's like, alright, I'm gonna go help you out here. You know, this button requires a special touch. The pretentious twat, bruh. My goodness. So I actually want to, like, kind of go back to something which happened at the very beginning of this no damage in the first mission. I gotta say, like, the disparity in like how thick Taylor and Samuel is fucking ridiculous, dude. Like, my man Samuel the android, or Samuel the synthetic, or artificial human, whatever term he prefers, he's flat as a pancake, dude. And you know, maybe that's the reason why the androids in like the Alien films get so pissy, and like Prometheus and like Covenant. Maybe, like, you know, they're creators, you know, they're gods, they're fathers, they're parents. Like, what? Why the fuck did they give them no ass, dude? Maybe that's why David is so fucking pissy about his existence. But then again, I mean, I don't want to like upset any Michael Fassbender stands. They might be like, "Oh no, you're tweaking, bro. My man is super thick. You're just not looking right." And you know, in Prometheus, you probably have a point because the only version of Prometheus I only saw it once. I saw it recently. I saw it recently specifically because I was playing this game, and also I should have seen like the rest of these Alien movies along the way. But yeah, the Amazon Prime Video version of Prometheus has a fucked up aspect ratio. Like, just like it's fucked up vertically, so it make every single person look a lot thinner and, you know, in contrast, a lot flatter. So that would give you the impression that, oh yeah, nobody is stacked in this movie because why is the aspect ratio of Prometheus on Amazon Prime Video still fucked up? I mean, like, okay, Ridley Scott, wait, no, it wasn't Ridley Scott which had weird releases. It was James Cameron. Maybe Ridley Scott's like 4K releases are also weird. I don't know the history with him, but James Cameron, the director of Aliens, has been like releasing 4K like remasters of his films, like True Lies, Alien, Titanic, and all that. And some of these okay, so here's the actual important stuff relating to the game. So instead of doing what the game wants you to do, it wants you to kind of sneak around, go to this generator, press a button to distract the enemies, you're instead going to use a flare, throw it to that side of the room, wait for the enemies to kind of group up there, and then you're going to walk to this other side of the room, and that actually works. Because what the game wants you to do, what the game like kind of tells you to do is, "Oh, Ripley, I need to sneak past the enemies. Can you create a distraction with the generator? Yeah, can you do that, please?" And once you do that and get to this point, the bald man will follow behind you. But you don't have to do that. You can use a flare, which counts as a distraction, and the bald man will follow behind you that way. So, yeah, no, it's a quicker way to go about things, and I didn't know you could do that. And at this point, you can run. And you also see that you know, during that section, I was doing a little bit of a technique here. So basically, when you're crouched, you know, you are less visible, you make less noise, so on and so forth, but you can spam the crouch and just kind of keep tapping it over and over, and it creates the same effect. You're still silent, you're still more hidden to the enemies, and you walk slightly faster when you're spamming crouch like that. So it's a very useful thing to kind of take advantage of. And also, I mean, this isn't going to be important until later, so I'm not going to mention it. So yeah, I'm just saying, man, like my man Samuels, like they could have given him like something more, but I guess like the people who created the synthetics, they're kind of like, dude, these things are so expensive to make. We are not giving this guy an ass at all. No ass for this guy. Like, we're not going to use the fucking robot flesh to like mimic that, you know, create an artificial ass or whatever. So I guess, you know, the future's just kind of fucked by budget controls or whatnot, if that even is how it goes. So yeah, I'm done with that point now, and here we're going to enter a scripted sequence where we have to hit someone, but it won't count as a kill because the bald man will kill this person for us instead. But yeah, when watching the goated YouTuber's like version of this no damage and just kind of like learning his strategies and all that, I would also read the comments, and like some of the comments are just kind of like, wow, I'm so glad that the commentary is so non-intrusive and like you let the game speak for itself sometimes. And that's just not what I'm doing with my commentary. Like I feel like those specific viewers would not vibe with this video at all. So if those viewers are watching this video, I would recommend watching my no commentary version. I like to kind of upload a no commentary and a commentary version just so that I can like show the gameplay unaltered in its original form, while also having a version for those who want a little bit, you know, something on top of the original gameplay to keep watching. So yeah, this is the part where at the end of Mission 2, because this is the end of Mission 2, when the alien kills the bald man in the cutscene, which it's a cutscene that I just skipped, you can just run to your objective and stay there completely safely. However, if you keep exploring the area and you move around, the alien can actually come out and kill you. But at this point in time, if you just sprint straight here, press the train button, and just keep looking at it, just stay here, you know, don't go anywhere else, the alien won't come out. Like, the alien, for the most part, like, its AI can be very deadly, but then there's, like, 1 or 2 or 3 or 4 sections where the alien's, like, AI is so focused on, like, another part of its script that you can kind of fuck around and do crazy shit like this, and it won't matter. But I used to think that this section was completely, like, scripted so that you don't die, but no. When I was streaming, like, when I was doing, like, a test stream of this game, I quickly found out, oh no, the alien can definitely come out and kill you, because that's what happened to me in my test stream of this game, my alien isolation test, my alien test per se. But yeah, no, my first playthrough of this game was like super tense. Like, I mean, my heart kind of felt a little bit tight playing it, and I kind of tried to play it at like late hours or so, you know, like 11, 12, 1 a.m. because I really wanted to get into like a horror atmosphere, because it's been so long since I've played like a horror game. Like a real genuine, like, ooh, spooky, scary game, you know, like turning all the lights off, trying to really get into the atmosphere. And that's really easy with this game. This game is really atmospheric. But I want to go back to a previous point, not about the Blu-rays, though. I do want to go back to the Blu-rays point eventually. But the point I want to bring up right now is that oh my goodness, I just forgot about it. Oh no, I didn't. So this game is trying to be more like the first Alien film, but occasionally there's certain sections that are still really bombastic and crazy. Like the intro of this game, they introduce Samuels and Taylor, like, oh, there they are, and then boom, they immediately get like disconnected from you in like the most dramatic way possible. And yes, this is a segmented run, and I believe this will be the first segment of this video. So missions 1 and 2, I believe I did them in one take, and this is where the first cut is going to happen. Every time I cut to pretty much indicate a new part, which I recorded, I'm going to insert the loading screen there. And for the most part, these cuts will be split up by the save points, but every now and then, this game does a little something tricky with its save system that I don't really like that much, but it is useful, but I'm not the biggest fan of it, because it makes editing this video more of a pain in the ass. So I believe here I'm just kind of running around because I'm going to get some loot all the way down here. And mind you, when I say get some loot, it's random whether I get anything from that guy, because the game can sometimes give you something, sometimes not give you something. And on Nightmare difficulty, of course, there is less chance for you to get something. But yeah, sometimes when you enter like a new mission or like a new area, like the game will sometimes maybe just drop a manual save on you, like regardless. And there isn't multiple save files in this game, so you can't really take advantage of that. So a really tricky situation which could happen is you could like maybe, you know, run through this game, take damage, not notice, and reach a save point, you know, like not like a save system which you manually insert and decide to save at. You might just reach like an automatic save point which the game has decided you will have to save in, and your run will be completely screwed because you can't like load a previous save because that save has been saved over. So yeah, that was kind of annoying. And during this playthrough, I have not run into this situation yet, but I will be doing this along the way, so keep your eyes open for this. Keep your eyes open for blueprints, because they can be easy to forget when you're running like a maniac in my videos if you want to copy my strategy. So at this point in time, you are scripted to crouch when the lady starts shooting at you, but unbeknownst to me, and a way I actually failed some of my no damages, if you like run too fast, like straight at the lady, she can still land a gunshot on you. So I actually like crouched preemptively to avoid that, because sometimes like the game's automatic like making you crouch feature still gets you shot in the face, which to be fair, that is just kind of like street smarts, you know, like don't run at the person with a gun. But yeah, right now we're going to be running all the way up these stairs, and at a certain point we're going to stop running and take advantage of the crouch tech. We're just going to keep spamming crouch once we enter this room, because there are enemies on this other side of this room, but if you don't make them like suspicious in any way, they'll just be put in the most perfect situation to pretty much like kind of crouch past. But if you sprint like a little too close to them, they'll hear the noise and be like, hold up, who's there? I gotta investigate this, and they'll kind of like ruin their normal pattern of what they're doing here. But once you reach this point, I actually really don't know why I pressed the emergency overdrive button, but that's the strategy I saw, so I kind of did it, but I don't really know the reason why you would do that. And one of the most crazy things about like Nightmare difficulty removing your map feature is that in this game you can like kind of like collect maps along the way. And yeah, so typically the alien will just kind of like run away when you reach this point, but for some reason he glitched out on me and he just kind of stood around for a little bit longer. So if I ran into this room, the alien could have just ran in and killed me. So the alien AI is so freaky and like silly that like sometimes even if you're like running in a place where like the script should keep you safe, if you like if like the game fucks up, it can still kill you. I mean, I hope what I'm saying kind of makes sense, because yeah, no, the alien AI is like so dangerous that like even during like scripted sequences where, you know, you can just avoid it, or like it's doing something cinematic which it won't do in the rest of the game, it can still fuck you up if you like try to like fuck with it too hard. So yeah, I almost fucked with it too hard at that point. Yeah, I believe there's a blueprint right behind me. So yeah, when you're running around like a maniac doing these weird speedrun strategies, I mean, I'm not really speedrunning the game at all, I'm no damaging it, but I'm still trying to no damage it in a somewhat efficient manner per se. I'm not walking everywhere, at least I'm not walking everywhere in the areas where I can sprint, because there will be sections of this game where you will have to walk everywhere, because if you run at any point, the alien will come out and like just kill you. Because the alien is very focused on like, you know, audio, you know, if you're making too much noise, it'll come kill you. If you're too visible, it'll come kill you. If you try to kill another enemy, it'll come kill you. Just the alien's very aggressive in a very fun way. I mean, I don't know if fun's the right word, but like he's like genuinely like terrifying to deal with, because like there's certain RNG elements, like there's a bit of randomness with the alien, so it really makes you feel like you're dealing with a strange animal, not like a very like predictable enemy type. And the thing is a strange fucking animal, so the game gets that across very, very nicely. So yeah, once you reach this point, boom, you have to kind of move those things, get this upgrade to your tuner. Well, yeah, get this upgrade to your tuner. Just get the tuner in general, so now you can do the fun hacking minigame. You know, it's nothing too demanding, and at the beginning of the game, it starts out very simple, and once you get to the very end, it gets moderately amusing. I don't know, it never gets too hard, though I'm pretty sure I did fail like 1 or 2 attempts while like hacking stuff. And you don't need to go into this room. even though I think that guy did have some loot on him, so, you know, yippee me, but you don't really need to go into that room. Just like explaining where you need to go here and there can get very silly. So yeah, we got the tuner specifically to open the door, which is upstairs actually. I mean, I went downstairs to go to this room to get the tuner, and then I'm gonna go back to the same stairs, you know, go back upstairs, and wait, I don't even know what I'm doing specifically here, but I believe that's exactly what I'm doing. I'm gonna try to go upstairs, or I'm trying to collect another item so I can go back upstairs and go back downstairs to the elevator thing, which is blocked by the door, which has a little, which you need to hack it with that thing, if that makes any sense. So yeah, there's like nothing important happening in the video right now. I kind of want to go back to a previous point. I believe I called the bald man, which gets killed and massacred by the alien, pretentious fuck, but I don't think I'm using the word pretentious correctly. I think like the word pretentious is probably one of the most misused words in the English language. It probably like gets bronze in like the misuse of in the misusage of Olympics per se. And I am not helping that at all. I mean, I am part of the problem with that. I'll make it like win silver next year. Don't worry about that. So I just kind of wanted to get that out of the way. And I want to get back to my Blu-ray point. So yeah, the alien shows up here. He does a big little like cinematic moment. And honestly, one cool thing about the cinematic moment is that it's quite low-key. I mean, it's definitely a lot more low-key than him massacring the old man. But what's cool about this moment is that this is like the first time he shows up in like a 60 FPS like interactive cutscene per se. Like technically in gameplay. So that just makes it a lot scarier. I'm not sure if I start sprinting at this point, because I believe like because it's such a scripted sequence, you can kind of like fuck around a bit and do something kind of crazy. Okay, so I believe the game forces you to stay crouched for like 5 seconds, and then you're allowed to like do whatever you want. So in this specific instance, you know, this very, very specific like set piece moment, you can sprint away from him, and if you're fast enough, it won't matter, because like I think the alien, I don't know what the scientific explanation for it is, but I believe the alien is so focused on investigating that room that you can just fuck out of dodge and like the alien won't care too much. But there's gonna come a specific point where you need to stop sprinting. Not sure when it is specific, but it's around this point because the human beings exist. And the alien, I think, is scripted to just kill everyone here. And while it is scripted to do that, the way this plays out can be slightly different depending on how the humans move, even how the alien moves. But yeah, I mean, once the alien pulls up in that area, the humans are going to see it, they're going to try to shoot it. And when they try to shoot it, the alien goes like, "Aah!" And like just starts slaughtering everyone. And you want to hide behind these crates, because what you want the alien to do is just go back into one of the vents and just leave. And he has 2 vents to choose from, the one downstairs or the one up here, which is a lot more terrifying. So yeah, don't worry, even if he goes up to like the one up here, as long as you're behind the crates and not making any noises, he won't see you. He'll just go up the crate, he'll just go up the vent. And yeah, once he goes up the vent, don't run, because once you run, he'll just go back down the vents and won't give you enough time to complete this nice little hacking minigame. It's got a nice aesthetic, everything in this game. And yeah, the aesthetic of this game seems most inspired by the first film. So yeah, not only is this game trying to ape the atmosphere of the first film, just the tone, also just the main, like, you know, retro-futuristic aesthetics. If it even is called retro-futuristic, I might just be pulling words out of my ass, but in the way people talk about this game in the first Alien film, it seems that the aesthetic of, like, all the computers and just, like, everything around you is retro-futuristic, in the sense that, like, you know, we're in the future, there is a lot of futuristic stuff, but, like, a lot of the technology is still very analog, you know, a lot of buttons to still push, a lot of buttons to push, like a lot of levers to pull, all very manual analog stuff that's more reminiscent of like technology back then than technology now, which has kind of simplified more into kind of like touch screen like apparatuses and stuff. And here we get to see a weird android. So yeah, this game has a very like unique set of androids, which I don't think are really in any of the films. Basically, they're called Working Joes. So like, they're like if you simplified the synthetics from the movies way more, just made them normal robots and don't give them like any face or whatever. So now they're just like blank slates, except, you know, because they're so cheaply made to be blank slates, things get a little bit fucky when, you know, we keep going in the game. So yeah, I want to get back to the Blu-rays. Oh wait, yeah, I want to get back to like the Blu-ray situation with James Cameron, because I don't know what the Blu-ray situation with Ridley Scott is, but the Blu-ray situation with James Cameron, this is kind of slightly related to Aliens, don't worry about that. So yeah, they're fucked up. Not all of them. Apparently the new 4K remaster of Titanic is alright, but that probably seems like the one James Cameron is most interested in anyways. It's like probably like his most famous film behind Avatar. But I heard that his 4K remasters of True Lies and Aliens are just kind of bad, but the True Lies one is like easily the worst by far, because like the company that was doing that one was using like a weird like upscaling AI technology, which just kind of gets rid of all the film grain in the movie and just kind of makes everyone look kind of rubbery and fake, because, you know, it's in 4K, it's clearer, but all like the grit of like the original like filming is just kind of gone, so they look fucking weird. The skin doesn't move right. And Alien suffers from that like same issue to a lesser degree, but it still suffers from it. Now, do I? Okay, at the very least, I did like get access granted. I did do well in this little mini game here. And I believe at this point we started mission 4, and I'll tell you this, time coding this every mission in this game is kind of a pain in the ass because it's kind of hard to tell when the missions start and end. The game is like, for the most part, pretty seamless here and there. Like you would think, I mean, for the most part, there's kind of like a little climactic moment at the end of a mission and then the next mission starts, but not every single mission follows like that little setup here. And here, here's going to be one of the only times I stop yapping to show you a cutscene.
You're becoming hysterical.
Get back! I'm warning you!
Tut, tut. Let's resolve this amicably. Good day.
While this game may be called Alien Isolation, there's actually huge, well, not maybe like huge, but there's like sizable chunks of this game where the alien is not present at all, and you're still dealing with like other problems, like, you know, human beings trying to survive on the thing, which will be hostile towards you, and these robots which are fucking up because of the AI. And to be fair, I mean, the Alien franchise and films, like, they do have a decent focus on the synthetics and robots. I mean, it's not just the alien that's like weird and creepy and like interesting to like, you know, consider and think about. It's also like the weird robots which are throughout the franchise. To be fair, Prometheus and Alien Covenant do kind of play more into that than the previous movies, but they are a part of like every single one of these movies. So, you know, they're an important little cool thing to include. And I think the working Joes in this game are decently creepy, though for the most part, they're also like very decently easy to deal with, you know, but you know, I mean, in the beginning of the game, you don't really have that many materials. I mean, all I have is a gun with barely any bullets, and I mean, on Nightmare difficulty, it's gonna be like harder to deal with them. In fact, watching the goated YouTubers like no damage of it actually taught me a very, very useful strategy, which to be fair is also kind of foreshadowed in the cutscene I just kind of shut up for. Basically, if you're like trying to get past one of the working Joes, if you're trying to do like a speedrun strategy and trying to like run past an area which has 5 working Joes and they're all in your way and you can't like run around them, shoot them in the chest while running past them. They'll be stunned for like 2 seconds and they'll give you enough time to kind of run past them if they're like right in your way. This section right here was a pain in the ass to learn because, I mean, like, I swear, I probably have, like, my memory, if it's wired either short-term or long-term, it is not at all wired short-term. Remember those blueprints? You know, if you're running like a maniac here throughout this area that's, like, kind of complicated to run through, you know, don't forget those blueprints. They're very useful. So you have to, like, remember a bunch of stuff, and then, you know, activate this cutscene. I skip this cutscene, and then I have to, like, remember the way back. I guess like the one thing which makes remembering the way back easier is that you're just going back the exact same way you came, but you really have to be aware of like how spatially where you are, because you can't access the map for an easy out. So it's just kind of like, you know, fuck man, you really need to know what you're doing, and you need to be quick about it too, so you don't like get like stun locked by the robots being in your way. So yeah, boom. Shoot them in the chest once, don't miss, and then you can just run past them. I mean, a lot of these robots will be in nice areas, which, you know, won't be in your way, but when they're in your way, boom, shoot them in the chest, because killing them takes way too many bullets. It's not worth it. Yeah, this guy, honestly, you don't really need to waste that bullet. You can kind of spread him out a bit, kind of like lead him to one side of the room and then run around him, but I was being very quick, and honestly, it's kind of a pain in the ass, so I didn't do that. And honestly, an issue I have with this game's reload animation is that for some reason, I don't know if it's because I don't hold the button down enough, but like a lot of the time I press the reload button, she puts in one bullet in the chamber, she stops. I mean, it just happens to me so many times throughout the game. I don't know if like any other players have encountered that issue, but like it keeps happening to me. I'm just like bad at reloading, man, because I mean, I had 5 bullets there. And like, you really need to have as many bullets as possible in your chamber, and I just ran the complete wrong way there. This is a complete wrong area to run through, so you see, like, memorizing like this game's layouts can get very difficult. Even though this game isn't the most complicated in the world, I mean, games like, I guess, Thief the Dark Project, Thief 2 the Metal Age, you know, so on and so forth, those games areas get a lot more complicated, and even when you're using the maps in those games, those areas can still get more complicated, because, like, I think one of the funniest things about, like, Thief the Dark Project and, like, just the original Thief trilogy in general is when the maps just start fucking with you. Like, you're like, the only map you have access to is just a guy like drawing a big circle, like, I don't know where the fuck this is, and that's like your only guidance throughout like that entire level. That shit is hilarious. I love that, though I'm probably gonna be a lot more annoyed at it when I try to no damage those games, because like The original Thief trilogy is some of the best stealth games of all time. Maybe the best stealth games of all time. They're classic. I love them, but I really want to make a no damage video on them, but like they're very demanding. And here I fucked up. I like shot him at the exact... I mean, the robot just got in at a very inconvenient point. He blocked the entire door, so even though I shot a bullet at him and stunned him, I was still like, oh fuck, I gotta run away from this guy before, you know, he like fucks my shit up. But yeah, you can collect like new maps throughout the game, and you know the game will be like, oh, your map had just updated. But since you're playing on Nightmare, you go to check your map and like pressing like the tab key, and it's not there. It's like, what the fuck are we doing here, dude? Like, what is this? And is this a new chapter? Is this a new mission? I don't even know, man. I'll actually have to like check my YouTube like timecode description I did for my no commentary video and just kind of like see, all right, I'm 40 minutes into this commentary. Maybe this is a new mission. Maybe this isn't. But yeah, I believe that this will be the mission where the alien pulls back up. I mean, it seems like I'm not running here because the alien is in the area. So if you ever see me like walking and not sprinting, it's probably because I'm trying to avoid the area, like the alien dropping down. Because, okay, one thing I did not know is, okay, I saw like some comments on certain Alien Isolation no damage videos that were kind of like, oh man, if you walk on Nightmare difficulty, you are so screwed. Nightmare difficulty does not let you do that. That's not true. Nightmare difficulty, you actually can walk and the alien won't mind too much. You can get away with walking for a good majority of this game. Like walking normally is decently silent. In fact, there's a certain like a speedrun tech. I mean, it's just tech in general, where if you just tap the sprint button instead of holding it down, you know, like the same way you like tap crouch, if you tap sprint, it doesn't count as sprinting, but you still go slightly faster than just normal walking, and it won't make the noise that attracts the alien, it just won't make that much noise. So that's a fun thing to do. In fact, I'm probably going to do it later in this video. I don't think I'm going to do it right now, but I will be doing it in this video. So yeah, whenever you see the save icon in the top right, that's like the game making a manual save for you, and yeah, that icon will also show up when you make your own saves. But when the game makes an automatic save for you, that's when it pops up. So it tends to happen when you enter a new mission, and sometimes when you're like halfway through a mission, when some of these games, like when some of the missions like later on get a lot longer. I do believe at this point you're kind of safe. You know, here's Samuels, here's Taylor. They're going to info dump to you about their disparity and how stacked they are, so on and so forth. That's not what they're going to say. I told you I was going to drop that topic. I did not drop that topic, but I mean, excuse me if I get... His face got a little bit fucked up there. It's gonna happen again. Like he's gonna just like he's very jittery there. He's a little scary there. I think he's a little offended by like my fucking topic of choice here. I don't know, maybe he's like insecure about it, which, you know, I mean, I would be too if I was an Android and like they just didn't give me an ass. I'd be like, fuck, man. But now that it's been some time since I've finished Mission 3, I should talk about Alien 3, because I believe the movie Alien 3, directed by David Fincher, is the first one to fuck with the 20th Century Fox opening. Like, the previous two films, like Alien and Aliens, I think just let it like play out in totality. I think in the first Alien, and like maybe Aliens as well, I mean, my memory's like slightly foggy, even though I did see Aliens recently too, like a week or two ago. But they just kind of let the whole thing play out in full, and then the movie like continues from there. But Aliens 3 is the first one to like cut it in half and like, you know, put a spooky noise like in the middle of it just to kind of fuck with it. And the reason I bring it up is because like Alien Isolation also does this in its intro. You know, the 20th Century Fox thing shows up, and then it's like it starts like going down and getting all technicalized, and, you know, getting a little bit spooky. It's like, oh, I'm a little scared here from like the way they fucked with the 20th Century Fox opening. And I thought like all the other Alien films were gonna do that, but no, not really. I don't think Prometheus or Alien Covenant even do it. Alien Romulus? I mean, I barely remember. I mean, that one is probably like the longest time since I've seen that film recently. Now, the first Alien, I also rewatched that recently because while I did see it in theaters on film, it's been so many years since I saw it that when I was rewatching it, I'm like, holy fuck, I don't remember most of what happens here. There's a lot of interesting differences between like the first Alien and like the rest of the franchise. I mean, that's not really a new statement at all. I mean, like, this is like one of the most famous like science fiction things of all time. But I mean, if you don't know anything about it, you know, if you're one of the rare few who haven't like seen the films yet, I mean, hey, I'll info dump to you about them and it'll be a fun time. But yeah, Alien 3 is the first one to do that. And also Alien 3, I think, is like the first time where I see the alien like go up the vent in a similar way they do to this game. Because I think like Alien 3 might be one of the first times where like they use CGI to like make the alien do stuff in 3. And in some instances it's very cool, but then there's like instances in Alien 3 where like the compositing of like the effect is so bad, it looks so stupid sometimes. But yeah, no. Because like in the first Alien movie, something that's kind of cool about it, but also like could be a little bit weird to get used to. Here I kind of tried to create a little cinematic frame with the guy talking. Is that there's a lot of cuts in the first Alien movie. Like whenever the alien like kills someone, like the cuts are so fast that it's kind of hard to tell what's happening. And I think the reason they did that is because like for the most part, like the alien in the first Alien movie is probably a guy in a suit, and they kind of wanted to avoid making it look too goofy, you know, because the first Alien movie is like very low key, kind of like down to earth in a weird way, and like, you know, they want to keep that like very gross, like, you know, scary atmosphere. So they use the quick cuts to kind of like, you know, make it like less apparent, like, you know, how exactly the alien's killing the guy. You know, there's like mystery. You know, that one of the scariest things about horror is when you don't know the full picture, you know, because like that leaves like room to like imagine like what the fuck did they do to him, you know? If a guy gets ripped up and you don't see how he got ripped up, it's like, you know, you have to like imagine that, and that's fucking terrifying. Here's a little bit of speedrun tech. When you're done hacking the thing, just keep pressing the button to, you know, accept or whatever, and, you know, she'll keep spamming the thing, and that'll make you exit that animation slightly quicker. So yeah, whenever there's a code in this game, you have to like physically look at it, and then when you have to like physically input it, well, you have to remember the code, of course. And the way, oh damn, so the alien spawns in right then and there, but because he spawns in this weird scripted way, you can still keep running, but you have to be very, very fast here. So yeah, the code for this area is 1702, remember that? The way I remember it when doing these like really fast like runs, these segmented runs, is I write it on like a note card, a flash card, and I kind of continue there. That was the wrong way to go. I'm slightly lost when exploring this area because this little medical bay, it's like this big circle, and in this big circle you have to go to a very specific point. It's like a circle which connects to another circle. It's like, holy fuck, there's a lot going on, and you have to kind of remember all these little things here and there. And even, I don't even think I fully remember what I have to get here, but yeah, here I have to get a key card, and then from the key card you have to go to another place in this circle to insert the key card, and you have to be very quick about it because the alien, while he is busy investigating the stuff over there, that's not going to last forever. So, you know, if you're not quick enough, the alien is going to come in and fuck your shit up. So, yeah, no. And then in Aliens, the Aliens is a very impressive movie, you know, like production-wise, a lot of fantastic practical effects, a lot of dope action, but one of the things I'm not a fan of is just the way the alien explodes in it. It just feel like too destructible. I mean, to be fair, I think that's just an issue with like Alien versus Aliens, because in the first Alien movie, that thing is like so scary, and it's like, fuck, how are we gonna deal with it? It's so hopeless. And this game draws on that a lot more than Aliens, where they have like, you know, big plasma rifles and they can just blast it apart if they encounter it. I mean, it's still dangerous, especially if there's like 100 of them, but it's a lot more destructible in Aliens, which kind of gets rid of like the fear and effect, and it's just more of an action military movie now. Still a sci-fi action military movie thing, which to be fair, a lot of stuff has ripped off now, mostly in the games. You know, they kind of copy the same aesthetic. I mean, I feel like Metroid Prime owes so much to Aliens along the way. I still need to play Metroid in general, not just Prime, but I need to play the Metroid games in like, you know, more in depth. No damaging some of the Metroid games could be dope. But yeah, Metroid Prime. I wish I had the Wii edition of Metroid Prime 1, 2, and 3. Though that remaster of the first game for Switch does look pretty neat. I might just hop on that. So yeah, we're done with this area, and then there's going to be this sick-ass cinematic cutscene where the alien just comes in, all scary, straight from the dark, and just pulls him in. And at this point in time, you're like decently safe to run straight to the elevator, but be decently quick about it, because if you're not decently quick about it, the alien will stop doing like his big set piece here and just come kill you. One thing which really scared me is that you have to like insert your key card before pressing this button. I didn't know that for like 5 seconds, or 2 seconds, like more accurately, and it almost fucked me over. So I was like, oh. Oh yeah, but one issue I had with like copying the strategies of the goated YouTuber iFreeMZ is that he's playing the game at like an expanded FOV, like, you know, field of view. So like the way his game looks is slightly different from mine. I'm just playing with the basic like FOV, and honestly that might have been a mistake on my part, because playing with the basic FOV, you know, gives me less visual information to work with. So it did make no damage in this game slightly harder than having like a slightly wider field of view, but I just kind of wanted to play this game in the most normal looking way possible. So out of stubbornness, I just kind of stuck playing with this like FOV. But what it means is that when I was trying to copy this guy's strategies and learn the paths, the different FOVs between like my game and his video honestly made it slightly harder, because like the different FOV in his video just made the areas look different. And so like, you know, the places where I had to like stop or start or enter, I actually got a little bit lost, and I had to like do a little bit more like, you know, work in my brain to actually remember them, because like I mentioned before, I'm pretty sure I have like a long-term memory brain instead of a short-term memory brain, because like on the short term I remember things like so quickly, but like I remember things so vividly from like 10 years ago or 9 years ago or so on and so forth. Like I'm just better at it. Like I'm either thinking like way too deep into like the future instead of the present. I don't know, man. Psychology, therapy. So yeah, this area is not too difficult, but you're not allowed to run into it. You're not allowed to run in it because the alien can pop out and kill you, but as long as you're walking everywhere, you should be chilling. You know, you just have to, like, you know, go into a room, get the stuff, make sure the gas is in the room when you enter it. You know, you have to make the cooling system work. When you enter here, you have to, you know, hack this little thing. This is like the first time we have to hack this stuff. We won't be doing these rewires too much because for the most part, we won't really be needing them too much. But, you know, they're kind of neat. There will be a part later in the game we have to, like, turn off cameras so that the cameras don't call the androids over to kill us. And then we'll use those again. But then there'll be, like, a bunch of those we'll just skip because they don't really serve any purpose of the strategies I'll be undertaking. But yeah, no, it's been like over 10 years since this game released. Like, this game released in 2014, which makes running it at 4K like easier than running maybe a modern game at 4K with my rig. I mean, my rig is kind of like made to run games at 4K, but just very, very nice performance here. And the only time I had issues with the performance is a very specific situation, which you're going to see, like, you know, play out physically in gameplay when we get there. So yeah. We're here at Mission 6, and Mission 6 gets a little bit complicated because the alien is here. I think I'm actually going to do some bananas stuff, like, very, very soon exploring this area. Okay, not right now. Right now it's going to be a little bit of a slow section. We're going to be walking, we're going to be doing a bunch of stuff, but once we set off a certain fire, the alien's going to come investigate that, and we're going to take advantage of that, we're going to run around. It's going to be some bullshit. Like, I mean, you really have to pay attention to this. This was, like, one of the hardest sections to, like, memorize. Not the hardest in the game. Yeah, collect that blueprint. Collect that blueprint. Do not forget to collect that blueprint. Oh, my lordy lord. But on my first playthrough of this game, just when I was playing the game normally, like later on, I had problems differentiating between hostile humans and friendly humans because, believe it or not, friendly NPCs do show up later in this game. So there were like points where, like, I would go into an area and I would see like NPCs and I would assume that they're hostile, but no, they're actually very friendly. And I just threw a pipe bomb at them, just like disintegrated them, and like the game, you know, reloaded because it's like, dude, you killed a friendly, what the fuck? So yeah, if you kill a friendly NPC, the game will just send you to a game over screen to be like, why the fuck did you do that, dude? So yeah, you have to activate that fire, and I believe that fire will like bring the alien up, or maybe the alien will show up at this point in time. Okay, so when you reach this section, you have to throw a flare into that room because you're going to be entering an area that's like mostly filled with humans, and like just throwing that flare here. And I think I'm going to explode something in this room before going. No, that's another area. I'm going to explode something maybe in another mission or a later part of this mission. So yeah, just like memorizing the layout here so you're running to the exact correct points where there aren't any humans, and also just throwing a flare there and like distractions along the way so that any humans that are in the area will like go to that instead of where you are. You really have to like get good at that. And also, like, the alien, it could maybe show up, but for the most part, the alien's actually going to be hiding up in the vent, so it won't kill you unless you go under a vent. So when you're running through the area, just going to this, it gets really, really stressful because like an alarm is going to go off. You have to kind of like rush through the game. And well, the ending of this mission is not hard, but it is like a huge ass set piece and probably the loudest section of the game by far. Like, just like the audio just gets insanely loud. It's like her mic starts clipping, like our protagonist's mic just starts clipping once we reach like the final parts of this game. It's very, very strange compared to like how not loud the rest of this game is in comparison. I mean, yeah, here I fucked up the code, but it still gave me access. I don't know what happened there. I cannot explain it, but you want to do all these like weird little things as fast as possible because like while doing it, this android is going to spawn in, and once he's spawned in, he will be aggressive. So you know, you want to do that as quickly as possible so that the door opens as quickly as possible so you can get the fuck out of Dodge without having to do like a little like loop-de-loop thing with him so like you don't get fucked over. So here we have to keep running, and if the flare thing works correctly and the humans behave, and if the humans behave in the exact way that they should, you should be fine to run through this section, but you do have to run pretty quickly, and you have to like not make any detours, because if you make one detour, you might just run straight headfirst into a human, and it'll fuck you up. And sometimes the humans will just misbehave and just be in the middle of your way anyway, so yeah. You have to keep running down this hallway and then take a right at this point, at the exit, and then once we reach this point, it's going to be a big set piece. I'm going to let it play out. It's so loud. Like when she's screaming and all that, like her mic is totally clipping, right? Like, I mean, I didn't make the audio like sound clippy. That's just how it sounds in the game compared to everything else. It's a little bit absurd. So yeah, in that little cutscene, I don't know if you got damaged or not, and I don't know if like the smoke inhalation here is damaging you in the game, because once again, Nightmare difficulty just gets rid of your health bar, and I kind of hate that decision because it just makes it harder to like, you know, judge this video. It's like, did I take damage? Did I not take damage? You know, just, I don't like that. But this entire section is just one big set piece. It should just be really easy as long as you just follow the prompts, you know, do your thing. I mean, in my first playthrough, I actually kind of ran around instead of going straight to the stairs, because I don't think the game did a good enough job of telling me you have to jump on the stairs. Like, I was just like, my exploration like just brain just kind of kicked in, and I started fucking around in the room, and I didn't know where to go. But all you have to do is just go to the stairs, and like the rest of this is just a big set piece to reach a certain vent. Except while doing this set piece, I think I fucked up one of the QTEs somehow, and she just fell. Like, I don't think I mashed it hard enough. I think like here, when I reach the stairs, you have to like mash the E button. And on my first playthrough, I actually failed at this point, and I fell, and I got really mad and pissed about that. So I guess, you know, be sure to mash that E button really, really fast, because if you don't, I think you just die. So yeah, once you reach this point, the QTE should just kind of calm down, and you'll just calmly explore this vent. I actually want to call back to a previous moment which happened in Mission 6 here. When you kind of like activate the fire thing by walking straight into it, there's actually two different ways our protagonist Ripley here can say fuck. She can kind of say it in the same way she said it in this video, just kind of like under her breath, like, fuck. Or she could like do a really guttural one, like, fuck! Like, I mean, not like so silly and nostalgia criticky, but like she said it in a way more guttural and like scared way, like a much louder way. But sadly, I did not get that one. I instead got the more quiet, like reserved fuck. You know, like she's trying to be quiet so that the alien doesn't hear her. But the other one, she just says it. She just boom. Yeah, like I don't know who voice acts the main character in this game, but she does a really good job of all of her like guttural dialogue, you know, guttural screams and all that. I believe in lore she is the protagonist of Ripley. So Ripley somehow has a daughter, and she's also named Ripley. Hey, Ripley's a good name, you know, keep going with it, especially nowadays. You know, it's a very iconic name. And I believe after we're all said and done here, we have finished Mission 6. Or have we? I don't even know. Just the beginning and endings of these missions are all over the place. Oh, I believe this is Mission 7. Once we reach like this big fireplace, because like when I was time coding the video, I couldn't really rely on the game telling me, oh, this is Mission 6, this is Mission 7. I had to rely on like, you know, what you see at the beginning of each mission when I was like checking the other YouTube videos, which did time code their stuff. So I was kind of like, okay, when does it start? When does it end? You know, and I kind of took place from that. When you see that fire thing, you have started Mission 7. And now I want to talk about some other things I missed on the outline, because so much has happened. Even just like the way I'm structuring this outline is weird, because I want to talk about like the movies, the different movies I saw along the way which relate to Alien. But like, when do I start talking about Alien 3? What's a good place for that? When do I start talking about the first Alien, Aliens, Alien Covenant, and you know, Prometheus, Alien Romulus? Because just, I don't know, I mean, at what points of the game will be like the dull moments where I can just yap about that? At what points of the game do I have to actually talk about the gameplay and specifically what I'm doing in that mission? I don't fully remember. Okay, so one fun thing about exploration in this game is that a lot of it is going to involve going to a place and then going back the way you came. So, I mean, that makes it a little bit easier to memorize things, and it's just kind of realistic, you know? Because, like, a lot of video games, they kind of, like, put you in a linear path where you just have to keep going straight, keep going straight, keep going straight. But this game, you know, it's kind of adapting more immersive sim qualities. I don't think this game really is an immersive sim per se, but it does kind of have a bit more of those qualities. You know, you're exploring areas, you're exploring, like, you know, facilities, slightly more grounded, realistic places. You're not really exploring like linear set pieces per se. So yeah, for this beginning section, you just kind of like just sneak your way through here to the ladder and just hope for the best that like there's no enemies in your path. And for the most part, this will work. So yeah, realistically, you don't just go down a straight path of gameplay. You know, in real life, you have to enter a place, and then you actually have to like physically exit the place as well. Unless you're on a roller coaster, which is specifically designed to avoid that like big, you know, complicated thing of real life. And you know, that's all designed to give you a beginning entrance, a beginning exit, so on and so forth. And one thing which you really want to happen is for the alien to go down and kill everyone there, but that doesn't always happen. But thankfully it did for me, which makes returning to that area easier as long as, you know, the alien still isn't creeping around. But yeah, something which I really, really wanted to mention is, I'm just trying to read my outline here. Oh, I got lost. But yeah, be sure to not forget the blueprints. The thing I wanted to mention is that this mission is going to get pretty complicated. That's not what I wanted to mention, but you know, I'm watching the Alien movies to have more stuff to talk about in this video, but one of the most charming things about the first Alien movie that came out, Alien, is just that it stands on its own. It's a very standalone movie. It's a standalone classic. It's a masterpiece. So just rewatching it, so I'm able to talk up this new video game, kind of feels counterintuitive, if that makes any sense. Like, Alien becoming a franchise is a bit sad, because like most of the sequels are so nihilistic. It's like they hate being sequels to the original Alien. To be fair, the original Alien is also like decently like cynical and nihilistic itself, but the nihilism of like some of the sequels kind of takes on a new texture. Because I mean, Alien Covenant's kind of a big one, because it just feels like even the alien just comes out wrong in that movie. Like, there's just so much stuff in that movie that feels like things are just going wrong, and it's like you're fucking with nature in the sense. You're like fucking with the classic original movie. So now they're just playing into that. I mean, it is directed by Ridley Scott as well. And also, you do kind of get the impression that as the movies go along, I mean, especially the Ridley Scott ones, he's way less interested in the alien and a lot more interested in like the synthetics and the androids and all that, you know, kind of playing into some of the stuff about, you know, are you human, are you not, God, heaven, hell. I mean, he tackled some of that stuff in the first Blade Runner movie as well. It's a topic that seems to be near and dear to Ridley Scott. Not sure how much of that infects his other movies, but it's that DNA is definitely in Alien. It's definitely in Blade Runner. I mean, he only made one Blade Runner movie. Though I guess maybe you could count like 3 or 4 if you count all the separate cuts that exist. Though he didn't have full authority on all those cuts. It's so weird. Blade Runner is like a whole other can of worms. So you have to climb up here, and I run into a very scary situation here. Yeah, no, just because like a lot. The reason I want to bring up that it's kind of sad that I watched the first movie to kind of talk up this video game is because I feel like a lot of movies and franchises is just kind of like you're only watching one to prop up another. I mean, I guess like a lot of the MCU movies are kind of like that, where it's like, oh, you have to watch this series because in the next movie they reference that series and they elaborate on a plot point there, and this series introduces another thing for the next series, and like you see how annoying that gets. I mean, if you're kind of tapped into the culture right now, I think you kind of get the idea of what I'm talking about. Well, I think what happens is that either when I was climbing up, the alien was there and I missed it while playing this game, or the alien's gonna pop up while I'm sneaking through the Blue's facility or whatnot. Something scary happened beforehand and I completely missed it because I was yapping about the MCU. Oh, lordy lord, what am I talking about here? So, but, I mean, let's just continue. Alien Isolation, this video game, really does do a fantastic job just recreating like the sets and locations from the first film. I mean, it's not like this entire game takes place in locations that are directly from the first film, but a lot of the architecture here is very similar or borderline the same from the Nostromo, because this is also another big carrier ship. So yeah, a lot of these areas are unique, but they still follow the same like aesthetic principles from like the first Alien, just like futuristic, like retro-futuristic, analog horror. Analog horror, that's a whole different can of worms. I'm not gonna get into that. But yeah, no, like the stuff is like analog futuristic. You don't have to press buttons. You're constantly pulling down switches, though I will say you spend a lot more time in this game pulling on switches and pressing buttons than they do in the first movie. Like, they do it like once or twice in the first movie. Well, to be fair, the first movie is like nearly 2 hours. This is like a 20 or so hour game, or 13, depends on how long it takes for you to beat it. I mean, my video is only 4 hours long, but that's me rushing through the whole game, skipping all the cutscenes. To be fair, skipping all the cutscenes doesn't save that much time, but yeah, it's me like playing in a very fast and efficient manner. So yeah, rewind my footage back to when I entered like the first hallway, which has like a pair of stairs, because the alien shows up there and I just completely forgot to mention him. It's like one of my favorite parts about this recording, and I forgot to talk about it in time to that moment because it was terrifying while playing it. Because like even if you follow the perfect speedrun strats, the perfect no damage strats, the alien are like RNG can still fuck you over. He could just like pop in because he feels like it. Like that's just how the AI is like designed. It has an element of randomness to it that just makes it feel alive and scary and snarling like a beast that's chasing you down. You can't like control it. You're a human being, you know. It doesn't have like a rational brain, but it's still like so deadly smart that it can like trap you in ways you don't even expect. Because it's a really well designed enemy for the most part. Though sometimes he can be a bit of an annoying bitch with how random he is. But for the most part, he's a fantastic foe to like sneak against. And sometimes, you know, fight against with like when you get the flamethrower. And on my first playthrough, I was able to use the shotgun to kind of like shoot him and like blast him back a bit. It doesn't like scare him, but if you land a shot successfully, he gets like repulsed by it. And that helped me like once or twice on my first playthrough, but I never did it on this playthrough because I don't know if Nightmare difficulty makes that strategy like useless or if I just kept missing my shots. And also I was saving my shotgun ammo for other situations in the game. But yeah, like even the alarm sounds are the same from the first film to this game. Like I know, just like the Foley sounds are also like nearly identical. So if you've seen that first movie, I mean, just rewatch it. It's a fantastic movie. I mean, I've only seen it 2 times, and the first time was years ago, and the second time was a few days ago. And yeah, no, just brilliant film. Oh, one of Ridley Scott's best for sure. I mean, to be fair, I feel like it's one of the best, or maybe the best of Ridley Scott. I think I like Blade Runner slightly more, though. And I think I just saw that there was a little thing I could collect here. So yeah, I'm just moving these things up and down, just trying to collect as much loot as possible. Some of this loot might be here, some of this loot might not be here. But the only thing you really need to do is collect that component thing. But, you know, the most amount of crafting materials that you have on hand will be very useful for later. I mean, by the end of the game, I get screwed over because I don't have enough flares or noisemakers, but that's a very specific moment. And I'll explain it when I get get there. I actually had to come up with new strategies, like kind of on the fly. There was one strategy I came up with that's like, wait, like 3 hours later. That was insane. That was absolutely bonkers, and it will be bonkers to witness it in real time. So yeah, not sure if the alien's gonna pop out again when I'm doing this, but you always have to be careful. You have to be kind of walking around. Like, I think I remember this section kind of tormenting me because I just had bad luck with the alien. Like, the alien will be in this hallway, or he would like be in that open area over there. Just had a really tough time with him. As for the stealth gameplay of this game in particular, I do think certain aspects of it are kind of like lacking, but kind of lacking in ways which like a lot of stealth games are, like modern ones, in the sense that like the enemy footprints just aren't that audible. Like, one of the best things about Thief the Dark Project, well, it was made in like an engine I think called the Dark Engine, and like just the way they designed that game, like every single enemy made a really loud like footstep because you didn't really have convenient ways to spot enemies. You didn't have a radar, you know, you didn't have like see-through walls visions. All you had to rely on was just hearing the enemy ahead of time, you know, surveilling, and then like trying to move around them. And in this game, if you're dealing with humans, a lot of their footsteps are kind of quiet, so it's kind of hard to tell. But with the alien, I gotta give props to the sound design. Like, the footsteps it makes are so loud and like noticeable, and like those little snarling noises it makes, and like little noises it makes when like it's kind of curious about something, or when it kind of noticed you, or when it definitely noticed you, or when it's about to approach you. All that stuff is so well handled, and it's fucking horrifying, dude. It was so hard to play through this game on that first playthrough in certain sections, because like, the alien, you know, props out to that. The sound design with the alien's really good. The humans, a little bit underwhelming. I don't know, the way they pop. I mean, they'll like say some dialogue out loud every now and then, but I just feel like they just aren't as audible for like a really great stealth experience. I mean, I also kind of have that slight issue with Dishonored. Like, the enemy footsteps in that game just are not very audible. But then again, you have so many tools to like circumvent this. You have like the see-through walls vision, which just automatically lets you see through walls, though it does make the game look kind of ugly because like everything just becomes like yellow paint here, grayscale everything else, instead of like witnessing the game's like beautiful art style like unaltered. Like, so yeah, the strategy here is you have to like run straight through here, and since the enemies are kind of shooting at targets, they won't notice you. But I fucked up this strategy by going through the wrong doorway. This is not the right doorway to go through. This doorway leads to like the bottom of the stairs in this area. There was like a completely different door I had to like go through, which actually leads you to the end of this mission. But no, I fucked it up, and I spent like a minute or two just fapping about because I didn't know what the fuck I was doing. And I go, you know, I guess I'll drop a save here. But the save I dropped, like, the enemies are already kind of alerted because I'm kind of making a little bit of noise fucking around here. Now it's like, it's gotten slightly harder to get past this game because I fucked up the directions here. So that's why you really, really don't want to lose like your sense of, you know, place in this game. You really have to know what the fuck you're doing. So yeah, no, I mean, I did a perfect like little speedrun strat there, which saves you a ton of time, but then I immediately squander it by going the exact wrong way. This was not the right door to go through. Like, I ruined the convenience that I already built up for myself. But I really did not want to not save because I already made it like so far into this section, and like, I mean, it was basically successful. I had to get past these human beings that are just way too scared to move from that location. So I screwed myself over, man, and it's so sad that I screwed myself over. But I found a kind of solution, which, you know, didn't save any time, but it didn't let me get damaged. So, you know, I fucked up, but the fuck up wasn't too bad. But I mean, like, just getting past that previous section with the alien and the robot, I mean, it takes a good amount of time, and the RNG elements are always fucking me over. So, you know, I got this far, I might as well drop a save. I did not want to repeat that again, but I'm just telling you, whew, big mistake there. But yeah, to elaborate more on my Dishonored point, I guess the reason why I bring up, like, you know, the footstep noises being, like, too quiet for being able to actually, like, detect enemies without using the overpowered see-through walls vision is that if you try to play Dishonored like Thief the Dark Project, it is slightly underwhelming. You know, if you try to stick like just the non-lethal path in that game is probably like, you know, the most underwhelming part of all the paths you can take, because you have less tools to do like, you know, non-lethal runs. You know, trying to avoid magic just isn't really like in your favor. And, you know, it's not a bad time. Honestly, even doing the non-lethal runs in Dishonored is still a fun time. You know, it's still fun sneaking around, great level design. But it just isn't really designed for that, honestly. There's just like a lot of slightly underwhelming elements to it, like the footstep noise is just not being that audible. But then again, Dishonored really isn't Thief the Dark Project. It's more like Deus Ex, where you have so many fantastic tools to like manipulate enemy AI, you have fantastic open levels to fuck around it and get out in, you know, enter, exit, so on and so forth. Playing the lethal path of Dishonored is like some of the most fun stealth you can ever have. It is a fantastic time. Just like the amount of powers you have, the possession, summoning rats, teleportation. Oh, the teleportation is just so cracked. I mean, even just engaging in combat is fun because you have like so many like advanced techniques you can like take advantage of, and there's a nice difficulty to combat. Stealth, maybe the stealth gets a little bit easy just from how overpowered you are, but like I don't want to like do any Dishonored to Dishonored. It is a fantastic game by playing it on its own merits. Though I guess trying to emulate the more methodical stealth of Thief, it's slightly underwhelming in a few areas here and there, I would say. And you know, I guess one of the things that makes me really mad is that despite some of the more slightly underwhelming elements of like trying to play Dishonored like a Thief game, it's still more of a Thief game than the actual Thief reboot that came out. The fourth game is so fucking mid, dude. It pisses me off. Like, how do you make a Thief game that's less Thief than the game that was inspired by Thief? Dishonored, just dude. I mean, it's mostly the level design. I mean, I just hate how like the new Thief game, the reboot, just railroads you. When every previous game, it was designed with like, you know, a more grounded approach in mind. You have to enter the area, then you have to exit the area, you know, and it's fucking complicated if you try to enter the area in a risky way, because then enemies are alerted. You still have to like sneak past them on the way out, or sometimes like your exit could get blocked in a weird way. I mean, like. But no, the new Thief game, it's just a straight road a lot of the levels, you know? You enter a level and it's kind of big at first, but once you reach a certain checkpoint, oop, you're locked in, you need to continue, you can't go back. It's like, I hate that design for a new Thief game, and they just did it. It's like, what the fuck, dude? This doesn't work for me at all. So yeah, no. So despite Dishonored having a few disappointing elements, if you try to play it in a Thief way, it's still more Thief than the actual Thief, like, reboot game that came out. So, you know, that's like that's probably like the most disappointing thing Eidos has like made for me in a while. Just, it does not match the trilogy that came before it. That's just my opinion on that. Is it really an awful game? No, you know, it's not like Custer's Revenge on the fucking Atari or whatever. But it was very, very disappointing, especially with how masterful the previous games are. Just, And I guess a big issue with that reboot Thief game is just the story is shit. The story fucking sucks ass, dude. Oh my goodness. I mean, like, the stories in, like, the original Thief trilogy were pretty cool. I mean, the cutscene style was also fantastic. Just, like, the fucking story of the reboot game is all over the place. It doesn't feel finished at all. There's, like, fucking 4 different huge plots going on. I'm always jumping in between them. And none of them are really that fun or, like, interesting or engaging. It fucking blows a big bag of dicks. Yeah, I'm the angry video game nerd, but in 20 years time. Except that guy's older than me. That doesn't make any sense. I'm just fucking speaking nonsense at this point because I got so mad at the Thief reboot. Anyways, Alien Isolation. This is definitely a game which I am playing. Except that on my outline, the future points are specifically about the flashback mission, which has not happened yet. I believe that the flashback mission is going to happen after this mission, but, you know, this mission is going to take a little bit while. So yeah, once you activate the console, an enemy is going to spawn in. It's going to be a dude, and we're just going to sneak around in the front there and just kind of wait for the dude to get out of the way because we need to flip like 2 switches. I think I already flipped one of the switches, and once I flip the second switch, it's going to spawn a robot in the area, and the robot is going to kill this guy. And then we actually have to kill the robot because we have to pretty much like use a torch to open a certain vent. And once we open, it takes a while. And if the robot's still in the area, like the little vent opening thing you do just takes too long, and you know he'll just get you. So we need to eliminate like all threats in this area. And I just saw a piece of loot on the ground to my right, and I didn't pick it up. What was I thinking, though? I did run into certain situations in this game where I just had way too much scrap metal for my own good, but I didn't have enough of the other materials to actually use the scrap metal to like make something like actually useful. So it was just like a whole complicated little thing. So yeah, the robot has already spawned in. He's choked out the guy by now, and now we need to defeat the robot. And what we're going to do is we're going to use the stun baton and beat him to death afterwards. Oh no, he hasn't killed him yet. So the enemy actually kind of like blended into the background there pretty nicely. Well, I mean, not nicely for me, but he blended into the background. So yeah, you have to time this well because if you fuck up like hitting him with a stun baton, like his forced grab animation will get you. So yeah, most of the time, if you do that stun baton to him and you just beat him with a wrench, it should work. But I've had rare situations where I did that and then like the robot would just grab my hand after like the 4th strike. I don't know. And the same thing kind of happens with certain grenades or whatnot. Not the EMPs, because honestly, like Free MZ, like he approaches like destroying some of these robots in a way which approaches some of these robot encounters in a way that just doesn't make sense to me. Like it has to be like a speedrun thing, mind you. What I'm referring to is very specific, and also like 2 to 3 hours later. I mean, that's like the most recent gameplay I've done, so that's what I'm remembering. Though I am decently remembering like some of these situations here. Here I think I get a little bit lost. I'm trying to get like maybe the torch upgrade or something, or I'm just like exploring around. But what I really have to do is just oh yeah, I'm probably getting no, I already got the torch upgrade. Wait, did I? No, I didn't. You get the torch upgrade here, and once you get... I mean, I say upgrade, but isn't this like the first time you get the torch in general? Let's see, if it's level 1, it's a gas flame. It's a cutting torch. Yeah, this is the first time you get it, but you will get upgrades for it later. And those upgrades are very nice for just speeding up the process. I actually run into like a weird... Oh, and here I think I'm just trying to collect more objects, or I just got lost on where I had to go. I think I just got lost on where I had to go. So my cup of coffee just hit like my microphone thing. I have like a little piece of cloth here. Like, it's not a piece of cloth. It's like a weird fucking thing which makes my audio sound better so that the popping noises don't like come out. It's like a layer of something covering my actual mic so that, you know, the popping noises don't come out when I say words that, you know, pop or bop or cop, you know, so on and so forth. So like those things don't like destroy. So yeah, in the beginning it is pretty slow. It gets a lot faster later, but I run into this weird issue where, like, you know, if I want to like do a diagonal line and I just hold one direction, like the character just moves very slowly with it. So like I don't know specifically at what points I have to go diagonal and what points I have to stop going diagonal, because if you're going right and you try to do diagonal, you go slower. So for speed running, I feel like that's like some tech I need to get down. Not like I plan on speed running this game. I feel like this no damage is good enough for me. If I'm going to speed run any game, I'll probably try out the Yakuza franchise instead of Alien Isolation. Just kind of stick more to my wheelhouse, my house of wheels, roundhouse. There was a certain phrase for that worked so well, and I just forgot what it was. Completely forgot what it was. Yeah, no, I don't really know what to talk about at this point. I mean, like, the way I kind of have like my movie discussion parts like set up, I mean, they show up like way later in my outline, though I could probably talk about them now. Just not sure if like something very memorable happens in this section. I think this might be one of the easier parts of the game. And well, at this point, still don't run. Oh, wait, did I just start running like an ass? I'm just running straight like an asshole. Never mind. You can run. I guess like because we're in a part that doesn't really like have the alien. Oh wait, there's a really interesting thing you do here. We call that lowering the rent in the speed run, because what's supposed to happen is that enemies are supposed to show up through that door, but if you fire a revolver blast, like before they enter the room, they all get so scared they never come down here. You just avoid that encounter. I'm pretty sure like the way I did it like before, I might have just thrown a pipe bomb on my first playthrough to kill them all, but we're not killing any humans on this run. So yeah, just lower the rent, shoot the gun once, and then they won't show up again, and you have to call the train as well. Or the train may or may not already been called. I mean, I think I just have short-term memory loss here, but yep, that's the strategy for this area. But once for the most part, this section is easy. All you have to do is, you know, make the robot kill the one guy, kill the robot, you know, traverse the area. Once you reach this point, do this little strategy, lower the rent, get on the train, and most of what you're going to do after that is going to be pretty straightforward. Though I guess if you didn't know about this strategy of shooting the gun, it will be a little bit harder to deal with like the 4 enemies that come down here. I mean, not like you want to kill them, but sneaking past 4 walking enemies is still kind of hard. I mean, you can maybe use a flare here, but you're better off saving the flare for more, like, for situations where you can't just scare them with one gunshot. So yeah, we're not really going to use a revolver to kill anything in this game. We're only going to use it to get by things or to scare things. Or to cause noise to attract things, but it's never going to be a weapon of murder. Even though on my first walkthrough, well, not walkthrough, but my first playthrough, I did kill a couple things using it, but I wasted so much ammo. But at the very least, I was playing on the lower difficulties where you got to have a little bit more ammo. Like, I got very kill crazy with the androids, and yeah, killing the androids in this game does not count as a human death because, well, they're androids, you know? So you don't really lose the achievement by doing this. Now, what I'm doing here, I don't know. I think I'm just kind of running to the end of the room to get some loot. I might be running towards a save point. But yeah, it seems like the alien doesn't really matter at this point because he's kind of like stuck somewhere else, so we're just running around. Now, which mission this is specifically, I mean, I'll have to look at my YouTube video to kind of come up with that. So I guess I'll just start talking about like Alien 3, because the entire time I was watching Alien 3, I was expecting like a weird white baby face alien to pop up. But no, that one is actually from Alien Resurrection. And the reason I know this is because many years ago, I didn't see Alien Resurrection, but I did see the Nostalgia Critics review of Alien Resurrection. Like many years ago, I was a big Nostalgia Critic fan. I saw a good amount of his videos, and it's just weird because I spent years not knowing that I watched that specific Nostalgia Critic review. But like that, like memory sitting in my long-term mind just kind of popped up when I was like, when I was watching Alien 3, and I was like, okay, when is the white baby face alien gonna pop up? And it's like he never popped up because he's not in that movie. I'm like, oh shit, is he from Resurrections? How did I know he was from Resurrections? I saw the Nostalgia Critic video years back, and it was like, that was crazy, man. That was absolutely crazy to reminisce about. And I rewatched the video recently because watching that 20-minute video is definitely a lot shorter than watching that entire movie. So I wouldn't recommend doing that with like every single movie in existence. Don't just watch the nostalgia critics take on it and take that for your own. Watch the movie for your own opinion, you know? Craft your own opinion, because the nostalgia critic can be wrong personally for you on many levels. I mean, I feel like the most famous modern example of that is just the nostalgia critics like parody review critique of The Wall, where he sings The Wall again, but like he changes the lyrics to like criticize it. Like, yeah, that's like his most like maligned video in like modern times. And a few scholars say that his video about Bill Cosby is maybe a little bit worse, but I never saw that video because of how shit The Wall video is, which I also never saw. I mean, I just saw people's like critiques on it, and I heard a couple of the songs. I'm kind of like, yeah, I don't gotta hop on this. I mean, hey, when you make videos for over 10 years or so, you're probably gonna release a stinker at some point. It's just that was such an ambitious stinker. It's not like he was lazy in that video. I mean, he was lazy in certain ways, but that overall production is not lazy at all. It was so ambitious, and for what? Oh, maybe misguided might be the right term for that. And here I tried to create a slightly cinematic angle, and boom, we're finally at the flashback mission. But yeah, no. The fun thing about the Nostalgia Critics Alien Resurrection video is that this is a review from the era where he didn't do skits. Because in the modern day, Nostalgia Critic videos are mostly kind of filled with these really elaborate like skits between like 3 people, and he has like a blue screen, so he puts himself to like a weird environment, and they're usually criticized for going on for way too long. Like it's kind of inspired by like a show he did called Demo Reel. And honestly, the demo reel style has just kind of been it's been kept alive through his new Nostalgia Critic videos. But this one is more like old Nostalgia Critic style, where like every single skit or joke is around like 5 or 10 seconds, and whenever they get really elaborate, it's maybe like 30 seconds or something, but nothing too crazy. So it was a little bit more tolerable than like some of the stuff he released before. Nostalgic for me. And I remember why I remember the babyface alien is because that was one of the main jokes in that video. He kept going like, why does the white alien keep making the weird baby face even though he looks like a fucking monster? It's a very weird like tonal shift, because it's like, oh, look at the puppy eyes. But yeah, now that we're in the flashback mission, I can actually continue with my outline in the way that I want to continue. Wait, but it's weird because I have this point that I freeze MZ in one part of his no damage video uses smoke bomb to get past some human enemies, but I placed this point before the flashback mission discussion because I thought that mission happened before the flashback, but I'm pretty sure that mission happens after the flashback, so my outline is just kind of structured wrong. Oh, and doing the scary voice gave me the hiccups. Whenever I do grumbling like that, I don't really have a method to avoid the hiccups. I just have the hiccups. Oh dear. And I'm only an hour and 21 minutes into a 4-hour and 28-minute video. I wonder if drinking more coffee will help. Oh, imagine like hiccuping while like I'm drinking something. I mean, that'll just spill over the keyboard. That'd be disgusting, man. So I'm gonna chill with the funny voices for now and just hope that the hiccups go away naturally, because I'm gonna need to bring back the funny voice 3 hours from now. But yeah, no. In the flashback mission, you lose the ability to perform a peek. Remember the peeking technology I talked about in the first 3 to 4 minutes of this video? That's completely gone here. You press the control key and it does nothing at this moment. And I should probably elaborate that yes, you can change the key bindings of this game because, well, you're playing on a keyboard. And even with a controller, with a lot of games, you can change the controller bindings. But yeah, I've seen like certain speedrunners just like make some really crazy like key binds for this game. Like instead of like pressing E for everything, they changed it to F. And instead of like, pressing E to like activate hacking, they use like the mouse wheel, and it's just like slightly faster, and that's why they do it. It's some really crazy stuff, but yeah, this flashback mission is just a complete hallway, and I have some thoughts on that. Some thoughts I elaborated on that I'm gonna just kind of talk about them now. It's a little bit wordy, but recreating the environments from the first film perfectly in this game is all well and good, but it wouldn't really matter much if it was just like a walking sim or an amusement park ride, basically. Like, I mean, if it was just like walking through Disneyland, I mean, it would just be fan service. Be like, okay, it's very pretty, but I don't really care. What's so great about this game for like most of its runtime is just not being able to explore these interiors like you're at Disneyland, but being able to experience the actual fear and terror that was in that first movie for yourself through the gameplay systems present here. It's that combination that makes for just a really excellent time. And that's why this flashback mission just feels so lame in comparison. Like, at first there's like kind of cool stuff happening here. Like, I really like how your motion sensor is different from the one you use in the main game, and I gotta tell y'all, I'm not gonna be using the motion sensor much throughout this video because, well, I already have like strategies that are locked in. Though on my first walkthrough I was using it a lot, but there's a really crazy thing about the motion sensor where, you know, if you're really close to an enemy and they use it, they can actually hear it and lock in on your position. So it makes it a little bit like annoying and more tense to use it, but yeah, during this kind of no damage run when I already have like the strats locked in from another YouTuber, I'm not really going to be using the motion sensor too much. So you're not going to see that really cool design. It is a really cool design though, but you're not going to see much of it. But this entire section here, this entire flashback mission, is basically just a Disneyland recreation of a sick-ass moment from the first film. And the reason I'm not complaining that the rest of the game is fan service is because they've adapted more than just the look of Alien. They've adapted the experience, right? And that just really isn't happening in the flashback, but to be honest, it's still kind of cool. And also, if I actually had to do stealth in this moment, that might have been too overwhelming considering how overwhelming most of this game is. Like, honestly, doing stealth in this section and like actually being able to die and like having to like face a challenge might have been like too overwhelming for my poor heart. But yeah, no. I mean, I am kind of saying these things like slightly definitively, but what you have to remember about game design is that, like, you know, some people be saying shit so definitively, but it kind of depends, you know? Like, I mean, there is no one way to solve anything in this game. For one, there's no one way to view this mission. I mean, I'm just saying, oh, it's like an amusement park ride, it's not as engaging as the rest of the parts. But you can also say, this is a nice, like, pace breaker because the rest of the game is so stressful, you gotta have, like, this moment to just kind of chill out for a bit and just soak in like the beautiful atmosphere and graphics and just like art style of the game instead of being so stressed that, oh, I have to hide from the alien, I have to hide and do this. But I still think it's kind of lame because, well, I mean, this game already just like the pacing is a little bit weird as you keep going and going and going. Like, the game does feel a little bit too long for its own good, though. On another level, I just think that it's nice that we actually have a game that's like decently long and it's not like super short. You know, it's not 4 hours. Yeah, a little angry, little Joe there. But yeah, just, I don't feel like the experience and the tone of this moment in the film is translated here, like, at all. In the sense of, that moment in the film, they're lost, they're exploring, there's like a sense of terror going on here. But when you're playing it in the game, you're not really feeling that. All you're feeling is, I'm walking through this hallway, it's linear, there's invisible walls everywhere, because if they actually, like, model this entire place to be, like, realistic, it would be confusing as fuck to navigate, and, you know, true, it would be. So, you know, it just doesn't really feel that tense. There's not much going on here in terms of gameplay. You're just slowly walking. You know, there's just not much here. So, like, the tone and the experience really hasn't been translated. You're just walking through a recreation of a sick-ass moment in the movie, which is just kind of neat. But it just is not as excellent as the rest of the game. But then again, I feel like if I went to the developers and went, hey, don't recreate a pitch perfect one-to-one recreation of the ship from the first Alien, like, just don't do it because I have complaints about it, they'd be like, what the fuck are you talking about, dude? Especially when they start like designing some like the more like really H.R. Geiger, like, you know, iconography here, like this little hallway that looks sick as fuck, dude. Are you telling us, the Sega developers, to not do that? Like, are you stupid, bro? I mean, maybe, I don't know. But let me just completely change the topic. Yo, fuck sticky keys. I hate, they fucked with me when I was playing Splinter Cell 1. What are sticky keys? So on the Windows, like, I don't know, keyboards, laptops, the Windows system in general, if you spam the shift button too many times, like, you'll get kicked out of your game. You get this annoying little noise, and it'll be like, hey, do you want to turn on sticky keys? No! I don't want to turn on sticky keys, dude. They fucking suck. I don't even know what they are. I hate the fucking sticky keys, dude. Because when I was playing Splinter Cell, there's certain like maneuvers in that game, if you're playing on keyboard, that require you pressing like the shift button like in quick succession. And whenever I would do that, oops, I got kicked out of the game paused, I have to go turn on sticky keys, it fucks up my recordings, dude. And the same thing happened to me in Alien Isolation, because there's certain moments in this game where I do speedrun tech where I'm just tapping the shift key, so I can like kind of sprint without making noise, and yeah, the fucking prompt came up, and like this time, I was like, no, I'm turning that shit off in the settings, take me to settings right now, I'm turning that shit off! Dude, it pissed me off, it actually like pissed me off, so... shout out to Sticky Keys for how much they fucking blow. Ugh, dude. And my recording is kind of like messed up. I mean, I'm worried that my voice might be glitching out and like being a little bit slow because my footage is running slow in the editing program here. I mean, it is 4K and like it's like 4 hours and 28 minutes. Like the whole thing is 70 gigabytes. When I use like the H.2 like 65 like encoding software, which I think is like HE like CV, this is like the first time I like encoded a video in that software, just because like that's like the sort of software used for like 4K videos if you want to like lower like the size of them, because when I tried to encode it in like H.264, the file size was so massively big, it shut down my computer. Well, it didn't shut down my computer, but like when the entire thing was done, the entire video was not encoded because it was too fucking big. But yeah, no, I really should have put my talking points about the first Alien movie like way earlier in my timeline here before talking about like the missions which come after this point, because this is the exact moment I should start yapping about Alien 1, because there's nothing else going on here. This is basically just callbacks to the first movie in like a slightly new context, or just in the context of you get to walk through it. And walking through it, even though it doesn't have the same feeling of the movie as in watching it and watching that scene and watching those characters go through that moment, it's still pretty sick. But I don't know, maybe this would be a cool place to like chill in like VR chat or something. But yeah, let me talk about Alien 1, the first film, the second film directed by Ridley Scott, which is fucking crazy, man. Like, what? Just killing it this hard on your second movie? I mean, movies are a collaborative process. Oh yeah, this mission's gonna end pretty soon. Wait, nope, I'm wrong. First you do this section here, which, you know, got this alien architecture. It looks sick as hell. And then you have to go back downstairs and go down a little hole, and then the mission ends there. Bada bing, bada boom. But yeah, no, when you first meet like the eggs, which have the face huggers in the first Alien movie, I was expecting the plant to immediately open up, because like that's how it is in this game and how it is in most of the other movies. Like, you know, once you reach that plant, it just opens up in that really unsettling fashion. But it takes a good while before that happens in the first film. Like, at first you hear the monster inside hiss, and then the dude looking at it pulls out a drill. So I was like, wait, what? Are they just gonna drill it open before like before the flower opens? But after he pulls out the drill for a little bit, then the flower slowly opens, and then like what I was expecting to happen happens. But it's just that like I was so used to the way it happens in like every other version of like that event and the other movies and video games and all that, that the way it happens in that first movie just kind of threw me for a loop. I was like, oh, I was not expecting it to be like that. And also, I forgot that like the first Alien movie already kind of has like an iconic bitch line straight from the first movie. I mean, yeah, the one from the second movie is a lot more iconic, you know, where Ridley's like, you know, get away from her, you bitch. And that line gets referenced in the most cringy fucking way possible in Alien Romulus. Like, Alien Romulus just has so much good stuff going into it, but then it has like stupid ass fan service shit that I don't fuck with. Like, they used AI to like bring back a dead actor, which just, that character just sucks in a Romulus. Like, there was no point in bringing him back except for fan service. It was like I had to point at him and go, I know what that is, I know what he does. And honestly, that's its own talking point. But I want to finish the talking point I was already on. So, but yeah, no, there's like a moment in like the first Alien where like Ridley refuses to like allow her crewmates inside because they have a fucking weird alien and they're probably infected. And like if she lets them inside, they'll probably all die. And she was right, but you know, I mean, it is kind of an asshole-ish move to do that. But it was completely necessary in that context. But yeah. Even though she didn't want to let him in, another crewmate lets them in and pretty much fucks them all over. And then like the chick that got trapped outside, which Ridley was planning on leaving outside, she just walks up to Ridley and goes, "You bitch!" and just like smacks the shit out of her. I was not expecting that at all. Like, I mean, but yeah, no. Even from the first film, like the people just are exclaiming that word at a very high volume and just doing something memorable immediately after that phrase. Though the most memorable like version of that is probably still in the second film, and you know, it's earned. That moment in the second film is very iconic, though I really don't want any future movies to like copy that thing verbatim. Even the way Alien Romulus copies that moment is so fucking cringe. They like copy it in a way where it's like, oh, this character's nowhere near as cool as Ripley, and it's just not funny. I would have preferred if he said literally anything else, because it's like, you don't even know the person. How the fuck are you saying this line in general? Because I mean, it's kind of cringy when like, you know, when MCU movies like bring back like an old character and they say their iconic line, you know, in Spider-Man No Way Home, I don't know, Deadpool and Wolverine, you know, you got like the famous characters from the previous movies, they say their iconic meme line, but at the very least, they know they said that line. You know what I mean? Like, it's kind of cringy because it's like, you know, how would they know that it's a fun thing to say? Why would they say it again? You know, the context of that gets a little bit muddled, but at the very least, that's something they actually said. But in Alien Romulus, how the fuck, where did you get this fucking information, dude? Wait, you're not Ripley. You're not even a mimetic clone of Ripley. The fucking aliens doesn't exist in your universe. You just are in the universe, but you're so disconnected from that character. So it's like, why the fuck would you even mention it? Ugh, dude, it just pisses me off. It was just it was such a cringe moment, man. And I do want to continue yapping about the first Alien movie, but we're actually in Mission 10 now. And Mission 10 is one of like the first really long missions in the game. Like, for the most part, like the missions are around like 6 to 12 to 15 minutes, while the long missions in this game are around 30 to 40 minutes. And yeah, in those 30 to 40 minute stretches, I don't do it all in one take because, you know, there are save points in a decent amount of the game. So if you really wanted to play it as conservatively as possible, or just as safely as possible, you can spam the save points. I don't exactly spam the save points unless there's like a really difficult section like coming up. So this is going to be filled with a good number of very difficult sections coming up, and there's going to be like very specific strategies I have to talk about. But I want to continue yapping about Alien 1 first because I'm not done with my points. So in the first film, that facehugger creature pretty much stays latched onto the person for like a really, really long time compared to how that scene usually goes in the other movies, because like in the sequels and in other media, like once the thing like latches onto somebody, like they're very quick about like trying to get it off or cut it off. You know, it's a very stressful scene. Everyone's like shouting, you know, and even if they do manage to cut it off, like the acid spills on the person, so on and so forth. But in the first Alien film, they just don't get it off. They spend like a good 4 to 5 minutes like trying to get it off, failing, you know, like just moving back and being like, we can't get it off. We're just gonna leave him there and just wait for something else to happen because, you know, he's still technically alive. And it's just like, that's like kind of more scary, you know. You're just like forced to sit there and be uncomfortable with the fact that this guy is just completely fucked and like the alien is just like fucking him, dude. Like, you just have to sit with that fact. You don't get to like, you know, be all tense and like have a tense moment, you know, like a tense action scene. No, it's just, you just sit there and stay really uncomfortable with this horrific like event happening. It's just so different, man. And, you know, maybe that was done because they didn't want to like spend too many like elaborate scenes with the thing crawling around or like with special effects or whatnot. Because, like, I mean, it's kind of like a weird puppet thing, you know, they don't have like CGI to make it like move in more intricate ways. So it might be a cost-saving measure, but it just works. It works beautifully for that moment. Just like a lot of Alien 1 works so well for creating a really tense atmosphere. Like some of the corners they cut are just really great artistic choices for like that tone as well. I will say though, like maybe some of the limitations of the time kind of pop up in the first air duct scene of the first Alien movie. Like this is like when the baby was already born and it's like kind of crawling in the vents, and one of the guys tries to hunt it down in the vents. And, you know, it's a really tense scene. It's really well done. The lighting's great. You know, there's like the little beeping of the motion sensor, and, you know, it's getting closer. It's getting closer. It's getting closer. And it's like, oh man, oh man, oh man, oh man, oh man, oh man. You know, what's gonna happen? What's gonna happen? What's gonna happen? You know, it's really tense. And then the alien finally pops up. Except the way he pops up, you know, like the face shows up, and, you know, the face is really creepy. But the way he like articulates his hands, he just does like a little, you know, that pose which Neil deGrasse Tyson like does, and like all the memes of him, or just like the black and white meme, the little drawing of him back when Rage comics were still a thing. The alien just hits that fucking pose, or like a pose similar to like he's trying to like grab him physically with his hands, and like the alien never does that, like that sort of that specific pose again, because it just looks so silly. It's like he got caught. It's like, oh, it's like they caught him with his hand in the cookie jar. It was such a silly little like frame in that movie, compared to like everything else going on there. And it's very easy to forget because I forgot about it when I saw that movie in theaters, and I didn't really pick up on it when I was watching it. But if you're really paying attention, he's such a silly little guy. But yeah, now I need to go back into my outline because my points about Mission 10 specifically are actually before I started yapping about Alien 1 or yapping about... Okay, there's like one section where I gotta like call out I-Free-MZ. Not sure if this is that section in particular. I mean, if I have the revolver equipped, I don't think it's that section. But yeah, a lot of this section is just kind of running around. Well, not running around. You're not supposed to run at this point, because if you technically run, you will get caught by the alien. The alien will drop down, but I'm just spamming the shift button. And by this point in time, I have turned on the sticky keys because they suck and they blow. So, not sure if these guys are friendly or not. Oh yeah, these guys are friendly at the moment. So that's what I was talking about when I said I had trouble like differentiating between like friendly NPCs and like, you know, hostile NPCs, because like there's not much difference between them. You know, they're all human. You know, when you enter the area, they're not aware of your presence immediately. So it's kind of like, fuck, you know, before they become aware of my presence. Because with the enemies, once they're aware of your presence, they start shooting you. So I kind of wanted to avoid that. So every now and then, I threw a pipe bomb at, like, you know, innocent civilians, just to like avoid them being enemies, but they were never going to be enemies in the first place. And, you know, before, when I was exploring this area, everyone was hostile, but now this area is kind of populated by friendly guys, and I'm kind of telling these friendly guys, hey, go to this other place to be safer there. And like they kind of are safer until like a couple chapters later in the game where all they get slaughtered. Like the nihilistic, like cynical tone is still kind of here. Though I will say, I do think the ending of this game sucks, but I don't want to talk about that until we reach the ending. And, ooh, talking about the ending of the game, and it's only like an hour 40 into the video. I mean, I might be rushing things a little bit too much. Wee woo, wee woo. But yeah, I'm trying to see if there's like any other like point on the outline I should mention. Because at the current moment, the only thing you really got to keep in mind is like just exploration's a little bit tough. You have to remember where to go. I believe like right now you have to like lock down the area. When I was like playing this section on my first playthrough, it was kind of confusing. I'm kind of like, where do I go? What do I do? Even like opening up the map, I'm kind of like, what am I supposed to do? Because I don't even think the map is like that useful in like locating every single like location you need to like lock down. But you need to go downstairs. You need to go here. You've been here before, but now you're going to be exploring a couple other locations because like going down here leads you to like another staircase. Wait, I'm not even sure if that's what happens. I think you're going to use this computer to maybe get a code to open a door. No, you're going to use this computer to open the door. And once you open that door is going to lead you to another stairwell. And like there's like 2 or 3 entrances you need to go into that stairwell specifically. Honestly, this is actually a piece of good game design, or just like good map design. Or maybe it's a reason why some of these areas don't get nearly as confusing as they could be, is because while it is all connected, a lot of these areas do kind of serve as their own isolated levels. So you could think of this entire mission as, you know, the area before, the stairwell before, and then this stairwell as well. But honestly, if you want to just cut it up into pieces, you do just spend a good amount of time just in these stairs. And once you're done doing like the objectives in these stairs, you retreat to the previous stairs. And I can kind of think of those 2 areas as being very separate because they're just very separate designs. They don't like intermingle too much. So it does feel like those 2 areas are isolated. But yeah, you kind of just have to go down these stairs, enter a couple areas, shut it down, and then you get to the point where once you shut down everything you need to shut down specifically, then you're going to go have a little bit of a face-off with the alien. Well, face-off? More like you have to go touch a machine and then escape without the alien trying to kill you, and then like everyone screws up so the alien escapes anyways. But even if they trapped the alien successfully at that point, they still would have been screwed because like the alien had got up to some weird shit which nobody was aware of until like way later in the game. Honestly, probably the AI was probably like, the Apollo AI was probably like the only one who was like kind of aware that the alien was doing some weird shit in weird sections of this big ass ship. Ooh wee. Maybe I should just start talking about the other alien films, but like no, this is a really interesting part of the game. But no, technically right now this is all set up for when the game gets really interesting with just like a really tense stealth face-off, because I tried to follow the speedrun strats, but like the alien was acting like so weird and erratic, and like well, not so erratic, honestly. He was kind of nice compared to how he could be, but he started doing some shit that he was not doing beforehand. So yeah, here I'm crafting a smoke bomb for a later section in this game, which is very specific to the goated like runner of this game, which I want to talk about later, but just we're not at that point yet, and honestly like that point will make more sense when we're at that point. I might repeat this point like 10 more times. Oh, there's actually a really interesting point which won't fully be understandable. Understandable. I'm just creating new words, new languages. But in the beginning of Mission 10, I did like a test run in order to get familiar with the level, but that test run, like for no damaging, it was kind of sloppy and slow, but I didn't take damage. I was successful in doing no damage, and I reached my save point, but I decided to abandon that attempt because I was kind of being slow and sloppy. But now every retry after that, this was like the process of me no damaging the level, kept fucking with me, and I didn't realize the game placed a manual save when I entered the train to get to this section of the game, so that was gonna fuck with my editing for, like so much. So yeah, this is like the first part of the game where instead of like, you know, editing in between save points, I had to edit between like an automatic save the game already placed in me, and I just don't fuck with that aesthetic nearly as much as editing in between my save points for this segmented run. So now this run is not segmented by the save points anymore. There's one segment that's just a save the game forced upon me, and this won't be the last time this happens, because near the end of the game really starts throwing those at you like it darts at a dartboard. But yeah, this is like the first time I got fucked over by it, and I just didn't realize it. I don't know if that's like completely scripted or if that was just like a weird moment in the game where he just decided to do that. I think like once you reach this part he kind of has to do that, but yeah, that was terrifying. I wasn't even expecting to see that happen, but it happened and it was awful. But yeah, with the flamethrower, so you get less loot in this game, and by extension you get less flamethrower fuel. So something which like speedrunners, or rather the goated YouTuber I was following, tells you to do is don't hold down the spray button with the flamethrower, just tap it. There's a lot of tapping buttons in this game which help you like beat it. So, you know, just tapping it like 3 or 4 times, you know, instead of doing like a flame, you know, shoot, you have to do burst, you know, boom, boom, boom. So typically they recommend like 2 or 3 bursts, but like I swear the speedrunner guy has way better luck than I do, because every time I do 3 bursts, the alien just fucks off and just grabs me anyways. But like in his video, the alien actually gets scared enough to, you know, go away. But yeah, no, just I was nowhere near as lucky. So yeah, once I reach like this point or a certain point in this video, the alien drops down again after I complete a certain. Oh, he's right there. Oh my goodness, that's this. I think like the speedrunner guy actually had like a strategy to run through this area very quickly, but I just ran face first into the alien. I did not want to waste any flamethrower fuel, so I'm going to do something which is going to be kind of rare in this video. I'm going to actually sneak around and engage in the stealth gameplay of this game, which the mechanics aren't anything like too complex, you know, it is kind of just line of sight, a little bit of audio here and there, you know, you're not really using the shadows to your advantage, but with the alien himself, it's so tense. It's so tense, like, oh my goodness. So this is like some actual sneaking gameplay. It's not speedrun efficient at all, but like it was so tense in the moment. I was like, ooh. But yeah, let me get back to the point I was doing. So yeah, I was fucking with my editing a whole bunch. And the new attempt I did was faster than the old one. The old one was like 15 minutes for that section. For the new one, which is in this video, is 13 like minutes for this section. So I think I saved like 3 to 4 minutes. And you can see my failed like run, or like my slow and like sloppy run, because I uploaded it as its own video with no commentary and commentary. And yeah, I got no views because I was just kind of fucking around. I also decided to get a little silly with the thumbnails, experimenting, trying to like put my face into it. Because like I feel like with YouTube, for the thumbnails to have like the most audience reach or retention, I think like it's been studied that putting your big ass face on the video is like the best way to go about that, even if it looks lame as fuck in like a lot of cases. But I mean, fucking point to like some of the biggest YouTubers around, they probably shove their face into their thumbnails in some way or another. I was just kind of fucking around with the editing, and I placed myself into like one of the promotional images for Alien Isolation. I just kind of kept laughing at it, so I just had to make it a thumbnail. But I don't think I'm going to go into that style for like quite a while. I don't think I'm like that popular yet. I'm just gonna stick with like the more simplistic thumbnails I'm doing. And speaking of the more simplistic thumbnails I'm doing, oh yeah, so like exploring this area can get a little bit tricky. It's not the most complicated area, but if you get lost, then it's easier for the alien to kind of sneak up on you. But once you hack that thing and like activate this thing, you're gonna want to do a strategy where you hit this wall with a wrench to pretty much draw the alien to this location. Because at this moment in time, you're waiting for a door to open. And yeah, that is a strategy I learned from the goated YouTuber. And then you want to just crawl your way into this corner and just, you know, the alien's going to be investigating that loud-ass noise you made by hitting the wall a bunch. Honestly, one thing you kind of want to do is you want to keep hitting the wall until you hear the alien drop down. I don't think I did that. I went a little bit earlier, but for, like, to be absolutely certain that the alien is definitely investigating the thing you want him to investigate, it's for the best that you keep hitting it until you hear him drop down. He's not going to drop down right in front of you. Like, the vents are just kind of a little too far separated from that specific area, so you'll have a little bit of time, not that much time, but a little bit of time to just kind of like sneakily crouch spam your way to this corner. You just kind of wait him out, and once you hear the door open, the alien is kind of scripted to run to the other room on the other side here. I like that open door over there. Oh, the alien's right there. Oh my goodness. But, you know, if you do this strategy, the alien will spend enough time in that corner and not doing anything there. In fact, oh yeah, I saw the alien run in the other room. Honestly, like, his footsteps weren't that loud because I think I was maybe, like, a little far away, or, like, my ears weren't being pointed in that direction. But, yeah, there we go. Successfully avoided the alien. Don't run in this section, mind you. I mean, if you run, I think the alien will spawn in again. But if you just walk and keep it nice and cool and stay chill, the alien's going to be too busy investigating that other room, and he won't care about you leaving this area. And yeah, no, it's also kind of easy to get lost in this area because there's like a lot of optional rooms. Oop, there's that one part where I had way too much scrap and I couldn't pick up more scrap. But I didn't really have any like useful items to craft to get rid of that like scrap. So I was just kind of stuck in a lose-lose situation. But I did make a smoke bomb for a section that's coming up like in the future. And the smoke bomb is necessary. But that section that's coming up in the future is a pain in the ass. Like, I'll tell you right now, I'm going to make a little detour just to reach a save point before doing this next section, because the next section is just very painful. It's like human beings, and like the strategy is run by them and hope they don't shoot you or hit you. But it's a really like small space, and you kind of want the human beings to be grouped up a certain way. And also the alien is capable of popping up here. So yeah, before going to the big stairs over there, we're going to take a little detour here just to like make an extra save, just so I don't have to like do the entire section before and this next section in one take, because the next section is just very painful. It's like, you know, it's very tight. It's like 30 seconds, but it's like, you know, just very tight, like, you know, action gameplay per se. You're not going to kill anyone. In fact, the reason that, you know, not killing anyone is what makes this section a lot harder, because, you know, maybe you just like shotgun blast some of these guys, or like maybe throw a pipe bomb at them and they would have made things easier. Well, I don't even think you can build a pipe bomb at this time. Do I even have the blueprints to build a pipe bomb? And do I even have the materials to build a pipe bomb? That's also another thing, because it takes a lot of materials in this game to build a pipe bomb, and you get less materials like on average in this game by a lot. So it's just like, woo. But now I think I'm going to talk about another point. I get so mixed up on my things, but what I want to talk about is just video games that have had art done by H.R. Geiger specifically. And I think those... Okay, this is the section. So you have to throw a smoke bomb there. And see, every time I run past this area, like the stairs are so small that like the guy just bumps by me and I get hit anyways. But I got lucky that the alien spawned in and like the guy's just like focused on the alien. Or rather, when I was running through the smoke, I believe that, like, I mean, I just ran past the guy, and, like, the guy gave me enough room to run past him, but, like, honestly, it was so random for me. I did not have that locked in at all. It was just, like, I got very, very lucky there, but generally, the strategy is use a smoke bomb to get past those guys. So now I finally get to talk about the outline point I've been waiting to talk about for the longest time. So I free, my acquaintance is being very loud right now, my acquaintance. But yeah, no. I free MZ in one part of his no damage video, and that part was the part I just did previously, used the smoke bomb to get past some human enemies, but he runs too close to it while it explodes, and I'm pretty sure he took damage from it. Like, yeah, you don't get to see his health bar because he's playing on Nightmare, and you won't see my health bar because I'm playing on Nightmare, but basically, like, I mean, there are, like, visual effects for when you take damage. Not always, but sometimes. And if you take damage from a smoke bomb, your screen will go kind of red and, like, your vision will get a little bit hazy. And that's what happened in this video. So technically, even though he says he took no damage in that video, I'm pretty sure he took damage at that exact point and he failed his run. But honestly, I'm not going to hold it too much against him. I'll explain later in this video. And also just getting rid of the health bars on Nightmare difficulty, I just think is bullshit. I think it should have just been an option you could turn on and off. But I believe by this point we are done with mission 10 and we are on mission 11. Well, no, this might still be part of mission 10. I don't know, because mission 10 is a really, really long mission. So yeah, no, I mean, typically, like, if this was like the previous mission lengths, like, they would have like cut this in half and this would be mission 11. But no, this is still mission 10. It's just a really long mission and it just kind of goes on for a while. But we've basically reached like the second half of it. Yeah, there's going to be a camera there, so just kind of, you know, watch out, hide behind a desk. We're going to turn it off, so we're going to keep using these weird little scanner things. But before we use that weird scanner thing, we're going to get this nice little torch. And then we're going to turn the camera off, and then we're going to use the torch to enter new locations. Though, I don't even... Does this happen, like, right now? Oh, it does happen right now. This whole section is actually very weird on the second playthrough, because on the first playthrough, I did a bunch of, like, weird stuff to get around the robot and all that, when you don't need to do it at all. And I just was unaware that you didn't need to do any of the complex stuff I did before at all. Because, like, on my first playthrough, I mean, you have to, like, hack that terminal without the robot noticing. Because if the robot notices, it becomes aggressive and tries to kill you. So what I did is that later down in the hallway, which I'm not going to go down in this version because I don't need to use the hallway, you can go to another computer, press a certain button, and that button will alert the robot to go to that computer. And while he's distracted and using that computer, you can go to this computer. Well, what I didn't know is that when you first enter the room, the robot basically just walks away, turns his back to you, and you have enough time to just, boom, use what you got to do in the computer, go back in, and then go through the door on the right. Oh, wait, no, actually, we're going to go to a completely different door, which we did open. Because if you immediately go, there's actually a mistake I did on previous attempts, is I would immediately go to the door on the right, and then to like do like one of the final objectives inside that room on the right, it would require me to pretty much like, you know, turn on a thing, which I'm going back here to turn on that specific thing. But if you don't go back here to turn on that specific thing, you pretty much like lock your progress in that room back there. And I just had no idea why. So I looked back at, like, you know, the goated YouTuber, how he did it, and it's like, yeah, you have to go to this room after you turn on that specific distribution system. And if you had the ability to look at your map and your objective markers, yeah, it probably would have been easier to realize, oh, you have to go to this area. But without that, I actually didn't, like, really know that I had to go back here. I had to, like, rewatch the strategy, and, oh, yeah, he took this whole detour to go to this room because turning that thing on turned this thing on, but turning that thing on at that computer also like opens the door on the right, and I thought that was the only thing you had to do, but nope, you have to go here to flip a certain switch, which is required for turning on a certain thing inside that other room, which is just, it just feels like this is such a weird objective. You know, I'm gonna be a hater. I hate this objective. Like, fuck this objective. I have to enter like this weird shower area to pretty much like flip this on, and that's a necessary thing you have to flip on another thing in the other room, which is all the way across the map there. Like, ugh, dude. But like this part of the game is cool. I do like this level, and like the way it climaxes is freaking sick, man. Honestly, I think maybe some of the pacing issues that come with this game is that this mission is too cool, and then like the other missions just aren't as cool with the alien, though. There's some dope stuff still later on. There's some dope stuff with the androids, but like this whole setup of like trapping, this feels like the end of the game, kind of, even though we're way too early for the end of the game. But it's just like such a great setup, and the way like climaxes, like that feels like such a climax, but the game just keeps going on, keeps trucking on. Honestly, that's kind of like a positive and a negative, I guess, because it's just so cool that like something this awesome happens and the game's not done. It just keeps going. It's just like, yeah, no, we're not done here. I mean, we still have a lot of like fuel in our sails, and you know, fuck yeah, man. I mean, if the game ended here, it'd be a little bit disappointing, right? I mean, the game's not done. There's still more mechanical things to do, because like Later on, there's sections with the alien which I don't think are as cool as this moment, but they're definitely like more challenging to get through. But I forget exactly when the alien pulls up. I think like he's kind of capable of pulling up whenever. I think there's gonna come a point where like I'm trying to like investigate a desk of some sort. Okay, not here specifically. Maybe in the room to my right. Because I think here you have to like duck under the camera. You have to turn off the camera because in order to go to the other room, that just require. There's not gonna be enough time to like open the door on like behind me and not have the camera catch you. So you need to turn the camera off. It's just necessary. I mean, if you want to prove me wrong, okay. But oh yeah, if the camera catches you, it makes a noise that's so loud that it attracts the alien. I think maybe in this room, for some reason, the alien decided to drop by, and it was horrifying, and I just wasn't expecting it, but I was able to react somehow. Or maybe he's scripted to drop, I don't know. It's kind of weird. I kind of get like the moments where the alien just drops by because he feels like it, and which moments are scripted, kind of mixed up, because the alien just kind of loves to mix it up on his own. Once again, he's kind of a random, weird animal, just the way his AI works. Oh yeah, I mean, I'm not an expert on the AI of the alien. Oh, I think something really, really weird happens where I go down the stairs and the alien is right there. No, that was in the previous mission, but I think something kind of similar also happens here. Maybe I might be hallucinating. This whole section is just actually very stressful because you have to like turn on this robot, but while you're turning on the robot, the alien does kind of pop up and they end up like hiding under like the cupboards. I might actually do a strategy that's like kind of slow just because the alien is like so scary and just like lurking around and it's kind of hard to get by him. Not sure if I use a distraction item to get by him. I mean, I do have a couple. So yeah, you have to like go into this computer twice. And the messed up thing about going to that computer twice is that once you select one action, it kicks you out, and then you have to kick yourself back in. Like the little kicking out and kicking in animations like take so long that it can very much like screw you over if the alien's like in a very inconvenient spot. Like this section can be kind of random, you know, because like the way the alien spawns into the area and decides to investigate can very much decide how well this goes for you. But you have to like pretty much go to the computer, turn on those two things, flip these two switches, and yeah, you can't do any of this computer stuff if you didn't go to like that one weird bathroom shower area and flip that one switch. If you don't do that and you don't flip the switch upstairs, you can't activate this whole process, and that's what kept fucking me over like the first couple times I tried to do this no damage, because I did not know you had to do that. But once you do all of that, you can go into this room. And now you can kind of start walking. And there's going to be a crazy point where I think you can start sprinting, not 100% sure. In fact, I'm pretty sure I am lost right now. And that's horrifying because, you know, I mean, the alien is lurking. You know, he could be doing stuff. But there's going to be a certain checkpoint you hit. And I'm not like a physical checkpoint in the game. The game's not going to like manually save or anything. But there's going to be like a certain area you enter where you're basically safe. And you can kind of just go a certain path and like it'll always work unless the alien gets really, really silly with you. Like, I mean, once you enter, like, the red room, like, you call the freight trailer carrier thing here, you crawl through here, you enter the red room, and then once you're in this red room, not sure if you're allowed to sprint. Let's see, am I going to sprint, yes or no? It seems, okay, no sprinting still, but you're basically safe at this point. As long as you don't sprint, the alien's going to be too busy, like, investigating the previous room, so you just kind of go in here, you go into this elevator, and you're pretty much locked in for the next part of Mission 10. Mission 10's not done, we still got more to do. And the next part is going to be super, super dope. But yeah, no. Just a very long, like, cinematic, climactic mission. I mean, this game's just got a couple of those. Oh yeah, there is a certain area later on. I mean, I don't want to spoil it. It's a big surprise, but I hate it. It's too stressful. It's like, there's one area that's like easily the most stressful thing in the game. Again, like the no damage / speed run strat just makes it all the more stressful because you're basically like fucking around with the alien's AI in ways that I would never want to do. Like, there's, like, certain strategies, like, later on in this game. I mean, there's honestly strategies I've already done. That's, like, the equivalent of, like, trying to outrun a Rottweiler and, like, trying to fuck with, like, his pathfinding in real life or something. It's, like, that stressful. Like a savage Rottweiler who's not trained. That's what, like, playing this game feels like sometimes when trying to do, like, a speedrun or a no damage. And, yeah, I mean, it's just as horrifying as that would be in real life. Okay, so yeah, my editing program is just having a hard time like rendering this video and my commentary. But speaking of Rottweilers, don't breathe. A Rottweiler ends up being like a villain in this movie if I got the dog breed right in that specific film, Don't Breathe. It's directed by Fede Alvarez. I mean, I hope I pronounced that right because he's also the director of Alien Romulus. So that's why I'm talking about Don't Breathe. Honestly, a lot of clips from Don't Breathe just get popping up on my YouTube. I'm like, you know what? Fuck, I gotta watch the full movie eventually. I mean, it was kind of like a hot button movie for some time. And it still kind of is, a little like home invasion thriller movie with a few twists and turns here. And for some reason, I always got the impression that people were kind of negative on this movie. Like just, I don't know, maybe the reviews I saw on Letterboxd or like passing comments on social media. It seems like people didn't really fuck with this movie for like specific reasons here and there. But actually watching it myself, it's alright. Like, I mean, I say it's all right, but like, I mean, the reason I consider it all right is because there's like so many like different elements that are either like really great, and then there's other elements that are like really, really middling or bad, and the combination of it just kind of creates an experience that's all right. It's a decent little like horror, like, you know, house thriller romp, and part of the reason why, I mean, it just holds itself up so well is just I think like a lot of the craft and like, you know, filmmaking is just really dope. Like the way they like present the house and all the different like layouts and just like the camera movements and that stuff is really sick. Stephen Lang, if I'm pronouncing that actor's name right, he plays like the main villain of the movie, a blind guy who was in the military. He's also the main villain in Avatar, but yeah, no, he's really fantastic in the movie, just like his physicality and the way he just like presents himself. He just becomes like really threatening, but you can kind of still believe him, like the way, like his mannerisms. Just a really great, like, top of the line actor there. Very, very nice stuff. But just like the main lead characters, though, I mean, okay, one thing is that basically everyone in the movie is an asshole. Like, no one's really likable. Like, the most likable person is probably like the chick, and even she's like not fully redeemable. But she's basically like the one with like the cleanest soul of like all the protagonists. Like, even the nice guy who's just kind of doing like a big nice guy act in the movie, he's just kind of like, yeah, he's putting on a nice guy act, so it just kind of makes him like cringy. But then the movie just kind of takes it a step further and just says, hey, Mr. Nice Guy, stop being Mr. Nice Guy. There's like a really cringy line that like the boyfriend drops. It's just kind of like, shut the fuck up. What are we doing here? But that guy also dies really quickly, so I guess the movie just kind of solves his little problem there. Though it does seem like a couple people take issues with like that guy dying immediately because like, from what I understand, he's like the only Hispanic like lead out of all of them, and like immediately, boom, just dropped like a sack of potatoes at the first notice of danger. Like, I guess a little slight racism, like fucking stereotype. I mean, the stereotype in horror movies is that the black guy always dies first, so they just kind of went for like the other minority in the room. But I don't really feel like it doesn't really come across that way in the movie at all. But that was just like certain thoughts I saw in like certain reviews. I felt like mentioning it. You know, we've got a lot of time to talk, so I mean, I gotta talk about that. But the main like off-putting thing about Don't Breathe is some of the sexual violence near the climax, because it's the weirdest like pull. It just like, it feels so fucking weird. It's like, oh yeah, we're doing this now, and just like, I don't know what commentary it's providing, and then like the villain like starts trying to justify himself in like weird ass ways, and it's just like, it just feels like the weirdest fucking turn out of nowhere. I mean, I feel like with a lot of these like exploitative, like, you know, graphic horror movies, like, yeah, some of that sexual violence is gonna be a little bit fucking weird and out there. But yeah, no, it was just kind of weird and out there. Yeah, it never goes like full tilt on it. You know, it like draws back right before anything like actually horrifying happens. I mean, it's fucking horrifying what's going on, but like they pull back before like anyone gets like, you know, but before they like fully commit to it. You know, the bad guy gets killed before the bad guy does like the full extent of like the sexual violence. But it still just feels like there was not really much reason for this to be here aside from it just being a trope in other movies. Because it just doesn't feel like it didn't really add much to anything. But all things considered, I mean, it could have been way worse. It could have been The Sadness. The movie The Sadness is like an adaptation of a comic series where there's like zombies, but they're like smart zombies. And the zombie virus, like, instead of making them like zombies per se, just makes them like the most evil people imaginable. So yeah, in The Sadness, there's like a virus that goes around which turns people into smart zombies, where they're smart, they have all their intelligence from their past lives, but like the way the virus like infects their brain, it makes their brain turn into like the most evil version of themselves, so they immediately try to kill and rape everyone around them. And you know, sometimes when you hear a concept, like a little concept like that, you kind of give it the benefit of a doubt, like, oh, maybe it's going to make a point about society, or they're struggling with something really deep here. But I'm going to tell you right now that the movie The Sadness specifically, it is about as shallow and disrespectful and as tasteless as you could expect. Like, there is no benefit of the doubt to give the movie. The movie is exactly what it sounds like, and it doesn't really have any message, any like strong message to like stand behind. It is just like weird shit for the sake of weird shit, despite whatever may come, whatever disrespect may come. They're just doing it and committing it to it. I will say, I mean, some of the gore is like really impressive, and like in the beginning of the movie, I think it has a really nice pace. But yeah, by the end, it's all just kind of like, yeah, everyone's evil and fucked and everyone rapes and this and that. And like the ending sucks too. It's just kind of like, yeah, everyone's evil and it sucks and it's dumb and yeah, bye-bye. And it's like, oh, okay. So yeah, here I'm actually a little bit confused, and I'm going to play a little bit of a ring around the rosy maneuver. And I saw the movie The Sadness at, I believe, the 2021 Chicago International Film Festival. It was a little like midnight screening, and it served its purpose there. But like, yeah, there really was like no meat on the bones besides like the prosthetic or like the fake meat they like pull out of like people's faces when the gore starts happening. So yeah, no, just wanted to mention that one. And also there's a little bit of, okay, so here there's just a big cinematic moment. Not much is gonna happen here, but whenever there's like a robot and it's on the ground and its eyes are glowing, if you walk too close to it, it will like grab you. However, there's a piece of tech where if you get kind of close to it but you keep staring at it with your eyeballs, it won't grab you. It's when you look away when the thing decides to kind of grab you. Yeah, that was a cutscene, though it's a weird cutscene because it's like from first person when typically the other cutscenes are like from a third person perspective. So that cutscene kind of looks more like gameplay, but then again the resolution drops and the frame rate drops because it's a pre-rendered cutscene and it's not like my actual like in-game engine like gameplay. But I skipped it, and now we're here. And like the stuff which happens in that cutscene is also pretty absurd. Like she's doing like some Superman maneuvers. Like it's kind of like the point I was talking about before, where this game for the most part is more low key like the first Alien, but every now and then like the protagonist just starts doing like some Superman shit, and that was definitely some of the most Superman shit in the game, which she does in that cutscene, which I skipped. You know, she's like flying in space. She's able to grab onto like the metal and like climb back up. Like, I'm not gonna throw any like dumbass accusations like Mary Sue or whatever, but like it was pretty crazy. Like, whoa. Like every now and then the game gets a little bit more exciting, and honestly it's not really like bad moments at all. It's just not exactly like the first film, but yeah, no, it just happens every now and then. Like she pulls some Superman shit out of nowhere. Oh man, it's funny mentioning the term Mary Sue because like whenever people complain about characters which fit that description, I don't know, fucking Star Wars discourse or whatever, they always like go back, oh no, that's not a sexist complaint at all, because you see, I like Ripley from Alien because she's a good example of a strong female character. Even when a lot of the female characters that like come afterwards are set up in a very similar manner, and they call that one like a Mary Sue, but they don't call Ripley a Mary Sue. So it's like, it's pretty fucking like double-sided, like two-faced, like that complaint, and it just basically boil down to sexism. Though I do want to clarify, I still don't like the main protagonist of like the Star Wars sequels. Like, I mean, I get that the people that complain about that are very annoying, but I still don't be fucking with Rey like that. Like, she just doesn't come off well. But to be fair, the trilogy does her no favors because the fucking trilogy's all over the place. Like, you know, you kind of start off with you start off with a certain idea in the first movie. The second movie kind of ignores those ideas and does something completely different. And then the third film does something completely different again, and we're just left with a very shitty conclusion, and nothing was really accomplished of worth, except that now we're never going to shut up about Star Wars. But to be fair, nobody has ever shut up about Star Wars since like it first like premiered, because you know that first movie, The New Hope, I mean it wasn't even called The New Hope back then, mind you, it was just called Star Wars. That was like one of the most popular movies of all time. That's why it's still one of the most popular movies of all time. So I feel like discourse around Star Wars is just never, ever, ever, ever going to end until it dies. And to be fair, if it's ever going to die, I mean, it is closest to dying now, because I feel like the brand has just kind of been like damaged with like all the projects. Like we got Disney Plus. You got a bunch of series. Like adapting the cartoon. I don't give a fuck anymore, dude. This is like so much easier when like it was a bunch of like main movies, and then like there was side material. There was like a bunch of books I'm never gonna read, and like there were some dope video games. But now we have all of that, plus we have like shows that are also mainline, and at this point the shows feel more substantial because the previous movies sucked. On some level, they don't suck really. The only one I think that like fully sucks is the third one, which I forgot that it was it called like Rise of Skywalker or something. Genuinely like what was the seventh one called too? I'm gonna stop thinking about Star Wars here, and I'm gonna mention that guy's trying to shoot me in the face with a revolver, and that was not part of my strategy. I just kind of fucked up here and was like hanging around too much. But this big fence, despite having some very visible holes, is just very much a wall, and it's gonna block any bullets that try to shoot you. And oh yeah, there was actually a very important point I need to mention about this mission specifically, because now we are in Mission 11, and Mission 11 has a very specific thing I gotta like shout out. But yeah, the very specific thing I have to shout out, I don't even think happens right now, or maybe it already happened. I doubt if it already happened, but the point I have written here is that in Mission 11, when returning, there is a chance for humans and robots to be in a room, but on my run, it was just 2 robots bless up. I think that's referring to the previous room. When you return to it later in this mission, it's like a slightly red hallway, and like, yeah, there's a chance that either 2 robots will be there. That will be like the good thing to happen. But the bad thing to happen is that there will be your robots and humans there, because one, you have to deal with the robots that could run up to you and kill you, But then you have the humans which could shoot you. And also, fun speedrun tactic from the goated YouTuber. Well, not tactic, but knowledge. Apparently, revolver enemies are more dangerous than shotgun enemies because apparently the revolver deals more damage than the shotgun. I mean, I don't know if that's realistic or anything, but just wanted to let you know. Oh yeah, this section can be kind of a pain in the ass to learn just because you have to like learn the different paths and all that. Like, okay, so after mission 10, the alien's gonna be gone for quite some time now. Like, it's gonna leave for quite some time. So yeah, I'm gonna drop a save here because the next section is gonna be filled with like a bunch of very exciting running around, a lot of robots you have to kind of manage. And we're not going to be killing any of them, we're just going to be running past them, but a few of them I'm going to have to shoot in the chest just so I can run past their, like, you know, patrol routes, because the way I'm rushing through the game, they're going to be right in front of me. But you also have to, like, learn where to go, when to go, what to do. And another part that's difficult in this section is that there's going to be a lot of choke points where there may or may not be human beings with guns that can shoot you right in the face, so you have to, like, manage that and also just be wary. There's one room in particular that was a huge pain in the ass because like a shotgun or like revolver guy just hides there for the longest time. And like, I mean, in the walkthrough the goated YouTuber did, that guy just didn't spawn for him, but me, every single time I went in that room, the guy spawned. And sometimes when I think he didn't spawn, he definitely spawned. He was just hiding somewhere. So I ended up using like a weird smoke bomb, flash bomb thing to kind of get past there. But I'll tell you, I have the worst luck with flash bombs in this game. Like, it feels like they don't have, like, the largest blast or effect radius on most enemies, because, like, I would use it and maybe one enemy gets done and the other guy is still trying to shoot me in the face because it just didn't work at all. I had more success with smoke bombs, but they're still difficult to use. Noisemakers and flares, though, I mean, mind you, I mean, I do very select strategies with them, but those always seem to work pretty nicely. But just like the smoke and flashes just seem to have like a bit of a weird effect. Okay, so here you kind of want to wait by the door and just, you know, wait for the androids to kill any humans with guns in this area. So yeah, right now the android is going for this guy. But how fast the androids go to kill this guy, or like, you know, how alert the guy with guns is about you. And here I got very unlucky and I just put myself in a bad situation. So yeah, boom, use the gun to get out. But you really don't want to set yourself up in a way where you have to use the gun to get out of that situation. It's a very sticky and nasty situation. So you have to kind of run here, go to the left, not get too close to the fire because it can damage you, go straight. And then also you got to figure out which doors open and which doors don't open. They all look the same, but some of them, you know, they don't go up when you go near them, and some of them do go up when you go near them. So yeah, here there is a way to like not waste bullets to get past that guy, but like, I just want to run through the area and not deal with like that timing. So I kind of go, I shoot him in the face, and then you have to like run up here to get a certain piece of dialogue. Once you get that certain piece of dialogue, you have to run back to a completely different area. And yeah, I mean that by the time once you like activate that piece of dialogue, you'll be in this linear hallway. So yeah, boom, just shoot another bullet there. Again, on nightmare difficulty, you don't have your ammo count on the bottom of the screen. You have to physically know how many bullets you're holding in each gun. I mean, at the very least, you can open your menu and see how many bullets you have in total, but for reloading and all, that's a whole different deal. So yeah, here, this is the part that always fucks me. The guy upstairs. Because sometimes there's a guy upstairs, and like sometimes they're in the room. Sometimes they're up these stairs just immediately before you even get to the room, and like that's like the worst thing that could happen. So just, I throw this like flash bomb or smoke bomb just preemptively once I go into this room, even if the guy may or may not be there, because the guy 99.99% of the time was always there. And also, even when you run into this room, you need to go into here. Once you go into here, you need to go to like a certain like door. You need to unlock it. You need to be quick with it. And after a certain point of running through this place very quickly, I think the robot may or may not stop chasing. May or may not stop chasing. I mean, I think that like a sentence is correct. One funny thing about this reloading animation, besides the fact that I keep fucking up and only reloading one bullet because the reloading mechanics are weird, is that sometimes, like, you'll just open the chamber and not drop all the bullets in your chamber and just add more to them. And sometimes you'll just drop all of them and just add them all back in. Like, sometimes you'll have, say, 7 bullets and you have 4 in the chamber. And then, like, you'll reload again. You just get rid of, like, the 4 in your chamber and just put, like, 6 in there. And sometimes, you know, you'll open your chamber and just put 2 in there. And I don't know exactly what decides it, like, which animation to play. But it's just kind of silly and inconsistent. And, you know, not an issue at all. Because, you know, I love how tactile that, like, reloading animation feels. You're just, like, individually putting each bullet in there, just yummers, as they say. But, yeah, no, let me get back to the movie The Sadness, because I was complaining about how the nihilism and cynicism of that movie is stupid and shallow. But then, on the other hand, I'm going like, oh, yeah, but the nihilism and, like, you know, cynicism in the Alien movie is so dope, so cool. So, what's the difference between them? I think it's because, like, whenever, like, the cynical or, like, nihilistic perspectives in, like, most Alien films pop up, it's in service of, like, more than just, you know, being like, oh, the world sucks and everyone hates you. It's like, you know, there's, like, more to it, because, like, the Alien films, as they go along, they get very religious. I mean, from the third movie, they're religious, like subtext. I mean, not even subtext. It's basically just text after a certain point is like, very prominent, and it just adds an interesting texture to just how hopeless and cruel those movies tend to be. While in the sadness, the cruelty is just like, what if everyone sucked and was cruel and wanted to rape each other? Wouldn't that be fucking shocking? But wouldn't you go like, no, that's bad? Like that's as far as it goes. Like there's a very, very, very light commentary on like COVID, but I don't know what the fuck the movie thinks about that really. And even like whatever it thinks about it isn't like anything all that noteworthy. So it just ends up being mostly a very shallow, insulting movie. Though it does have some nice like prop design and like a decent pace for most of it. Like, I don't know, I think it's like the difference between using nihilism to be like just call people stupid and actually like, understanding the philosophies of like nihilism to push more interesting points. It's like people who just use like the taglines of Nietzsche to like talk about Nietzsche versus people who actually read his book. Mind you, I'm not those people, but like I think there is a big difference between people who just understand that Nietzsche created nihilism but never read the book, so they just go like, yeah, I'm just gonna stay in my room all day because the world is like a spinning meat rock and we're all gonna die in like 2,000 years and life is stupid and you're stupid and God is stupid, versus people who actually read the book and like try to go more in depth and study like his philosophies and all that. There's a difference. There is a huge fucking difference, man. Like there's one side is obscenely cringe and the other side is like actually trying to have a conversation. So, I mean, I hope you take something useful away from what I'm saying there. Basically, Alien is a much, much, much better film than The Sadness, which, to be fair, that's a bit of an unfair comparison. Most films are much, much worse than the original Alien. So once you reach this room, this is one of the easier rooms in the game. I mean, in the chapter specifically, you have to just kind of play Ring Around the Rosie with this guy until the train arrives. Killing him is pointless, even though it would be easy, because he's the only guy here. In fact, you could get unlucky, and there could be 2 robots in here, and that's when things get real silly, but it would still be very, very easy to get past this point. So yeah, we're just kind of playing Ring Around the Rosie here, and there was a point, so near the end of Mission 11, there's a room with a bunch of materials, and oh wait, I don't even think the mission ends at this point. Wait a minute, I'm gonna do a little review here. I think I just straight up forgot. No, the mission definitely ends here. I just think my notes are wrong. I think like I have a certain note about Mission 11 that's actually about the ending of Mission 12. Basically, there's like a part of the game where you go into this room and there's a bunch of materials. There's like 3 EMP grenades, there's like 2 Molotovs, a bunch of materials for like your scrap like stuff, making stuff. And that moment of the game is very climactic. It is not Mission 11 though. I have it marked as Mission 11 here. It might not even be Mission 12, but it's probably Mission 12. But yeah, I just got this wrong. That is crazy. That is driving me absolutely nuts, dude. Like, I'm nutty over here. And speaking of nutty, you know what other things are nutty? Death Stranding. Death Stranding is a really nutty game. It gets super crazy and local. And the reason I'm thinking about Death Stranding is when watching Prometheus in its fucked up Amazon Prime Video like aspect ratio, which everything's like vertical, and I can't think of another place to watch like Prometheus besides just getting a physical copy of the movie or like pirating, but I don't know how to pirate it. And also, I am a good citizen of digital media. I do not do pirating things. I do not do illegal activities. I would not download a car. So yeah, no, I'm just watching Prometheus and its fucked up aspect ratio, and the movie still looks beautiful. It's got like fantastic like shots, cinematography, just like locations, and I just swear that like Death Stranding had to be inspired by Prometheus because both of those things look very, very similar to each other. Like the environments look like exactly the same. It's a very similar tone, very like similar ambience, just like the black rocks, kind of like beachy black rocks and all that, with a little bit of nature there. They both have a very similar visual style. Like Death Stranding had to be taking notes from Prometheus. I don't know what other movies look like Prometheus. I know some reviews like, complain that Prometheus feels like a generic sci-fi film. I don't really think I agree with them. I mean, maybe they're onto something, but I really like Prometheus. My watch. It did get a little bit boring though. But they did get a little bit boring though because I feel like Prometheus and Alien Covenant, the characters might yap just a little bit too much about themselves. Like, I don't know, there's a lot of really interesting concepts and like philosophies at play in Prometheus and its thematic content and just the events of the story, like the cruelty of God, like, the nihilism of it all, and just like the hopelessness of like the corporation, just investigating everything, trying to find a creator. It's very interesting stuff, but it gets less interesting in the film the more times they just babble to you about it, or just explain it to you like straight up in your face, or just characters that just straight up saying very basic shit to you just like in real time. Like there's this one moment in Prometheus where like the blonde girl or whatever, well, woman, there's really no girls in the movie, they're all adults, so she's like hacking a system to like gain access to some sort of AI which like the robot has access to, and then she gets shut out of the system because like either her dad or the robot like shut her out, and you can like very visually see they shut her out of the program, and she's like, damn it, they shut me out of the program. Like there was no reason for her to just say that out loud. Like we can literally see it happening in front of our eyeballs. And I think the reason why I get more annoyed with like, you know, Prometheus employing a sort of like tell not show philosophy is that it is so good at showing things. And this is also kind of true of Covenant. Like just a lot of the characters just have a habit of just flat out telling you the themes, or just being like just over explaining things that don't really need over explaining, because the visual language of the movie is already so good that you pretty much just get it from the get-go, even if you don't get it. Because I mean, I'm gonna be honest, maybe I am that stupid audience member which the films are just kind of like trying to like make themselves towards. So there's like certain concepts I also still don't fully grasp, but like some of the stuff the movie is like reaching for. But just like the visual, just they're very beautiful looking movies, and the visual language just pretty much like tells you everything you need to know about the concepts and like the world, and just it's such a well-made movie. And yeah, another aspect of Prometheus is that it just is, it's so epic. It's a great sci-fi epic, just like the landscapes, the scale, the pace. It's like really easy to just get engrossed into the movie despite some of the stupid decisions the characters make. And I guess another issue is like it's very hard to like get into like the mindset of most of the characters, just because they're not very likable, are they? And this is more true in like Alien, like Covenant, where just like I feel like most of them are just kind of assholes, or just like weird and stupid in like ways that just like irritate me. But in Prometheus specifically, I was going somewhere with a very specific point, but I just straight up forgot. I don't know, I'm on that good cushion alcohol. I guess I'll move on to Alien Covenant until I remember that one thing I wanted to mention about Prometheus. But in this room, right now there's no danger until you activate that one, then there is danger. And yeah, this room is so dark, so you kind of have to know where to go. At the very least, these green lights are very good. So yeah, you activate those two things, but once you activate the second thing, a robot will be chasing you. And we will have to kill the robot that's chasing us, just because like the fourth switch we have to activate is going to take too long before this guy gets us. So one shotgun blast to the face, and then like just hitting them with a melee attack instantly kills him. And you're going to have to get better at doing that for the next room. The next room is some fucking Looney Tunes nonsense. I mean, it's not as hard as it looks, but it's still some fucking bullshit. And at the very least, we do have a shotgun, and the shotgun is very beautiful, and it just deals lovely, lovely damage against these things. I will say the robots, they start pulling some bullshit later in this game, because like right now the robots are like decently weak, but then you get to a point where they just put on like a hazmat suit, like a little orange suit, and suddenly they're like way stronger, because like before I could throw like pipe bombs, like Molotovs, and it would like kill them in like 1 to 2 hits. But then you throw like a pipe bomb or an EMP like towards the one with orange suits, and they're just completely unaffected. Like, you know, it takes one shotgun blast with these guys, but like the robots with like the orange suits take like 4 blasts to the face. And here's Samuel just kicking some ass and taking 0 names. But yeah, no, just reclaiming all the ass that he just doesn't currently have on him right now, because he's just goated and he's a great man. I fuck with this guy heavy. But, yeah, no, whatever point I was talking about Prometheus, I'm just going to move on to Alien Covenant. Alien Covenant has a sick-ass poster, man. I love that poster a lot. Oh, actually, I just remembered what I want to talk about Prometheus. Just the main crew is kind of hard to fuck with in a way that the main crew of, like, the first Alien just isn't. And, like, the first Alien movie just doesn't waste that much time on backstories. Like, you know, you get, like, it's very low-key with nearly everything, you know? Like, everyone's just kind of chilling there. I mean, I feel like it's one of the most iconic, like, hangout scenes, just, like, in the beginning, like everyone around that like dirty dinner table, there's just so much like texture and flow. Oh yeah, so once you hit that switch, you have to like run, you have to activate every single robot so that this one's alive, and then you shoot that guy in the face, you hit him once, you steal the key card from this robot, and then you run to the back corner of the room to kind of like lure every single robot that's chasing you, and once they're like close enough, you run to the other side of the room, you go down the room, and that's how you beat this section. But you need to get the timing down and also do the melee attack that isn't like a complete contextual animation, because like you remember the first time I shot a shotgun blast into the robot's face and I did this really long extended animation? There I didn't do it, and honestly I don't know what decides whether you do the long animation or the short animation, but you really need to do the short animation for that section in the game. You also have to like activate every single robot in that room, because if you only activate like the first like 2 waves instead of all the waves, the guy you need to kill doesn't become active to be killable. It's very weird. So, that's how you deal with that section. But once you know how to do everything, it shouldn't be too hard. So I believe once we teleport into this next room, we're going to be very close to an area where we can collect a bunch of items. So yeah, like they don't really like in the first Alien movie, they don't really yap too much about like their backstories, and they don't really have any weird gimmicks. Like they're all just low-key people. And honestly, I mean, the next couple movies they start adding gimmicks, but in terms of Prometheus, the gimmick that it adds, like they try too hard to give like certain crew members like a trait. There's like one guy who like sends out his scanners. He's like, woo! He starts like howling like a wolf. He's like, hey, my babies, my wolf babies that scan things and do things, and it's just like you're like trying too hard, man. Like I mean, honestly, it's like the fact that they're trying to give him like a trait to remember him by like so hard that it actually like causes the inverse effect. He just stops being memorable, and that's weird. I mean, I could have. This section is kind of a pain in the ass. It actually fucked me on one of my attempts because like the distance of like how close you can be to this thing and not get damaged is a little bit vague. And you have to be decently close to it when it shuts off, because if you're like too far away and you try to like go through here, like on the last second you might still be like in its wave of impact and you'll take damage from it. It's just like a little bit of a nasty section, this one. I don't like it, and it's also slow and boring, and I just have beef with it. This is a really funny moment when she just like face plants on this section here. I mean, it's also kind of hard to like get familiar with like how this thing is spaced out. I think like the way just first person gaming works, maybe that just was really tall and was easy to fall over, but just like when I'm playing it doesn't feel that way. I don't know. I mean, hey, real life and video games are very, very different. And it's kind of the same thing with like Alien Covenant, because like, dude, there's like two characters in Alien Covenant, which I swear like their only personality trait was that they were just kind of like a nice gay couple, but they only have like one exchange before they get brutally slaughtered very early on in like the movie. I say very early on, but I mean like very early on in comparison to like how these guys get slaughtered in like the other movies. It still takes like 40 or 50 minutes to get to the big slaughtering moment, but Alien Covenant's pacing is just a weird thing, because like, I mean, it still has the slow build up, you getting to the planet, setting down. But once it gets going, when like, shit starts going down, the pace just starts accelerating at a very fast rate. I think a little too fast. Like some of the concepts are so interesting, but you go by them so quickly that like it doesn't leave that much room for it to like really sit in your brain. There comes a point where a little spermy creature gets born in Alien Covenant, and from that point on, I think the pace is like a little too rapid fire. But like a lot of the stuff it's like rapid firing through is very interesting. But the last like 10 or like 15 minutes just kind of becomes like a weird version of like of an action movie, just kind of aliens. It gets a little bit silly and just frankly not as interesting as like the other stuff it was doing beforehand, but it's doing a ton of stuff. Like Alien Covenant is kind of like a weird Frankenstein monster of like most of the entire franchise. And since so this strategy here is like mostly stealth related. You're gonna want to crouch walk because you don't really want to wake up the robots right now. On the way back, it's gonna get very silly, and we're gonna wake everyone up. We're gonna be as loud as fuck. We're gonna ruin the sleepover. There's gonna come a point where like the camera's range gets so big that you don't want to enter the room until the camera is facing away from you. That's just kind of like general knowledge for this area in general. And we're also refusing to turn off the cameras, like the previous cameras, just because if you turn off the previous cameras by going to a little like scanner thing and just messing around with that, it's going to create enough noise to wake up the robots. But for some reason, when you go to this one, it doesn't wake up the robots. You do need to turn this one off, because if you don't, you need to like hack the door to your left, and it takes like the time it takes to hack that door is too long that the camera's just going to get on you like immediately. So you do need to turn off this specific camera, but the other cameras, let's just leave them on. I mean, frankly, when you're running back, it won't really matter, because when you're running back, all the robots are going to be active. Now, there is a more stealthy way of approaching this area, but I'm kind of taking the more speedy approach, which still works. But the more stealthy approach is that there's a lot of vents you can take advantage of and just kind of crawl through there. But that is a much slower pace to that is a much slower way of going about it, and not really necessary. And now this part of the mission is honestly kind of a relief. It's just a very, elaborate set piece, a lot of explosions, nothing that can really hurt you. You just need to learn like the order of like what buttons to press, and once you learn it, it's just a very simple section to go through. It's just a very elaborate, like elongated, like set piece to establish this guy's death. But yeah, one thing which was worrying me though is that maybe I would have trouble remembering like the sequence of like which switches to hit. Like, maybe I'll get one mixed up with the other. But what I found out is that every switch you need to hit is just like placed like in like clockwise order. So I believe the first switch you need to hit is going to be on the right, and I believe here I'm trying to set up like a little cinematic frame, except this frame's not really that cinematic, but I also didn't want to get too close to this area because like of all the lightning and explosions, I thought like maybe some of them would actually hurt me, but I'm pretty sure that's just not the case. So he's going to tell you like, go to the one with the red wire, but that's not really going to matter. What we're going to do is go to the one with the red wire, but once we're there, we just do like a clockwise rotation around the entire room with the switches. We just kind of hit them all in that order, and that works. I mean, I really want to like explain it in like further detail just so that you fully understand what I'm talking about. So yeah, you hit this one, and then you hit the one like down there, and then you go to like, you go there, you go behind you, and once you hit the switch behind you, you go to the right, you hit the switch there, and then you go to like the one near like the little pit, you hit that one, and then you hit the one in front of the room where Samuel's in, and then boom, you did it. And it's just, it's very easy to remember. It's not like some weird ass order where you're like, you're doing like star formations across every switch. No, it's very straightforward. Clockwise rotation. I mean, I believe it's clockwise, right? It's going right. Counterclockwise would be going left. I mean, it kind of depends on like how you view the room, but pretty sure this is clockwise. So yeah, no. Very glad that like the setup here is just easy. I mean, even if like the setup like was a star formation, it would still be an easy like decent little room. I mean, like, yeah, the game's trying to make it stressful, but like there's really no threat here unless you like fuck up the rotation. But the rotation is so simple that you really shouldn't fuck it up. But on a first time playthrough, maybe you'll get like something confused here and there, and you'll be waiting for the game to give you like certain clues, or you might misunderstand some of the clues, because like, I'm not gonna lie to you, I think I failed this room twice. Because I think I fucked up like a certain color here, or like a certain pattern rotation here, and now my goat is going to die, sadly.
Samuels, you're dying.
You talk like I've had an actual life. I thank you for that.
Samuels.
The Apollo transit is open. Once you get into the core, it will talk to you.
You did that for me.
I wanted Amanda Ripley to have closure.
Rest in peace, Samuels. You go get the ass you deserve in heaven. We'll be pouring some out in your memory. So anyways, back to Alien Covenant. So Alien Covenant has a sick ass poster. I just gotta talk. That poster is so cool. Just like the fucked up art. It's very like reminiscent of like H.R. Geiger. Just kind of like it was a certain technique. It's like metallic air press or whatever. So yeah, this is the part where all the robots are gonna start waking up and boom, shoot them in the chest, run past them. That is the strategy we're gonna do. Oh yeah, another fucked up thing about like the orange hazmat suit robots is that this strategy doesn't work with them because they're too strong. Like the bullet doesn't like phase them at all, so they're even more annoying than when you're trying to get past them. But to be fair, once we kind of reach those guys, we're either in a situation where we're going to completely avoid them, and the lighting looked a little bit weird on that one tile there, or we have the weapons and equipment necessary to just kill them outright. We get like a nice little bolt gun, and honestly by that point we can just shoot like 4 shotgun shells in the face and still have a lot of ammo. I mean, the room we're going to be entering very soon is going to be part of the reason why we're going to be able to deal with the robots. However, oh yeah, there's actually something very important. I mean, not sure if you've done this yet, but you're not supposed to reload your flamethrower at all in the beginning of the game. Like, you can't do it until you, like, there's going to be a section of this game where we have to, like, give up all our weapons except for, like, our throwables, like our grenades and whatnot. So, yeah, no guns, no big, very threatening stuff like that, but you still get to have some offensive options. So, like, the requirements of that are a little bit weird, but yeah, we're not going to have the flamethrower for a big section of this game. And then once we get it back, I mean, if you just reload the weapon, something weird happens with your ammo where when you get it back later on, you'll just have less ammo. So it's just good not to reload that weapon, because if you don't reload that weapon, you'll have more ammo. So yeah, there's a room you can enter to just get a bunch more stuff. But I'm going to call this train first, because if you don't call this train first, because basically the room which has a bunch of ammo, right next to that room is another room which the robots are actually trying to break through in order to pretty much kill you. So you have to go really, really quick to that room. Get all the ammo. In fact, I'm fucking up right now. I'm going the wrong way, and it's going to kind of slightly bite me in the ass, because it's going to get very, very scary when I'm trying to escape, because the robots are, like, that close to me. So yeah, on the right there, the robots are breaking that door. You can hear them. And on the left here is going to be a room with a bunch of loot. You got to pick up all the loot as fast as possible. Boom, more shotgun shells on that dead guy there. There's going to be, pick up like the 3 EMP mines. The EMP mines are going to be super important for the rest of the game, so pick those up. The Molotovs are also going to be super important. In fact, I think I might get a little bit too liberal with the way I throw the Molotovs. but they're going to be very important for endgame strategies. Like, this is a very convenient room. And here, see, there's a robot right there, and I'm just terrified for there's 2 robots there. Like, the way I escaped there, I don't know how I did it, but I did it. And now we have to run to the train, which I already called. But if you didn't call it earlier, you can get yourself in a kind of sticky situation. So, previously, okay, so now I actually get to talk my big point, which I wanted to mention before. So yeah, near the end of Mission 12, which is this, there's that room with a bunch of materials and EMP mines and a bunch of robots trying to break out of the room nearby. On my first playthrough, though, I stood my ground and killed all of those robots. I was like, nah, bro. I spent most of the game being scared of those guys, and now I'm like, I have enough materials to fuck you up, and I did. I just never, on my second playthrough here, no damaging the whole game, I never considered that I could just save my resources and leave without interacting with them. But you know what? It was fun. Because like, in these sort of games where you're always like being oppressed by a certain enemy type, it's always like super satisfying when you finally have like that one moment where you can go, nah, fuck you, dog, and you can like actually stand your ground and like defeat them. That's like some of the most satisfying stuff to do in like survival horror games. So to be fair, some of the survival horror games I play are ones where you're generally required to always be killing enemies. I mean, I'm just thinking about Resident Evil 4, because in Resident Evil 4, there's never a point where you're not allowed to stand your ground against enemies. You kind of have to always stand your ground against enemies. That's kind of like the whole gameplay loop. And if you can't, you just die. Though I guess every now and then you can just choose not to kill an enemy and like run past them. But then there's like certain situations where you have to really stand your ground. And it's just like, the horror of like Resident Evil 4 comes from the fact that like you have no choice. You must stand your ground or you're not moving forward. While here in this game, the reason why standing your ground is so fun is because for most of this game you can't, and then like you get to some of these parts near the end and like finally you can like actually fight these guys. So yeah, here you have to wait for this little map to light up and you're gonna look at it. See, I just gave up my weapons for this point because we're going to infiltrate the AI Apollo, and Apollo just doesn't like it when you carry weapons into its systems. You could damage it, and it's right, you could damage it. So yeah, looking at this map not only plays this little cutscene, it also lets you gain this code, and this code is very important for later in the game. In fact, there's actually a code which I put in my notes here, but if you saw me play the game, you probably know what code I'm talking about on the footage. I just didn't shout it out when I used it. The code in Mission 12 was 8382, so you know what? Just write that down on your flashcard there, and we'll... Oh, there I actually have to like go back, see what the code is, and then physically put it in. And for the most part, you can enter these codes and just like, if you have a keyboard, you can just type the numbers in. But there's one specific moment in the game. It's very specific. I actually don't remember specifically when it happens. But there's one specific code you have to enter like one specific machine where you can't enter it with like your number keyboard. You actually have to like physically like move like your selection tool and select it in game. I mean, it's just kind of stupid because like every single other like code you can enter with the numbers on your keyboard, but for that one specifically, nope, it's like I'm back to playing on controller even though I have a whole ass keyboard. Like, what are we doing here? And another advantage of keyboard is that you can press 1, 2, 3, or 4 to quickly select your stuff instead of going to a weapon wheel. Ooh, this mission is kind of a pain in the ass once you start going to the lower levels because like you really have to memorize like what path to go through. And also there's just a certain point in this level where I just didn't know what to do. I had to like watch the walkthrough, like the no damage walkthrough multiple times to like know what the fuck my objective even was. I had to like go to a couple computers, and then like, I kind of lost sight of where I had to go after like going to those computers. So yeah. If you have trouble trying to copy my strategies here, I completely get it. This mission, like, later on gets a little bit confusing to follow. And it's also very fast-paced how we do it. I mean, I'm going to say we, because, I mean, I am, like, building on top of the strategies. Not really building on top of them, I'm just doing the same strategies. So, just really pay attention to what I'm doing here and, try to jot down the paths. Something I should really get into more is just writing my, like, stuff down in a notebook. Maybe I'll like, maybe write down my steps. If I ever get into speed running in any way, I feel I'm going to need to have a notebook on hand just so I can like, look at it, see what steps to do for like what chapter, so on and so forth. Like, whenever I reach like a loading screen, I'll like flip a page. But given like that my PC is actually good, I feel like the loading screens are going to be so quick, I won't even have time to flip a page. I mean, even on PS5, the loading screen's just so quick that you won't even have time to flip a page. And I just said that 3 times in a row. So yeah, let me get back to Alien Covenant. So the interiors of the ship in Alien Covenant are spectacular. Like, I mean, I'm telling you, like Prometheus, Alien Covenant, they're fantastic looking movies. It's just like their interiors, the sci-fi tech, just the shots outside. I will say that Prometheus is a prettier movie than Covenant, but Covenant is not bad looking at all, and the visual imagery is still very good at like showing you like what the themes, the story, just storytelling. It has fantastic visual storytelling, which they do kind of like still use words to kind of like talk over, but the visual storytelling is still really well done. So here's another trick to do in Alien Isolation. So whenever you're full of a material, just go to your crafting material, use one of that material, and that material will stay used in that little like menu there, and then you can pick up the extra material. You know, you just don't lose anything by doing that, and you get to have more stuff on your person. And if you have to craft that item later in the game, you'll at the very least, you're already like, you know, a little bit there. You're like 10% of the way there because you already put an item there at basically no cost. So, you know, just do that. That's how that works. I mean, inventory is always changed in this game. And despite the fact that I could press 1, 2, 3, or 4 to instantly switch to certain weapons, I used the weapon wheel for basically like 95% of this video. And there's only one specific moment in this game where I end up like using my quick like switches, because there's like one moment that's very stressful and I had like very low ammo and I had to like switch between guns to like, you know, destroy 2 enemies. And the moment sucks. I mean, I'm going to be very loud about it once we get to it. So yeah, like here, once you like activate that little computer thing, you have to like run through here, avoid the robots. You know, it's very stressful. And yeah, here's the robots with like the orange suits. So like these robots are much stronger than the previous robots you fought. And also you don't have your weapons anymore, so you can't even fight them really. We have the EMP grenades, which don't work against these guys. And the bombs deal less damage against these guys. So yeah, once I reached this point and like I activated like the 3 computers, I spent a good amount of time just being confused. But what you really have to do is, you know, go into this little like tunnel here, and that's how you do that. So yeah, if I had my map feature, I could have actually, you know, just done this very easily. Just like this whole set of objectives gets a little bit weird, because like you have to enter this tunnel, then you have to press this button, and once you press that button, you enter here, just then you can like access a terminal, but you can't access a terminal from here. You have to do this whole little loop-de-loop. I mean, here I'm kind of confused, like what the fuck, why do I not have like an icon? But then I realized, oh wait a minute, it's on the other side. Silly goofy game. So this part just kind of feels a little bit padded, and I'll just say this. So there's a couple different hacking games you can play here, and they're all kind of weird and confusing. And here I got confused because you can't just press E to like, you know, beat this game. You have to press enter specifically. I don't know why the fuck is this structure like that. I think it's stupid. It's just like counterintuitive to the way I've been playing the rest of the game. And the way the rest of the hacking games work, it's always like the E key or like the use key to continue it. But this one specific time, it has to be the enter key. Come on. And now we're going to spend the rest of our time hacking stuff here. And we specifically hacked that thing to make this hacking easier. Because if you don't do it, the hacking here actually gets harder. But the hacking here is still kind of like demanding in the sense you have to be really quick in selecting these little images. Fucking like Google, like, you know, like human verifications on like most websites when you're logging into them, most of them just kind of end up being shit like that. I actually ran into one that was very ridiculous when trying to sign up for like Guinness World Records, where it's like choose like it's like fucking AI generated the images they show you. They show you like 5 different images with like 3 objects inside each of those images in kind of like slightly blurry ways. And then the question is, choose the 3 objects that are inside these 5 different images. So you do that, and it all looks fucking weird and AI generated. And another question is that they'll show you 5 images with like a certain creature, like a dog. And then like the question will be, choose the entity that's like in these 5 photos. It was bizarre and stupid, and I didn't like it. And there I used the medkit, and the reason why the medkit works is because I've gone through like so many sequences in this game that are completely scripted where you are forced to take damage. So I just kind of felt like, hey, why not? Let's just pop a medkit. I mean, I basically just made one for lols like earlier in like this walkthrough like 2 hours ago, like nearly 3 hours ago. So like, hey, why not just pop another one? You know, what's the harm in doing that? You know, might as well just use some of the equipment I have on my person right now. Thing is, like, a lot of the equipment you have on your person, I mean, you will end up using a good majority of it, but like the most useful stuff is just like the flamethrower and like your bullets, and you know, that just goes by, like all that just gets wasted way too quick if you get like too liberal with just shooting all of it. And there was another thing I really wanted to mention. So yeah, the interiors in Alien Covenant just look spectacular, and there's a good chunk of this game that kind of looks like the interiors in Alien Covenant, but for the most part, a lot of the art style and just like design and just environments of this game are very much modeled after the first Alien movie visually. Like that is where most of the inspiration is coming from, just from what I'm seeing here visually with my eyeballs. But some of it does kind of look like Alien Covenant, but then again, I guess retroactively, I don't even know if I'm using retroactively correctly. Alien Covenant, certain sections I guess are trying to look a lot like Alien, the first Alien movie. You know, like it's a spaceship, it's a decided universe. And, you know, alien ships are just supposed to look like that. No, not sure if I did this already. I feel like I'm going to be doing this eventually at some point now. But I never placed EMP, like, grenades on the ground during my first playthrough here. I always threw them, but some of the strategies you have to do in this video require placing them on the ground. But I forget exactly when I'm going to do that. And also, you can also place Molotovs on the ground. I just never did that because I always just threw the Molotovs. But honestly, placing the Molotovs on the ground might have been the more useful thing to do. So here I think I'm trying to reach a specific save point, or I might already have reached that specific save point, and I feel like that water is in a very weird place. Because, like, I already mentioned that there's certain, like, areas where you don't want to go under the vents because the alien can just instantly grab you, like certain chase sequences. I believe it was, yeah, mission 6. You don't want to, like, run under the vents. You have to, like, kind of go around. And the dangerous vents is still going to be a situation in future missions here. In fact, I believe we're one mission away from, like, the most stressful Rottweiler-ass mission in the whole game. But before I start talking about that, but yeah, you can put EMP grenades on the ground. So yeah, here I believe this is a slightly stressful situation because once a camera like spots you, like a robot's automatically going to start chasing you. So you kind of have to like play ring around the rosy with this guy. Oh no, we're going to use an EMP grenade just to kill this guy. And I think, oh no. So you can place EMP grenades on the ground, but I actually don't think I do that in my walkthrough. The goated YouTuber, which I'm following the strategies of, he does a weird thing, because what you need to do in this level is pick up this flame upgrade to pretty much like cut through a new material, and in order to gain access to a certain vent or a certain door. And what he does is that he gets this upgrade, then he goes to that place, he places like an EMP behind him, so that when he's cutting through the door with the new fire thing, the robot will be stunned for long enough for him to cut through it and then pretty much escape. However, what I just found out is, if I'm just going to use an EMP grenade anyways, I can just throw it and kill the robot. I don't know why he doesn't just kill the robot. I mean, I feel like it's a speedrun thing where it's like, you know, maybe 4 or like 9 seconds faster to do it the way that he did it instead of like spending the time to physically kill the robot. But if you just want to do no damage in the most convenient and like, you know, stress-less way, like, you know, stress-free way possible, just kill the robot. Throw the EMP grenade, slap him around, and he will die. And it will be awesome and dope, and, you know, you won't have to worry about him again. And I'm kind of having a little bit of cognitive dissonance in real life, because I thought I was wearing my AirPods, but no, I'm just wearing my headphones that are wired to my PC, because I am kind of hearing this game. My mic is not coming from my headphones. Oh, praise the Lord. My headphones just have the most crunchy audio ever. And here, like, he also did, like, another strategy where, like, he ran around and, like, he used the EMP grenade in a weird way to stun him but not kill him. But you can just kill him. You don't need to fuck around with, like, these weird strategies where you have him, like, stunned for a little bit. Because if you're going to waste a very valuable item like an EMP grenade, I mean, like, why let him live? Just destroy him. And then you can, like, go around this area peacefully. But then again, I also had, like, inconsistencies where, like, sometimes I remember doing stuff like this in my first playthrough, and like, the robot would just grab the wrench on, like, the 4th hit. But for the most part, you should be able to kill these guys normally, and just boom, it just works. Especially with the EMP grenade. I mean, why? There's no way I'm going to throw an EMP grenade against this guy and just let him, like, recover. Like, that just feels like a waste of a very valuable material, which I entered that room specifically to get, specifically for this strategy. There's, like, a few instances in, like, his walkthrough, I'm just kind of like, wait, hold up. You don't need to do that. There's, like, one part where you're fucking around with the alien, like, in the second to last mission, where you don't need to waste that much flamethrower fuel. And I'll get to it when we get to it. It's a very memorable moment for me. Like, it's very memorable. You literally cannot miss the moment. It is forced upon you. So yeah, so back to yapping about Alien Covenant. So there's a line that just rubbed me completely wrong, like, kind of pretty early on in the movie. So yeah, basically, in the plot of Alien Covenant, they're all, like, on the path to go to a certain planet to kind of, like, set up there, and it's going to be awesome because it's inhabitable for humans and all that. It's habitable for humans. But along the way, they find out a secret new planet that's way closer to their location, and they just couldn't find on the radar before, and they're just kind of like, so yeah, like, the main captain of, like, the ship now wants to go to that planet, but, like, the person who's not the captain, but is, like, the second co-in-command captain or something, it was, like, kind of weird how the ranks work. She's like, why the fuck do you want to go to this new planet? We know nothing about it. We spent, like, years vetting this planet that's further away, and then, like, the main captain just kind of, like, responds back to her with, yo, I'm not free climbing here. You know, I'm using ropes. It's just like, I kind of get the metaphor they're going with, but that's like that's just a stupid way to deliver it. It sounds so nerdy. Like, I want to punch you in the face, dude. Why are you talking like that? Like, I'm gonna kill you for this, dude. What kind of trash ass line is that? Oh man, just Covenant has some really silly stuff in it. Like, for one, just like a lot of decisions where just like everything just starts going wrong immediately. For one, there's like a pool of blood that like, you know, starts happening because there's this really sick ass scene where like a guy gets infected with like the parasite in that movie, and like the alien, instead of bursting from his chest, it bursts from his back. I feel like that's a great subversion. It's just like really gnarly and disgusting and horrifying. But once the alien bursts from his back, it creates like a pool of blood on the floor. And like there's like this one lady trapped with the alien inside that room, and she tries to like get the fuck out, but she slips on the pool of blood. So yeah, inside this room is a beautiful weapon that can deal with this asshole decently well as long as you have ammo, but we have to play ring around the rosy with this guy because once we get the bolt gun, it's going to play a really long ass animation, and we just need to like create as much distance between us and this guy as possible, because if you just go into that room willy-nilly and just let that big ass animation play out that you can't skip, the guy's just going to grab you. So you want to create enough distance where you can kind of sprint ahead of him like a lot, so you can have like all those seconds to look at the gun and then actually use it on this guy once he's close enough. I'm going to collect the ammo as well. Boom, bam, pow. One headshot with this weapon will be enough to take him out. And also be careful, because if you like, you know, like charge up this gun way too much, the bullet's just going to shoot. So, you know, be very precise in how you use this, because you can fuck it up. In fact, I'm actually going to fuck it up in my no damage, and I'm going to have to like waste more shotgun bullets than like I should have. So yeah, here's a code 6832. We're gonna use it. Oh yeah, right here. I think this is the exact moment where you're not allowed to use the keyboard. You have to actually like press the buttons like in. You have to actually like, you know, move like your choice like mark. You have to use like your. You have to like actually physically select it like inside the game. You can't just press the numbers on your keyboard. And that just kind of threw me for a loop because like nothing else in the game worked like that. So it's like, you know, just a big difference there out of nowhere. And it's like, bro, what the fuck? Well, what the deuce? Why would you do this to me? But yeah, in that pool of blood that's created in that one Alien Covenant scene, so yeah, the lady that's like stuck inside there, she tries to run away, she slips on the blood, and then like there's this other lady just completely losing her shit, and she's the one who locked the both of them inside. She goes to get a shotgun, she runs into like the same room, slips on the same pile of like blood. It's like the most Looney Tunes shit ever, and like the little weird fucking sperm alien just beats the shit out of them. To be fair, I mean, the little baby sperm alien thing, like beating the fuck out of them, isn't really on them. That thing is just incredibly overpowered and speedy and terrifying. Like, holy shit, just a weird, fucked up little, like, weird alien creature. And there's just a lot about, like, Alien Covenant that's just, like, super interesting.
Ricardo.
I mean, for one, David, the character of David is, like, probably the best thing between, like, Prometheus and Alien Covenant. Just a very interesting, like, just weird, like, character, just, like, considering his philosophy. Kind of feels like a different shade of Roy Batty from like Blade Runner in a lot of ways, but just in the Alien universe. And you do just kind of get the huge impression that like Ridley Scott don't really give a fuck about that weird xenomorph that's just been hanging around here. Like he doesn't even pay rent anymore. Like, get him the fuck out of my movie. But he's still in the movie. He gets to make a little appearance at the end. You know, he paid like last month's rent. You know, he might as well pull up here. You know, he's like the famous iconography of the entire franchise. So, you know, he's gotta be here somewhere. But yeah, no, when I say that like Alien Covenant feels kind of rushed near the end, where it's just going and going and going. I mean, spoiler alerts, but there's like a big genocide scene in Alien Covenant that feels like it comes out of nowhere. Like that scene in particular looks like nothing else in the film looks like that scene. It's a really ambitious scene. It's like fucking insane, but it's just like holy shit. I feel like there was like 2 or 3 scenes beforehand that were like supposed to happen to make it feel like a more natural like transition. Cause we get dropped into like this flashback genocide scene, and then we're just kicked out of it like so quickly. It's like holy shit. I mean, like some of the ambiguity of like, you know, not having the full facts of what happened there are kind of what make it interesting, but it still feels like so instead of doing the pistol strategy, we have to use a shotgun strategy where we have to wait for them to like start their grabbing animation, and like in the middle of their trying to grab you animation, you shoot the shotgun then, and that'll stun them long enough to run past them. It's a little harder than the pistol strategy, but it's not as hard as you would think it is, but it is very fucking stressful. And also, these orange hazmat guys also have a longer grab radius than like the normal like robots. So like they're much quicker to grab you than those guys because they have like longer reach, longer arms, longer hitboxes. I don't know exactly how they did it, but they're just a much more terrifying opponent. Yeah. To swing back to Alien Covenant, David kind of has the what's the word for it? The attitude, the contempt, the I guess physical presence of a Redditor. And basically like the robot David, just has a habit of just spouting out philosophy randomly. You know, like he'll spout out a philosophical phrase that, like, you know, aligns to him. But because he's an android and didn't have like maybe like full access to every single piece of text, or just like subtext, or just like there's a part of him that isn't human, so he doesn't fully get certain things. He kind of misunderstands or doesn't fully like comprehend some of the quotes he's spouting. So in that sense, David is kind of like a Redditor who just drops random quotes, random deep quotes because they sound cool, you know, to make himself like look better than everyone else. David's kind of got that vibe going on, that vibe of superiority. I mean, he definitely feels superior to everyone else, and in certain aspects he is, in the fact that like he can beat the shit out of any human that comes this way. But yeah, we've reached the running away from the two Rottweilers section that makes my heart feel bad. I hate this part so much, dude. It's the most stressful part of the game by far. So you have to run to that console, and you'll hear a face hugger spawn in. It's the worst enemy in the game by far. It's the one that makes me easily the most squeamish out of anything else in this game. I hate the fucking death animation. I hate the way it looks. It's like, ugh, and also the death animation is bad, not only because it's the fucking concept of it is horrifying, but it's also the one that's like the hardest to like exit out of. So yeah, once you do that and you run here, the alien's gonna be on this other side here, so you need to be ready for the flamethrower, ready to pretty much flame him away. And then you just start running towards this section here. Just like, you need to memorize this path very, very well, because if you fuck up like once, you're pretty much like fucked forever. See, I fucked it up right now, and the alien's here. And now I do something very smart here. Basically, when you pull up the flamethrower, the alien kind of like cowers away. And these specific like alien vents here, like these little holes, are the only holes in the game which the alien cannot penetrate. Like if you're entering vents in like other areas of the game, the alien can just enter those vents and like try to kill you that way. I mean, you can still kind of scare him off with the flamethrower, but like it's actually harder to do. And once you reach this section here, two of those little buggers are going to spawn in. And I should mention before that like when you like flip that first switch, if you get too close to one of the plants, it will actually like blossom and like make the thing like give birth. So yeah, in this section here, you're going to run down this hallway and ignore the alien that just spawned in. And once you reach like the hole, you swing around, pull out the flamethrower to pretty much like scare them off, to give you enough time to enter this hole and continue on with the game. And you have to get good at like spacing yourself out here, just knowing the spacing, and also just like flipping around and just showing them the business with the flamethrower instead of just spraying it, spray and praying. Just like such a terrifying section. And also just playing this in like my first playthrough was just awful. Because I mean, you know, it's stressful because like the face huggers are the most awful like creature ever created. So yeah, we're gonna shoot the pistol here because like it's gonna create a sort of distraction which gets the aliens moving in a very specific way, which is beneficial to our situation. There, boom, the reload animation is fucking me again. I only reloaded 1 bullet in my chamber when I have 5 full bullets here. So you know, it's just like, it's terrifying because like this section, you kind of have to run it like it's an exact science, but it's never really an exact science. You are kind of waiting for one of the aliens to go back into the vents, and I think the second alien might have been distracted by the gunshots you shot when you were into that other room. You have to like activate that little console, and once you activate that console, the alien has a chance of spawning, so you have to be careful of that at all times here. When you're pulling the switch, the alien could still spawn, so it's like, you know, fuck, dude, I hate this section so much. See, the alien already spawned here, so I got unlucky, and I have to, like, pretty much, like, scare this guy away to flip this next switch. And once you flip this next switch, it's like, fuck, dude, it's so stressful. You also have to be very conservative about conserving your ammo. I feel it's like, that was kind of pointless to say it, like, twice there. And, like, your escape strategy, you have to be very, very careful about it, too, because, you know, you take one wrong turn, and you could just end up being, like, face first with a very ugly alien. It's like, ugh, dude, I hate it. See, I almost fucked up there. I almost, like, skipped the holes. Like, on my first playthrough, I actually had to look up a walkthrough on how to beat this section because I just straight up didn't know where the holes were. Like, when I looked it up, I'm like, oh, there was, like, one specific hallway, which had, like, one specific hole, which took you to, like, the rest of, like, the objectives. Like, I was so fucking confused, dude. And, like, the alien, like, you know, moving around in this kind of, like, linear, very confined area where you didn't have, like, much room to navigate in just made things worse. So, yeah, here we're running to our objective. You know, we completed everything. But I'm telling you, if you're having trouble, like, no damaging this section, just learning the path in one take, I have full sympathy for you because this section sucks. It's like, oh, it sucks so much, man. Like, it's the most alien section of the game, and well, to be fair, I mean, I'm pretty sure that's part of the point, you know, like, the complete art style has changed because the alien has pretty much like, built its nest there. It's very freaky, but, like, it's not fun to explore. Like, it's, like, one of the most linearly designed parts of the game. It's not as open as the other parts. But, you know, what's really funny is that, you know, that section is one of the most stressful in the game. And then you reach this section, and this section is one of the least stressful in the game because you just have like ample ammo and time to pretty much like kill every single robot that's coming after you. And then after that, you basically can't really be damaged by anything. You just kind of go to the consoles, you press the buttons. I mean, you could get like a little bit lost and like trying to figure out where to go, but this is a very easy section despite the game like building it up as this big epic climax. It is one of the easiest sections of the game. I mean, if you didn't have any ammo for this point, then maybe things would be a little bit more stressful, but honestly, you really shouldn't be using your weapons for like anything else except this part here, aside from the flamethrower. But you're not really going to use the flamethrower against these guys anyways, so that's kind of a non-issue, right? So yeah, no, it's just honestly, like, you have like one of the most stressful sections of the game, and then you have this nice section here to cool down. And see, this is what happens when you hold down like the bolt gun like weapon like too much without planning on it, right? And now I fucked up like kind of my run here. Now I have to use the shotgun on both of these guys. But I really should have not fucked up my last shot of the bolt gun. And to be fair, sometimes it could be random. You might enter this section with barely any bolt gun ammo, but I feel like when you enter this part, there will always be some sort of bolt gun ammo lying around. So like, there's a lot of loot spots that are completely random, but then there's like a few loot spots in this game that will always have something. So, you know, you just have to figure out which ones are always going to have something and which ones are random, and just explore all of them anyways, because you're going to need to like get your hands on as much loot as possible. But yeah, but to swing around back to Alien Covenant, honestly, the movie does a fantastic job just feeling wrong. Like, I mean, it's such a cruel and like cynical movie, just like the sense of wrongness just kind of permeates it everywhere. Like the way the alien is born doesn't feel right, like the pace of the movie doesn't feel right. And you get to like the ending, and the ending is just, ooh, it's so like juicy with how cruel it is. Like, just like, oh my goodness, that's how that shit happens. And here, this like little mini game here, the confusing thing about it is that you don't just press the direction when the letters show up. You have to press up on the directions and enter at the same time. And you don't press E, you press the enter key. So it's like another hacking minigame that just forces you to use the enter key for fuck all reason. I hate it, dude. I hate the fact that this game forces me to use the enter key randomly. But yeah, no, we are getting closer to the end of the game, but we still have like a big hour before everything like pretty much wraps up very nicely, neatly in a bow. And in fact, my future comments. Oh yeah, okay, so I gotta get back to the face huggers because there's something really fucked up about the face huggers. So my no death run got ruined by a face hugger because basically there's an achievement in this game that's like, you know, I guess like one shot or something. We have to like beat the entire game without dying once. And you would think, oh no, I have to beat this entire game without reloading a save once. Not necessarily, because basically if you let an enemy kill you and it takes you to like the death screen, like, you know, like the black screen with text, you're fucked, and you pretty much have to like restart the entire game over again. But before you die, you can actually like pause in most of your death animations. Like the alien, like the main xenomorph, is fantastic about this because basically like all of his like death animations are so lengthy and like chunky that you have like a big like time window just to like press pause and just exit the game. So yeah, before you get sent to like the black screen of death with text on it, just exit the game and quit to the main menu or load a save, and it won't count as a death. However, if you get kicked to that like black screen of death, it will count as a death, and you know, you kind of screwed your run over. So I was just having a great time not getting to that black screen of death, except I reached the face hugger, and it just caught me by surprise like so quickly that I was just kind of stunned for a moment that I forgot to pause, and it sent me to the black screen of death, and I was like, fuck man, oh my goodness, dude. So it just caught me so off guard. And even if it didn't catch me off guard, you actually have to be very quick about pressing the pause button before the face hugger gets on your face, because like you pretty much have like a second while it's on your face to press the pause button, but then there's like a solid 5 or 6 seconds where the animation is still playing out of it being on your face, but the game just does not allow you to press the pause button, and it just automatically kicks you to the black screen. And it's like one of the only enemies to pull that shit. Like every single other enemy in the game, even like dying by a gunshot, you have like more of a chance to like press the pause button and like quit. But no, with the face hugger specifically, once it like latches onto your face for like longer than a second, you're fucked. So, oh my goodness, dude. Also, the face huggers are just kind of like mandatory, like, you know, wasting of flamethrower ammo, because killing them any other way is too risky. You could shoot them to death, but not only is that harder to do than like just flamethrowing them, if you shoot them with like the revolver or the shotgun, there's a chance that like the acid blood will spill over and damage you if you're like too close to them. You can also do a melee attack on them, but once again, I'm pretty sure like most times that will just like, you know, get up and damage you. So once you reach this point of this level, Like, these robots are gonna pull up, but they're gonna catch on fire because like the facility like shoots them with electricity and all that, and then you can kind of go around and collect whatever materials may be on their charred corpses of the robots there. So they spawn 4 robots just to kind of show them dying right in front of you, and it's pretty sick. Like, hell yeah, I don't have to waste ammo on these guys. And now I'm like hallucinating. I could have sworn I saw like a cockroach go by, but there's no cockroach here at the moment. That was just like my mic like hairs moving a bit because I think I'm talking too loudly into the mic itself. But yeah, no. I think I kind of went through all my bullet points of Alien Covenant, and I really feel like I need to talk about the OG trilogy of the Alien movies. Because Aliens 1, like Aliens, and then Alien 3, like these 3 movies is like a fucking Looney Tunes ass trilogy, like let me tell you. And honestly, I kind of mean that in a positive way. Like these 3 films, none of them are alike to each other at all. Like in tone, like setting, like vibe, craft, like they're all so different. They all have Sigourney Weaver. I said her name completely wrong. Like Sigourney Weaver, and she's fantastic in all of them. But wow, there's like the connective tissue between all of them just kind of gets looser and looser. Like you have the first film, which is a very low key, like kind of survival horror sci-fi film. It is very much a sci-fi. So what we want to do here is just go down, and going down just kind of activates this whole little purge sequence. So it's a very low key movie. Like it doesn't try to like wow you. Like there's no big surprise or effects. I mean, okay, I'm describing it in a really bad way, but like the atmosphere and the tone is just like the slow buildup of like tension in the first Alien is really very unique in the franchise, and like none of the other films really capture what it's doing. And to be fair, I don't really think any film after the first Alien can really do exactly what the first Alien was doing. Like I mean, it's kind of like a one-time thing in a weird way, but it really does like. It's just perfect. Though I can kind of understand why people would prefer something more like the sequel, Aliens, directed by James Cameron. And now the entire texture of like the original Alien is kind of gone and replaced with like the second Aliens movie, Aliens, still has a ton of texture to it, but it's different. It just has a different vibe than that first Alien movie. Like the first Alien movie kind of like cuts corners in ways which still work for the atmosphere. Like for one, like the facehuggers. So there's no real scene where the facehuggers you have to like hide from the facehuggers or deal with the facehuggers, because all that happens is a facehugger latches onto someone, it does its thing, and it basically just goes away and dies. While in Aliens, you actually get to have a scene where like, Ripley and like her daughter character, which isn't really her daughter, but she takes care of her like a daughter, they actually have to like physically hide from a facehugger, That's kind of neat, getting to have a sequel and like actually explore what a scene like that would actually play out like is pretty dope. But overall, I'm a much bigger fan of the tone of the first Alien movie over Aliens, because you kind of get Alien is just kind of like abstract and just open to interpretation in a lot of ways. Like it doesn't really like force a view onto you. Like it's like topics, it's like kind of like themes of like gender and nihilism and like like just corporations and just like capitalism and all that. I didn't want to throw capitalism in there, but like it's definitely dealing with all that stuff. It's a lot more like low key and reserved, and just kind of like lets you like come to your own conclusions a lot more than like the future films do. Well, Aliens, like I don't want to talk too much smack about Aliens, because I think the reason why going back to it, I mean, it was my first time watching it, but like going back to it was kind of slightly underwhelming for me, is because so many action films, just like films in general, have kind of like ripped it off to the point where it doesn't feel that original in retrospect. But I feel like Aliens might have been like James Cameron like revolutionizing the crowd-pleasing blockbuster. Yeah, I mean, I think something which kind of annoys me is that the texture of Aliens just kind of feels a little bit too like crowd-pleasing like blockbuster to me. But like James Cameron was one of the integral people to really revolutionize and just like bring that style to like the forefront, where like now movies are still trying to copy it to this day to some extent. Like I don't know, I just prefer the more like low-key, just one alien, having to hide from it, tension being slow, than the kind of like video game structure of Aliens with like the increased like machismo to kind of just play up like Ridley's, just like taking the themes of like the first Alien and instead just kind of going in a direction of like, motherhood and just kind of like the strength of family. It just isn't as interesting to me in Aliens, but it's not a bad topic. I just find the topics of like the first movie more interesting than the stuff that's happening in Aliens there. And Ripley is still a fantastic character in Aliens. Like, I mean, yeah, they are kind of playing up more like a badass, while in the first movie she was a lot more low-key and honestly a bit more of an asshole, like in a kind of in ways where you can kind of get mad at her, but that's fun. I like when characters are kind of unlikable, while in the second movie she's basically kind of right most of the time, and everyone's just kind of way in over their heads, and like the whole group just kind of has a very strong like machismo, you know, because they are kind of playing that up. They're still playing with gender in like the second Aliens movie in interesting ways. Maybe like interesting for the time. Maybe it's a little like outplayed now because like a lot of movies copied it. And to be fair, I think a lot of movies that maybe have copied it have just done it in a way worse way. I mean, fuck. Alien Resurrections kind of tries a similar thing to Aliens, but it just does it in like a much more obnoxious and cringy way. It's like Alien Resurrections is probably what happens when Aliens is a bad movie. Like it's like a bad movie version of like the second Alien, the Aliens, you know. Oh man, I'm like slipping over my words here. And now this section, not sure if this section is complicated at all. I mean, like the previous mission was filled with a whole bunch of stuff, and yeah, this mission will be complicated just because the alien is back. There's gonna be like one chase sequence here. Well, not exactly a chase sequence. We're just gonna be running so fast through the hallways that like you need to like know what the fuck you're doing, or you're gonna get fucked over. And we're gonna need this little bomb I'm carrying here. Well, I'm not actually 100% sure if we need that bomb. So yeah, no, I mean, Aliens definitely has appeal, and I can just see like the appeal of, you know, it compared to the first Alien movie. Because in the first Alien movie, the titular xenomorph doesn't really show up too much, and when he does show up, they use him in ways where he doesn't have to move across the screen too much. While in Aliens, well, there's a lot more xenomorphs, and they actually move around a lot. Like the prosthetic work, I guess they had like a higher budget, so they could just swing more stuff on the screen. So it's kind of satisfying to see that play out. So yeah, you have to first throw a noisemaker into that little room so the alien will be distracted there. And you're going to reach a certain point where you just keep running. And I think after a certain point when you're running, you may have to throw a flare or maybe just do a certain weird thingy thing here. There's going to be a robot right there. And once you reach that robot there, you need to go into this room. You need to take a right. You have to knock these things over, so that when you go through these doors, you can get your pistol, shoot it, boom. That fire is going to also attract the alien there, just attract other people, other humans there, and it's very necessary for the strategy here. You have to go straight, then you have to go left. I said straight, then you have to go left, and once you go left, I don't know what else happens here. You just have to keep running, and there's going to be a certain point where, you get a certain upgrade here, and then if you're fast enough, you're going to be able to pretty much just go to the door straight up. And yeah, when you go to the door specifically, I was told you have to approach it from the left side here specifically, because like if the alien does pull up behind you, it's less likely to see you if you're hacking the door from this angle. It's just like a whole little thing there, and you kind of have to pray on good RNG for this one. This is nowhere near the hardest part of the end game here. It gets much worse in some of the later missions, and then boom. Actually, this is actually one of the easier missions. Now this beginning section is pretty tough, learning the little layout, learning how to run everything, but we're actually like physically traveling to a part of the mission that's actually going to be quite easy. Honestly, it's going to be a bit of a cakewalk. The only like thing you should really worry about is that there's going to be some like face hugger spawns in like one specific room, but once you deal with him, the rest of this level is going to be a cakewalk. We're going to be hunting down Marlowe, if I'm correct, and we're going to be seeing Taylor's death, sadly, the death of two goats, and also the death of that one topic I can't stop bringing up. So yeah, just Aliens. There's no way I can say Aliens is a bad movie. It absolutely isn't. But in the context of there being like this big franchise and all these different options for Alien movies, it's not my cup of tea. As Stan Lee would say. Not Stan Lee, Spike Lee, when talking about Green Book when it won at the Oscars. Just, it's not my cup of tea. You know, so... And then we have the third Alien movie, which is probably like the most polarizing of all, because, okay, the conversation about Alien movies online is just very interesting, because like I spent years with like just reading so many posts or just like seeing so many opinions about how the only good Alien movies are like the first two and like the rest are ass and terrible. Like I could have sworn that like the general perception of like Prometheus and Alien Covenant was that they're both pieces of shit and ass and bad, but there's kind of been a resurgence in people like reappreciating those movies in just because there was so much negativity surrounding them. There's even people reappreciating Aliens 3, which just for the longest time people, I think it was just commonly like, you know, just said that, oh, movie bad, movie ass, you know, so on and so forth. But like actually watching all these movies, like, I mean, I saw Alien 1, Aliens, Alien 3, Alien Romulus, Prometheus, Alien Covenant. Out of all those movies which I've seen, I can't say I've seen a single Aliens film which I didn't like. Though I think out of all of those, I do think Alien 3 is the worst one. But it's so interesting. It is so interesting. And also I saw the assembly cut. It's kind of like a weird director's cut, which is longer than the theatrical cut, because I knew ahead of time that apparently like they fucked over the movie in the theatrical cut. Like just a lot of characters did not get their like motivations like developed very well at all in the theatrical cut, and it was just kind of like a weird travesty, and it just fucked up the movie. So I saw the assembly cut, and from what I saw the assembly cut, it's probably my least favorite out of everything I've seen so far. But it's still very interesting, and in a lot of ways it does feel like more of a successor to the first Alien than Aliens, which just kind of went and did its own thing, was a lot more positive about everything. Like Aliens just feels a lot less cynical than like every other like Alien property made aside from Resurrections, which I'm just not even gonna see that one, frankly. I did not know the story of Alien 3 before watching it, so when I started seeing it, and it was about being on a weird-ass prison planet with, like, an all-male cult, like, religious cult, like, what the fuck, dude? That was, like, the biggest, like, left turn. I was not expecting that, so I was in for a ride for the entire thing. There's just, like, a few characters that are just really fascinating in that one, like, the main priest guy, who, I don't even know who he is. I have the sneaking suspicion that he's the guy from the Matrix, just because he talks in a similar manner like Lawrence Fishburne, but I'm not 100% sure about that. Let me double check that. I can do it very quickly on the Letterboxd app. It is not him. I believe that is Charles S. Dunton. He does a fantastic job in the movie. If that is the yeah, it is him. It's not It's not Lawrence Fishburne. It's Charles S. Dunton. Fantastic role. A really great character. He's also in the movie Seven. I don't know what character he plays in that one, but yeah, he killed it in this one. Had to shout that guy out. And also, like, the main friendly doctor guy, there was, like, a weird thing going on with him and Ripley. I think that really worked. And that guy dies so soon in the movie. But just there's a lot that's really fascinating about that movie. And there's, like, a couple things which I guess are sort of slightly problematic-ish in the sense that, like the main finale of the movie, Ridley just kind of, like, condemns herself to hell because she was, like, sexually assaulted in some way. Because, like, in the end of the movie, she was basically sexually assaulted by the alien. She has like this death baby, so she basically like kills herself to make sure the baby never gets born again. And it's kind of got weird implications, but I think the movie is like more nuanced. Where I don't think it's making like that statement at all, really. Like I just like the nuances of like the movie's like treatment of like religion and all that. Just give it a lot more texture and just doesn't feel as like edgy or as mean as one would think. But it is a very edgy and mean movie. Like holy shit! Like the movie starts and in the first like 10 to 15 minutes, they're like doing an autopsy on a 10-year-old child. Like what the fuck are we even doing here, dude? Holy shit! Like the cruelty maybe is a little too much, especially if you were really happy with the way the second movie went and like the way that sets things up and it has like a hopeful end. Like Alien 3 just completely undoes all of that. So I think at the time people really hated that movie just because they were so happy with Aliens that when Alien 3 comes and kind of undoes everything that movie just did, it's kind of like, what the fuck, dude? This is a very unsatisfying conclusion. But I think a lot of the reappraisal of the third Aliens movie is just kind of like, because we live in the current like franchise filmmaking that we do now, where like everyone just kind of, where most people just play it super safe and you're not really allowed to make many like you're not really allowed to make any like risky decisions, and it's all just kind of like a I forgot how to say congratulations when it comes to self-congratulatory. Everyone's just jerking themselves off now. Like, I mean, the Marvel movies, they're just kind of jerking off their past films now. They're not really, like, advancing, like, new ideas or themes. Or they're not being risky with it. You know, you see, like, Deadpool 1 and 2, and then Deadpool 3 just kind of, like, rolls back and just plays things even more safe, despite the fact that it's still R-rated. It just kind of becomes, like,
listen to me.
It gets annoying. So seeing a film like Alien 3, which is just not trying at all to please the audience, and is just doing its own thing as a brat, like its own like very brash and like abrasive thing, like, you know, as strongly as it can, is kind of inspiring. But despite how cool all of that is conceptually, the film just gets kind of boring after a certain while. Like, and I kind of set up a little cinematic angle here, and she's gonna beat the fuck out of Marlowe there. Boom, bam, pow. It's kind of like a little movie thing, except the models are moving a little bit awkward and video gamey. But yeah, despite how cool Alien 3 is conceptually, even like in the modern landscape of like franchise filmmaking, because like there's no way that like a franchise like Trilogy Ender is ever gonna go as bleak and nihilistic as that one ever again. Like I don't think Warner Brothers are ever gonna like let someone pull some shit like that again. Like, you know, just like, you know, disregard like, you know, franchise integrity and iconography just to like be that bleak about the world, you know, like changing the metaphor of like motherhood to like, you know, a terminal illness and like everyone's screwed and it all goes to shit. Like, what the fuck? It's like it's like actually too much to handle. And honestly, maybe it might have been actually too much to handle. But honestly, like, I mean, like the film has like this huge climactic scene, like an hour and 20 minutes in the assembly cut. And then I checked to see how much of the film is left, because I thought, oh, there's probably only like 20 or 30 minutes left. And I found out that there's still like an hour 20 of the film left. And I was like, what the fuck? Like, what? What else are we going to do here? And like, I kind of started like drifting off a little bit, because the thing about Aliens 3 is that it does have a lot of really interesting concepts, but like the grammar and flow of the movie is still a lot more conventional, you know? It's like a kind of a conventional... It's very similar to other movies. I just forgot what type of movie it's very similar to, but it just doesn't have like the same, like, you know, off-kilter flavor of like the first Alien, and it's not as good as doing like, you know, the more like blockbuster vibe of the second Aliens, and it's just kind of in a weird middle ground. It's just like a lot of like dialogue exchanges I don't really fuck with too much in the third Alien movie. Some of the side characters just, I don't gel with them at all. Like, some of them I forgot they were even there. I'm kind of like, oh, okay, I guess you're here. And, I mean, the alien is just fucking weird in this one. Like, there's just like there's some really bad compositing in Aliens 3. And like, the production history of that movie, I heard it was a complete disaster. And I didn't really look into the details of it, but just David Fincher kind of got fucked over while making the movie. But part of the reason why he was getting fucked over so hard is because I heard that he was also fucking the producers over back. Because like, it seems like David Fincher kind of got set up in a way, because, you know, by the time he was directing Alien 3, he was kind of a new director, so I guess, like, the executives, the way I keep hearing it from other people's, like, accounts, is that the executives kind of hired him because he was a first-time guy, so, you know, because he was a newbie, they could kind of, like, fuck with him more and be like, oh, you have to do this a certain way. But despite being a newbie, David Fincher was still like, no, fuck you guys, I'm gonna do this way, and if you keep fucking with me, I'm still gonna do it, and you're gonna pay. And it was just like, the whole production was just a weird, miserable experience. But yeah, some of those like alien effects, like the way it's composited into the scene, just do not look good these days. But there's still some fantastic shots with the alien, mostly in the close-ups for sure. But yeah, no, just it was a whole thing. And yeah, I was kind of expecting a white baby to show up, but it just never did. Oh yeah, I forgot to send off Taylor. She's dead, you know? Like, I mean, she did nothing wrong. She lived life, you know, the way she had to live her life. You know, she lived a good life. The disparity between her and Samuels was not her fault, bro. They're both real as fuck. Ass, no ass. They're both going to heaven. They're both goated as fuck. I salute the both of them. But yeah, they're both dead now. So yeah, just like most other Alien media, most of the cast just ends up dying off by the end. That's even true of Aliens. Most of the cast did die off by the end, you know. Just the way the different Alien movies that kind of approach most of the cast getting like sliced off one by one is probably like interesting and indicative of like their goals and like personalities, and just kind of shows off just how different like the three Alien movies are. And I think David Fincher was kind of planning on ending it with 3, but since like a lot of people were not happy with the way it ended, we got Resurrections, and that was a whole Joss Whedon thing, parody, silly, funny, and most people also did not like that one. And I guess around this time, I don't know when Alien vs. Predator came out, but I'm not watching that one until I know damage, like an Alien vs. Predator game, which they do exist. Now, whether or not they're possible to no damage, that's a whole other like issue. Maybe one day I'll be no damaging Alien Colonial Marines. I have heard nothing good about that game. Like, it seems like people really hate that one. And yeah, Aliens Colonial Marines is like kind of exactly the sort of, is very much inspired by Aliens, not the first Alien movie. Very much like a first-person shooter. You shoot the people up. But yeah, now we're in this next mission, and this next mission is probably going to be one of the most complicated in the game, I believe. This may be the mission where the alien becomes like a real asshole to deal with. But that might be the next mission, I don't know. It might just be both of these missions where the alien's a real asshole, but yeah. We throw a flare there to kind of like distract the people, and for some reason, yeah, like distract people so that when you're trying to cut this thing with the ion torch or whatever, you don't get like interrupted along the way. Now, whether I have specific notes about this specific mission, I mean, is this mission 16 or 17? I don't know. I'll have to like check my time code to be fully aware of that. But yeah, no, we are reaching the end of the game, and the game does not pull its punches with it's like demanding gameplay content. So here I'm going to make a noisemaker, and I do end up making a very fatal mistake in this section, which kind of screws me over later. No, it definitely screws me over later. I make a fatal mistake here. Oh man. But I want to jump back to Prometheus, so I guess I'm kind of jumping forward to Prometheus. So even though I do find like a lot of the cast in Prometheus, I find them hard to remember, just like hard to like attach myself to. Like the Prometheus has like a completely stacked cast. It's very insane. Like just like A-listers all around. I mean, you got Idris Elba for like a one role, and he has like a foghorn accent. Like, oh my, like what are we doing here, dude? It's a crazy cast. Like Alien Covenant's cast is not as crazy, though it's still like pretty good actors all around. But just Prometheus was just like insane. Like he was kind of like firing on all cylinders with this casting. But yeah. Okay, I think this mission may or may not be the one which has this insane loading issue which comes in, but that loading issue only comes in when I put on the spacesuit. And yeah, there's going to be like a big section of this game that's just going to be you walking with the spacesuit, which you can apparently take damage in, but like I didn't even know that was possible. But also taking damage in that spacesuit section is like one of the rarest things that can happen in this game. So it shouldn't happen, but if it does happen, I think like God hates you or something. Very much like how God hates most of the people in the Alien franchise, or rather, the gods that exist and like physically interact with the human beings in a lot of these movies. I mean, in some of these movies, I mean, like in Alien 3, God just kind of takes the form of the alien itself. The alien itself is kind of treated as like a vengeful god, like, you know, taking vengeance against all ye lowly sinners in this hellish fucking prisonscape. I'm gonna drink some coffee. Also, today is my second day of recording commentary for this video. I mean, it is 4 hours long, so it is a long commentary video. But the reason I kind of did this in 2 days and not 1 day is because I'm planning on, like, you know, doing a sort of thing at the end of this video. But if I do that thing, it's going to be very loud. And also, I don't want to wake up my family members on that. So I kind of structured it to be for today. And also today, the second day of recording, was the RGG Summit, where they announced a new Yakuza game. So yeah, even in a video about Alien, I'm still going to talk about Yakuza. And that was at 6 a.m. in my time zone, so I had to wake up at 5 a.m. So I had to go to sleep earlier before. And see, you're supposed to throw the flare all the way to like the back right of the room, but I instead threw it in the middle of the room, and that pretty much fucks up the whole strategy. But I decided to keep this strategy in the video and just kind of like roll with it and just make another noisemaker. But it was not smart because I really needed flares for like the other sections of the game to pretty much go faster. So I'm pretty sure my video is like 10 minutes longer than like the goated YouTubers version. Part of it because I am slower generally in the game. Not in the beginning, mind you, but near the end here I do end up going slower. And it's because I went with this strategy that is much slower like later on because I ran out of noisemakers and flares. Like, I think I used most of my scraps to make this extra noisemaker to make up for the fact that I fucked up with the flare there. And also, I don't have as many flares as he has during his walkthrough. Once again, loot is randomized. And while he had like 6 flares by this point, I only had around like 3. So I threw my last flare there, and I will get like 1 more flare later on, which I'll need for a later section and not for the section where I really, really needed it. So yeah, we're just dealing with these human beings, and then like eventually the alien's gonna pull up. Maybe the alien is always here, but there will be a certain point in the game where the alien kind of just has to spawn in. Maybe the alien like has to spawn in because there's a certain part where a facehugger will always spawn, and you can't really run away from the facehugger because the facehugger's in a room where you need to like activate a code. And you know, I mean, you can't hide from the facehugger. Like once you open the door to access the code in the room, the facehugger will be there, and you have to kill it somehow. And I feel like any way of killing it is just always going to be loud enough to attract the alien in there. So it's just a very like fucked section of the game. I might actually be taking my time exiting this little place here either for the alien or for the human. Now I think it has more to do with human beings because there's still human beings hanging around here. And oh, I'm running. What the fuck? I was not expecting this. So I guess like something which happens like later on here is going to spawn the alien in here. But yeah, no. I think it's more the way back that's like a huge pain in the ass. Like, I mean, because you pretty much you go through this entire area, you reach a certain point, and then you have to like go all the way back from where you came, and the way back is pretty miserable. Like you have to deal with the human beings and the aliens, and like it all just kind of mixes together. My man, I mean, I forgot this guy's name, but he's chill. You know, he helps us out throughout the game. I don't think the game's like main story is that interesting, to be honest. I don't know. I feel like we have kind of reached the point where like, you know, Aliens kind of run its course. I mean, there's not that much you can do with this story. You know, you're exploring a space station. You know, everything's pretty fucked. You have aliens, you have robots, so on and so forth. I mean, I don't want to say it's bad. And also, a lot of the storytelling is kind of done in a more immersive sim sort of way, where you just kind of read the notes to piece together what's really going on. You know, like the intricacies of the place and all that. And do I have this entire story pieced together? No. I will say, like, when I was playing the game for the first walkthrough and like pretty much reading every single note I came across, that was engaging, but I don't think I read every single note in the game, and I don't think I fully pieced together like the full story of this game. Like, I don't think it's going to be anything too complicated. It's just more, you know, what the company was doing, some of the more specifics of that, how they're fucking over their workers, you know, how the working Joes were kind of like third-rate like robots, and that's maybe part of the reason why they started going evil like near the end, so on and so forth. You know, it's just it's very engrossing, but also like a lot of video games just kind of like work in this style. And it's just like when I'm watching reviews of like video games, like there's certain people that are like so definitive in saying this is the story, and it's because I read all the notes, and like I don't know if I'm capable of that. I mean, I have to like compile every single note, you know, like make it like see how it like, you know, works together in a chronological fashion. This is probably one of the easier games to do that with. I don't know. I feel like there's like more obscure, like, you know, surrealist games that will probably be like harder to like piece together. Like Pathologic is probably a harder game to piece together. Never played it. I did see a review that spoiled the entire game on it. I think you know which reviewer I saw. I think you can like guess. It's probably like one of the most popular videos on Pathologic. I still want to play it though. And honestly, kind of continuing with October coming in like 10 or 11 days, I think I'm going to continue no damaging like horror games. Oh yeah, so here we're going to go across a hacking minigame. This is like the bane of my existence. I hated this one, and it's the same reason why I hated the other one. Like on my first playthrough, I was genuinely confused on what the fuck I had to do here, and I looked up a walkthrough, and the walkthrough didn't really help me much at all. But all it amounts to is, when the numbers pop up, you have to press the direction and the enter key at the same time. I hate the fact that you have to use the enter key for so much, for like these little, like not so much, actually so little. Like, just randomly, out of nowhere, in, like, you know, your 13 to 20 hour walkthrough, there's, like, 1 or 3, like, hacking minigames that just, for inexplicably require the enter key instead of the E key, and I think it's fucking stupid. So, yeah, no, I was just confused out of my fucking mind with that red one until, like, I figured out that, oh, you just press the enter key with it. It's not just pressing the directions. This one's very straightforward. You just have to line up the circles, and it'll just do that. Okay, so we are going to reach the slow space section eventually, but, yeah, no. I'm planning on finishing up my Kuruhyo 2 walkthrough actually, and then I'm going to start doing walkthroughs of a little known game called Parasite Eve. I actually bought a PS1 copy like not too long ago, so I plan on doing a walkthrough of that game, and after, you know, beating a first walkthrough of some sort, I plan on no damaging Parasite Eve. I made a promise to a strong memetic creator, a friend, and today's that year. Well, I don't even know if I'm going to finish it this year. Well, I hope I finish my Parasite Eve no damage this year, because after Parasite Eve, I want to do Silent Hill 2. I've always wanted to do the first 4 Silent Hill games, and I guess by the time I'm done no damaging the first 4 Silent Hill games, I'll probably do the other ones, but the first 4 are the only ones I've played, and I love the trilogy. I really like the 4th game, but it's easily my least favorite of like the first 4. That second half is fucking brutal, man. It's like Hitler coded a game. It's like Hitler made a second half to a video game. It's like obnoxious. But I still really like the 4th game. That first half is just absolutely killer. Okay, so now that I've done that, we just need to go into this door, like our friend is going to open it, and then we're going to have a really easy section of the game, and when we come back, we're going to have to deal with fucking hell. Like hell on earth. But for now, we're just going to take like basically like a 9 to 12 minute break, so this section on my first playthrough, it's kind of boring. I mean, I was kind of warned ahead of time that the spacewalky sections are just kind of like whatever. You really, there's no harm in any of these parts. There's no danger. You just walk. You walk very slow. A lot of your movement tech is gone. Even you don't have like that much movement tech in this game, but like whatever movement tech you had before, it's completely gone in the space section. So the speedrunners also say that these sections are probably the most boring of the speedrun because there's no tricks to pull. You're pretty much forced to walk. It is basically like a little walking sim section of the game. And to be honest, I mean, I don't want any, but for a no damage, I think these parts of the game are probably like a huge relief. It's kind of like, okay, let's just spend 10 minutes looking at pretty scenery instead of having to deal with like enemy paths or like learning any complicated like terrain. Because also these like sections are very linear. So it's very easy to not get lost in these parts. So it's just kind of a relief, kind of a part to relax and go, ooh, okay, I don't have to like spend, I don't have to like really watch this section play out. I can just do it on my first try and not worry about anything. Unless you take damage from the debris, because apparently you can take damage from the debris here, and I didn't even know that was possible. And maybe I did take damage from the debris. I doubt it, though. She never made any, noises of pain while I was playing this, so I just don't think that's the case. I do want to see Alien Romulus again, honestly, maybe in an IMAX display, because it seems like the movie was made for that, and just to kind of recollect my thoughts after, like, watching a good majority of, like, the Alien franchise as it is. But I think by now it's too late, given that, like, the shelf life of movies in theaters has gotten so short these days. Like, the only movies that stay in theaters for, like, longer than a month are, like, the biggest blockbusters of all time. Everything else gets, like, a week or two and it gets fucking booted out the door. Like, what the fuck do you mean that, like, Wes Anderson releases Asteroid City and that shit, like, only lasted, like, 2 or 3 weeks in theaters before it hits digital? Like, what the fuck are we talking about here, dude? How did we get to this point? Like, I mean, maybe I should just blame COVID. Like, it'd be like COVID, like, fucked over the release schedules of majority of movies in theaters. Like, I don't fuck with it at all. It's like, just, movies in theaters just don't have a long shelf life anymore because they just immediately go to digital. I mean, I guess that would be, like, less annoying than, say, waiting, like, 6 months for it to come to DVD or something. But I still feel like something's fucked up here. Like, they need to be in theaters for longer to be, like, successful or, like, to turn a profit. But we've kind of reached the thing. I mean, this isn't just with games. I mean, like, this isn't just with movies. I feel maybe games might suffer from it, like, even worse, where if it doesn't make, like, bajillion dollars, like, in the first 3 days or something, it's considered a failure. Like, I don't know too much about the Concord discourse besides the fact that, like, it's a game they spent years hyping up, and then after 3 days, it immediately got shut down. Like, what the fuck happened there? Like, yeah, I don't think anyone was excited to play it. I mean, I'm just not going to play any Overwatch-style game. That's just not really my genre. I mean, that's not really my thing to go into. But it's just like, it seems like they were expecting way too much success for the first 3 days of that game's release. But they spent years making it. Like, I don't know. If you want it to be immediately successful from day one, I don't know. I feel you should do that with projects that don't take years and years and years to make. Like, I mean, if you need to have, like, more realistic expectations here. Because it's like, dude, you were not going to, like, dethrone fucking a Blizzard game like that. It was just absurd. It was just absurd. Anyways, let me change the topic completely. I actually only recently learned that Ridley Scott and Tony Scott are brothers. I mean, yeah, they both have the same last name, but I never really made the connection. But yeah, they're brothers. Now, Ridley Scott, he's made a lot of movies. Who's Tony Scott? Well, Tony Scott is also very popular. I don't think I need to really give him an introduction, but he's the guy that made Top Gun, and he also made the Man on Fire remake, and that is a remake. The one with Denzel Washington is a remake of a previous movie. Honestly, I feel like that Man on Fire movie is a remake in the similar way that movies like Scarface and The Thing are remakes. You know, like Scarface starring Al Pacino and The Thing starring Kurt Russell, where, like, I didn't know they were remakes until I was told after the fact, because, like, that remake seems to be, like, the definitive version of the movie that everyone remembers. Like, it was such a banger remake that, like, that's the version people call back to and think is the original, but they're not the originals. Like, Man on Fire, I think, was a movie that was released earlier, before, like, the 2000s, because Man on Fire was released in, like, the early 2000s or, like, late 90s, right? I might be wrong on that. And Scarface was around the 80s, and The Thing was also around the 80s, but Scarface had, like, a version that was released, like, either in the 30s or 40s, and I really want to watch that original Scarface, because I hear that it's still a really fantastic movie, but it's, like, completely different from the new Scarface, because that older, like, original Scarface was made during the Haze era. I think that's what it was called. There was a certain era where movies were just not allowed to be graphic for, like, moral upstanding or something. It's something which a lot of Hitchcock movies are kind of affected by. So, like, Hitchcock movies, like, they can never get that grisly. Like, if they want to get, like, really gross or, like, upsetting, they have to, like, imply it. They can't just flat out show it because it was, like, against the Hays Code. So this Scarface movie was like, for the time, like for the 40s or 50s, whenever this original Scarface came out, it was very transgressive for the time in the, in the era of the Hays Code and all that. But compared to most of the stuff that comes out now, definitely compared to the Scarface made by Brian De Palma, it's not that graphic. But it was just kind of like an interesting showcase of, like, how these things have changed over the years, and just a very nice, like, historical document of that sort of stuff. And then you compare it to, like, the new Scarface, and it's, like, fucking insane, Like, holy shit, this one's way more graphic. There's fucking boobs and blood and gunshots and cocaine all over the place. Like, there was really, like, it's like a no-holds-bar, like, remake. And, Al Pacino's, like, firing on all cylinders with, like, this character acting. Like, holy shit, dude. I mean, I'm not gonna lie to you. I don't think I like the Brian De Palma Scarface that much. I mean, there's a lot that's fantastic about it. Al Pacino's great in it. but it didn't really fully click for me. I think I'm actually a bigger fan of another remake Brian De Palma directed, Blowout. I don't know. I think I'm a bigger fan of a movie like Blowout, just that kind of like noirish type vibe. I gotta watch his older movies because I also didn't really like the first Mission Impossible that much by Brian De Palma. It was kind of boring. It looked fantastic and it had a dope vibe. Tom Cruise was not that good in it either. Like his acting was just very cheesy. I just couldn't get into it. Though the stunts that he did do were pretty dope, especially like the little hanging wire one. And the first Mission Impossible really does have a visual style that I don't think like the other movies really captured. So it is still notable for that. Very nice colors, like interesting use of POV. And it's probably like the most spy thriller feeling movie of them all. Because like, you know, as they went along, they just kind of became action movies with spies in them every now and then. While the Mission Impossible did feel a lot more like an espionage-ish movie. But that has nothing to do with Tony Scott. Oh, yes, it does. He made the Man on Fire movie with Denzel Washington. I never saw the original Man on Fire, but yeah, the Denzel Washington movie, it's a banger. It's an absolute banger. And my friend here, the cat, is right to my right side. I actually didn't notice him. He's down there. He's staring at me very intently. I really hope he doesn't get any funny ideas, like jumping up here like randomly out of nowhere. But the one thing about Tony Scott, though, is I didn't really like the original Top Gun. I know it's a classic, and you know I understand why it's a classic. There's a lot of dope things about it, but genuinely, I was kind of passing out while watching it. I think like in the middle of the movie, I was like slowly drifting to sleep. I mean, yeah, I was laid in bed while watching it. I mean, that was probably like part of the problem, but it gets boring in the middle. Like that romance with Tom Cruise and that lady, I could not really fuck with it at all. Yeah, like a big meme about Top Gun is how like, you know, homoerotic it is a lot of the time. Yeah, that's kind of funny, but I don't think it really carries the film aside from, you know, they got some friendships and they're goofy and they sing this silly little song on the piano. It ain't that nice. It was kind of nice. And there's a lot of like dope action, dope planes, you know. Tony Scott, I mean, I never really considered it, but this is just stuff which other people say. I haven't really done the research myself, but Tony Scott is probably one of the biggest influences on Michael Bay's style. Like, I guess if it could be described, Tony Scott is like if Michael Bay was more restrained. Because it still has a lot of like frenetic editing and, you know, fast-paced like camera like movement and all that, and it all works really well for Tony Scott. Though I guess like Michael Bay maybe takes it like a little step too far, and also Michael Bay movies just tend to be like a lot grosser and just like a lot more like I mean, I want to say the word I'm looking for is misogynistic, but that's not really it. It's something else in those movies, even though a lot of those movies do tend to like go in that direction of misogyny and just like machismo and all that. I mean, and the sort of machismo that's in Michael Bay movies is completely different from the machismo I was talking about before with Aliens. That's like two different feels. Honestly, I mean, a lot of these directors are like very like chauvinistic in that sense. I feel like Ridley Scott movies tend to be somewhat chauvinistic because when he releases a movie, like recently, like The Last Duel, I don't even know if I'm using the word chauvinistic correctly. I mean, this video is just full of me using words maybe incorrectly or correctly. I don't know. Any language scholars, any AP Lit majors, if you want to drop some corrections in the comments, you know, let me know. I also took AP Lit. I got like a 3 on the big AP Lit test, which means you technically pass, but that's like the lowest passing score when you take like the big AP Literature test. But I passed though. But yeah, no, I feel like Ridley Scott's just kind of, his films kind of tend to, there's a more chauvinistic approach. Because it's just like, I don't know, you see like The Last Duel, and a big part of that, you know, is it's telling like the story of this woman who's been raped and like her story's been, you know, falsified. And when you get to like her part, you know, that's like the real story. It's like a whole thing in that movie. But I could never fully buy it into that movie. I don't know if the movie was like fully on board with that message. I mean, no, I mean, it's definitely on board against rape for sure. Like, I'm not saying that Ridley Scott is a horrible person that like condones rape. That is not what I'm saying. But it just feels kind of weird where it's like you have a movie like the Last Duel that's, you know, believe all women's stories, and then like immediately after he releases a movie like House of Gucci, which is just like, oh yeah, women are lying like conniving bitches and they will fuck over your empire. Like, I mean, you see, like, I don't know if he's like fully on board with like some of the feminist messaging he was trying to go for in The Last Duel. You can kind of feel it when watching that movie. So when I say that he's kind of chauvinistic and like very masculine, I'm not even saying that fully as a negative. I think it works really well for like a movie like Napoleon, for instance, which is, you know, very much fueled by like a person who's like very much a pillar of masculinity on some sense, with these big epic battles and war things. Just like the way he like captures all that is incredibly engrossing and fascinating. Napoleon, I don't know if I fully loved it, but there's a lot of like great stuff in there. Just the battle scenes are just like magnificent. I would recommend a watch, even though it gets a little bit overwhelming to kind of sit through the whole thing. This section here is hell. What I like to do is I like to wait for the alien to pull up and kill everyone in the room. And there's this thing which could happen where you know, like the alien only kills one person, like the people that go hiding, they don't die. So what I would like to do is, if the alien runs all the way to your window immediately, well, that's gonna be a problem. However, if the alien kills the person in the middle of the room first, it tends to kind of leave, and the people who aren't in the middle of the room, they just stay hiding. I shoot a couple like shots of the revolver in order to attract the alien to my location, because once I shoot my revolver, the enemies there are also going to shoot their weapons, and like because they're stupid, that's going to attract the alien kills them there. And typically, I want the alien to go away, but I was trying to sneak past it and it didn't work out, so I was trying to scare it away with the flamethrower, and, you know, when it got a little bit too close, I had to do a couple, like, bursts to kind of put it back in the vents. Now, typically, you want to use the flamethrower in this section because I'm running away, and it's kind of part of the strategy, but I got really lucky that the alien was in that corner over there, but for some reason, did not chase me down. It's just the alien AI is just so strange the way it works. Like, sometimes it's, like, completely in your favor, and sometimes it's just not completely in your favor. But yeah, no, like Tony Scott is the younger brother of Ridley Scott, though sadly Tony Scott has passed away. I forget if it was by suicide or something, I don't know, but he's no longer with us. Ridley Scott still is with us, though he's quite old. But yeah, no, Tony Scott has left like a huge impression on like action cinema, and I really need to watch the rest of his stuff. I gotta watch True Romance, you know, just really need to watch the rest of his films. Like, he is a very like just influential director on his own right. I mean, Ridley Scott's also super influential. This part fucking sucks, by the way. This part of the game, terrible. This is Mission 16, and in Mission 16, I saved while having the spacesuit on. Like, I think you saw that before, like inside the building. And I used to think that I was pretty sure that it makes the game take ages to load in every time. It was like 20 to 40 seconds of loading. It like reminded me of my days playing games on the Xbox 360, like playing like Deus Ex Human Revolution on the Xbox 360. Like, those load times were fucking terrible, man. And this may have just been a weird glitch. That's what I used to think. And, you know, maybe the spacesuit had nothing to do with it. No, the spacesuit definitely had nothing to do with it, because, like, later on, I saved in the game, and the long-ass loading still happened. Like, I don't know if this is, like, specific to just this area, or if my PC started bugging with this area, because I do not remember this being the case during my first playthrough, but then again, I probably maybe didn't die that many times during my first playthrough, because during this section specifically, because maybe I had more flamethrower ammo, or maybe I was, like, killing the human beings with guns, or pipe bombs, you know, so on and so forth. Like, it's very fucky. In fact, you're actually going to see how long the loading times for this fucked-ass section are, because during my little walkthrough, I actually make a mistake. I go to the wrong elevator, I load into that area super quick, and then I take the elevator to go back into this area, and it takes a bajillion fucking years, and it's awful and terrible. So yeah. And also, this path you have to learn here to pretty much going down the stairs. There's going to be a policeman in the halls, and sometimes they'll just be straight down the stairs where you are. And typically, I would try to go into the locker, but going into the locker just kept fucking me up over and over and over. Like, I'm actually going to make a video of all the fails I had where the enemy just shot me with a shotgun while I was in the locker. But, so honestly, you're kind of better off just, you know, chilling on the stairs and like watching the enemy there, and hopefully the alien pulls up, because a big part of whether that part works or not is like how the alien reacts to you. You know, whether he goes and kills everyone conveniently. And once you hear the alien kind of down the hall, it's probably a good time to go into the hallway, enter a vent. Then you have to like exit the vent there, go into another vent. And you have to be careful that the alien himself isn't in an event, because he actually likes to kind of hang around near the vents every now and then. So you have to hear him out, await his AI. This may be a good time to try out using the motion sensor and all that. And also that previous room, I used the flare. If you throw it into that room, that should distract like the enemy and the alien for long enough to keep, you know, give you a little bit of safety while going to this area. It's a very fucked process. Just study very closely what I'm doing here and try to copy it to the best of your abilities. But like, this is where like the RNG elements start to really fuck you over when it comes to the alien, because like sometimes the alien was like right behind me, sometimes like a human enemy was around there and they just shoot me with a gun. This is a pretty miserable section. Like, I dropped the save right before doing this section because it is that bad, and you really have to like it's tough. It's quite tough. This is like where all the RNG elements really come into play and just kind of start fighting against you, and it's just like, holy moly. And yeah, there was another thing I really wanted to mention. Maybe I just wanted to yap more about movies. Yeah, I want to go back to The Last Duel and House of Gucci, those two Ridley Scott movies, because I kind of want to make it clear that I thought The Last Duel was alright. You know, it was okay. There was a lot of really impressive stuff in it. Some of the accents were kind of goofy as fuck, but honestly, I bought into it. I thought it was a decent movie. I hate House of Gucci. I think House of Gucci is fucking terrible. Like, holy shit, just everyone's accents are just like abysmal. They're ugly. Like, just I think the editing of the scenes don't work at all. Like, I swear, like, no scenes just end. They just keep going and going and going, and I just did not fuck with that editing rhythm at all. And just the whole like process of that, like, Lady Gaga sucked in it, dude. Her accent was disgusting as well. Just terrible movie, man. It just felt like the most, it was like anticlimactic. It was just like Jared Leto was a fucking cartoon in it. I just could not buy into him at all. Like he was like, he got his impressions of an Italian person from fucking Mario Bros. And he just put on like a bald hat and a bald cap and just kind of went with it. Like just, oh man, I hate that movie. So yeah, here's where I took the wrong elevator. Did you see how fast I loaded into this area? Check how long it takes to load into this next area. Holy shit, you can just go and watch all of Ridley Scott's like discography, like all his trailers in like one go, just from how long it takes. Usually when you have text on it, when this happens, like the game loads in like 2 seconds. But no, we're just stuck on this specific loading screen with no words for over 40 seconds. Like I'm telling you, this is straight up like PS3, Xbox 360 era loading. Like, I mean, once we reach like the PS4 and PS5 era, I can't think of a single game that takes this long to load, because I guess like the way the PS4 and the PS5 are built, they just like have things to load in like the game a lot faster. I mean, if someone could like, you know, comment down in the comments like what games took like 40 to 50 seconds to load in on the PS4 and PS5, I'll be you know, very thankful for that information. I mean, did The Last of Us like 2 take that long to load in? I mean, I'm assuming that's like one of the most graphically impressive PS4 games, because they didn't shut up about how graphically impressive it was. And well, from the stuff I've seen, I mean, it is graphically impressive. There was like one really impressive, like, you know, texture, like, you know, filtering thing. I don't know if filtering is the right word, but like, you can, in the game, there's like a part of the game where like a character like puts their hands through someone's shirt, and like the way that like that shirt is modeled and taken off is incredibly realistically done. I mean, you look at most Yakuza games, they just skip that animation entirely. They just like grab their shoulder, and then like in the next cut they already took off the entire suit, because actually animating that, well, first of all, that's just not realistic. That you just can't do that. So yeah, I took the wrong elevator. The actual elevator you're supposed to take was that one right there. One day I'm gonna no damage The Last of Us 1, because I remember playing that game and really liking it. I mean, I'm probably still going to really like it on my next playthrough. It's just that that game is really long. So if I was going to no damage the whole thing, that's going to be a long-ass video. It's going to be longer than this video. And this video, I mean, this video is long as hell. It's 4 hours, 28 minutes of commentary. So yeah, because I wasted a flare, I'm fucked in this section, and I came up with a brand new strategy. Typically, the strategy is to throw a flare in a certain direction so that the alien and the guy go investigate it and they both die. But instead, I use my wrench to hit the elevator. Hitting the elevator like summons the alien, and I wait for the alien to get really close to the guard, and the alien's gonna kill the guard. And instead of investigating you walking out of the elevator, the alien's gonna immediately go to the elevator, but you can get out in time to pretty much like not be in the line of sight of the alien, and this is how you deal with him. And now I'm waiting for him to pretty much get the fuck out of Dodge. It takes a while. This was a very messy strategy. I basically came up with this on the spot because I had like no noisemakers, no flares. This is not really an ideal strategy, but if you don't have any noisemakers, you don't have any flares, and you want to save your flamethrower ammo, because I also have like fuck all flamethrower ammo. Like I really cannot afford to waste any of it right now, because you need to save most of your flamethrower ammo for like chapter 14 and like chapter 17 and 18. This is chapter 17, by the way. Wait. Yeah, this is chapter 17. Like, you need to save your flamethrower ammo for those specific sections. Like, you need to kill a bunch of stuff with that. You also need to, like, scare the alien away a bunch with that. So right now, I'm trying to go to a certain room to, like, you know, go get a save point. But that certain room is either blocked by a security thing or by, like, an ion torch thing where you have to, like, burn it for a long time. So you're going to be stuck in one place for a really long time while this alien's prowling around. You just, unless you have a flare to distract them for long enough, it's probably best to just wait out the alien and just make him, like, go back in his vent. But I was just, like, terrified. Like, I'm just happy that like my on-the-fly strategy actually worked. Like just this hitting the elevator with a wrench was enough of a distraction to pretty much like make the alien kill the guard who was patrolling, and also, you know, investigate that and give me like a chance to get the fuck out of Dodge behind this like little corner where I'm playing Ring Around the Rosie, you know, trying to keep track of the alien's like audio and just trying to stay out of his line of sight. But it is insane. This is an insane moment, I'll tell you. Look, I mean, it's scary, dude. He's like right there. Just enthralling like gameplay here. So yeah, I kind of hit it like a lull in the commentary here. I just kind of forgot what to talk about, but yeah, no, we're still waiting on this alien to go back into the vent. And there was something I really wanted to mention. Yeah, if you hold your breath for too long in the lockers, you take damage. I mean, like, I guess that's kind of what would happen in real life, but because you don't really have a health bar, it's kind of hard to judge how long you have to hold your breath for. So it's just kind of like, it's kind of a mute point. Just lockers in this game are for the most part useless. Like, I don't know, they serve a very specific purpose, and frankly, you're just better off doing, in most situations, any other strategy besides just sitting in the locker and waiting. And well, I mean, I guess that's kind of true with most stealth games. I mean, like, the locker is kind of the safe option, but even in this game, the locker's just not safe. I mean, like, if the alien gets too close, he'll just kill you. If you enter it, like, too late, the alien notices you and he just kills you. Like, I'm just thinking back to the lockers in like Metal Gear Solid 2, and it's just like, for the most part, I mean, if you know what you're doing and you know like how to go through the room, going through the lockers isn't that useful unless you like want to hide a specific body, or unless you're doing a certain challenge run, or unless you're playing the VR missions. I assume in the VR missions you kinda maybe at some point have to use the lockers, give or take. So yeah, here I actually didn't know like which component like used component B, like which thing used component B. So I wasted a little bit of time trying to get there. And once I finish doing what I have to do in this room, I'm going to save the game because, well, what comes next is still hell. And just like the previous strategy, I just wasn't expecting it to work. And I didn't want to like let that strategy go to waste. So yeah, there we go. Then or maybe I saved beforehand. Where is the save point here anyways? But yeah, no, we're near the end here. This is Mission 17. Mission 17 probably also has one of the hardest sections of the whole game. And yeah, here I'm trying to watch out for the alien, trying to see, where's he at, where's he at? Oh, I haven't hit the save point yet because the save point isn't here. So I have to go into that room, then I have to go into this room. And once I enter this room, I'm going to activate a little thing and then hit the save point because what comes after is hell. It's the part with the face hugger and where you have to like it's like the mandatory, the alien must come out now to pretty much kill you and all that. But yeah, there's not really that much to say beyond that. I mean, there's maybe a couple more points in my outline I still have to get to, but they're mostly about very specific stuff. There's a very specific thing which happens in Mission 17, which will be very important because another YouTuber is going to pop up when I reach that specific section in Mission 17. But, I don't know. It's been nearly 4 hours. I guess I ran out of steam, though I did not run out of coffee and milk. I still got that on me. Oh, I was talking about Silent Hill 2 a while ago, though, so I guess I should get back to that. So, the reason why I'm planning on no damaging Silent Hill 2 over Silent Hill 1, 3, and 4 is for two reasons. Silent Hill 2, two reasons. One, it's probably the most popular game. I mean, with that remake coming out, I mean, it's probably going to do the most. It's probably going to be the one that does the best out of like those 4 videos. And two, it's easily the easiest out of the first 4 games. So if I am going to kind of jump into this pond, this will be like the easiest pond to jump into. So once you enter this room, a facehugger is always going to like come out. You have to kill it with a fire, because if you shoot it with a shotgun or pistol, you're probably going to take damage. And when you do that, it's going to create enough noise for the alien to come out. I kind of like to wait in this big corner far away from the door, because when I stand too close to the door, I just kind of run into this habit of just the alien just grabs me way too quickly. And I think here I'm just trying to fuck around hiding under the desk, but that just really isn't working out for me. So yeah, once the alien kind of opens the door there, just give it a couple blasts. I just get very unlucky with this guy, and I feel like it takes like 2 or 3 more blasts than it should for him to get scared and like, fuck off. I have to be doing something wrong. But yeah, no, this is the easy part of the mission. It gets way worse when you go like later into the game. But yeah, no, I do say that Silent Hill 2 will probably be the easiest to no damage out of those first 4 games. Okay, so yeah, after you pretty much activate that computer, you have to call the train, and then I'm going to spend the rest of this mission hiding behind this box and trying to like hear the alien, see where it comes from, just so I know which part of the box to hide behind. It's all audio cues, it's all very tense. It shouldn't be too hard unless the alien gets a little weird. You should be fine if you hide behind this box and just wait for the train to come. You really have to activate that train very quickly, because the later you activate that train, the later the train comes, and like the more time you have to wait with this creature like chasing us. Like this piece of cover like hides us completely, but it's like so short that you can still see the alien like fucking around if it gets too close, and it's just like, it's terrifying. But the alien shouldn't be able to see you if you're like hiding behind a block and he's on the other side. That's just how the field of vision works, even though like from the first person camera perspective, it doesn't seem to make that much sense. And here I'm just trying to get to this train without the alien trying to get me. I want to activate like just the travel zone very quickly. Like, boom, I want the doors to close. I want the alien to not fuck me over. Very, very nice. But yeah, I say that, oh yeah, and what we're going to do here is we're going to hit this a whole bunch, because the next strategy is very Looney Tunes. So we're going to pretty much sprint out of this train, but if we hit this part of the train with a wrench enough times, it's going to create enough of a distraction that the alien's going to try and pretty much just investigate this instead of investigating the running I'm going to be doing once I exit this train. So you're going to wait for those 2 doors to start opening, and that's when you leave after hitting that thing a whole bunch. So that kind of allows us to sprint for a good while to this elevator thing. So yeah, just crazy shit going on here. So yeah, in the beginning of this chapter, I pretty much just take advantage of hitting the elevator with a wrench. Well, but that was more of a train than an elevator back there. But yeah, I just hit it with a wrench to cause a distraction, and that's pretty much how I deal with every situation here. And I believe that this next part might have a manual save, and that's just what I did. No, I'm going to save at a save point, which is a manual save. I keep calling like the automatic saves like manual saves because the game manually saves for you, but that's not really a manual save. That's an automatic save. That's a save made by the game itself, not you manually saving, if you know what I mean. And someone opened my door secretly because I can hear the difference in the wind pressure. If I was in the alien universe, I would be so good at surviving because I'm so good at noticing the difference in wind pressures when people open doors. But yeah, this section in the beginning shouldn't be too hard. It's like later on where things get fucky. So you run here, this robot's gonna come in. Hopefully you have a bolt gun ammo. You have like 1 bolt to use against that guy. I had 1 bolt. And I have fuck all flamethrower ammo. Like the goated YouTuber, he had like 200 like fuel. I have nothing. What you want to do is you're going to run in, he's always going to spawn there, and the strategy is just to kind of blast him from this table. And because I have the shittiest luck in the world, it doesn't take 3 blasts to scare him, it takes like 5. In fact, it takes all my current fuel to scare him, and the funny thing about this game is that when you run out of fuel, you can't scare the alien with your flamethrower anymore. Like, if you have fuel and you just point the flamethrower at the guy, you know, he'll get scared. But if you point it and you don't have 0 fuel, the alien can like smell and feel that, and he'll just attack you. It's horrifying. So that was actually a very lucky thing. 1984, I read that book for AP Lit. I wrote about that book in my essay for AP Lit in the test, and I got a 3 on that. So yeah, you pretty much activate the computer to pretty much get a code, and you get the code from the very first page of the computer. So you can pretty much just enter and exit, and you have the code. It's 1984, and then you get the key card from there. You insert it there, and we're gonna pull out the last EMP, the EMP grenade, and we're gonna throw it over there, and that's gonna cause enough of a distraction to pretty much allow us to run into this hallway to our next objective. But for me, it's more like running to my next save point. Oh wait, not run at all. I'm actually walking. Because if you run, that'll be too much of a distraction and the alien will come kill you. I'm actually getting my stuff mixed up here. It gets a little bit confusing when you can run and you can't run, and I just barely remember it there. We just need enough of the distraction for the alien not to spawn in when we're pretty much cutting this thing open with our fire thing, which doesn't really make noise, but it just pretty much like force you to be like alone in a place. And once you do that, you start running, and the alien should hopefully be distracted by the EMP thing. And there's like this thing where you get past like the open like vent in the floor. You like place a Molotov down there because the alien's gonna be forced to spawn at some point when you reach a certain point in the game. And when he spawns, he's gonna land like right on top of the Molotov. And like once he lands on that Molotov, that automatically sends him like back to the vents. The great thing about the Molotov cocktails, I mean they're not really cocktails, they're just Molotov like throwing fire things, is that one hit of them on the alien gets scared and leaves. But in most situations, it's going to be very hard to throw. And if you throw it and you're too close to the alien might just push you over, or like the pretty much the explosion will actually like catch on you, and like, you know, you'll take damage. In the same way you take damage if you stand too close to a smoke grenade or a flash grenade. Same thing with Molotovs, because, you know, it's fire. So, oh, I'm actually surprised. Did I just save there? Did I not just save there? That short-term memory is pretty much killing me right now, because like Silent Hill 2 may or may not have more complicated areas than Alien Isolation here. So we're gonna go into this area. We're gonna collect an important key card from this guy. No, and the alien immediately spawns there. Not sure if the alien instantly spawns if you kill that guy. I don't think the alien instantly spawns, or maybe like when he instantly spawns, like the Molotov thing just kind of like hits him and he goes away. Not sure what happens with the alien, but you just always have to be careful in this game because it's just a nightmare to deal with a lot of the stuff here, especially in this area. The area is like decently linear, but like it has like so many different like passageways, and like you have to like stop at very specific moments. And the objective here pretty much just involves you going back and forth, back and forth, back and forth. And when you're going back and forth, back and forth, back and forth in a somewhat linear area where the alien might just be in the middle of your path, you're kind of bound to get fucked. Okay, so I made a save here. And then this is like I have to do a really fucked thing. I have to go here, go there, and I kind of have to go in such a way where the alien's not gonna catch me because, okay, we can kind of depend on one thing. The area I'm going to is pretty much leading up to a set piece, and what the goated YouTuber tells you to do is waste flamethrower fuel when you don't need to waste it at all. So this is when I actually have to depend on the strategies of another goated YouTuber. So instead of following iFreeMZ's like strategies for this room, I followed Carcinogen SDA strategies. Basically, like iFreeMZ like tells you to run up, shoot the alien like 3 times, and he goes away. But you don't have to do that at all. You can just hide behind his table, because like that whole animation he does is a big set piece jump scare. He doesn't actually see you. You just like stand behind the chair. You pretty much crouch behind the chair, and he just leaves automatically. I mean, I guess like the flamethrower thing must be like some speedrun tech, which like saves 4 to 5 seconds. Because if you want to play this as cautiously, as normally as possible for no damage, you don't have to waste any flamethrower fuel, because I don't have any. I have nothing. I'm better off saving it for another moment in this game which is much more dangerous, and like I'm much more in need of the flamethrower. You don't have to waste any of it there. You just have to like crouch behind the table, wait for him to go away, and then you're good. You are basically good. And thank you, Carcinogen SDA, for pretty much showing me that strategy, because it would be kind of absurd for the game to pretty much force you to fight the alien when it has stealth mechanics. And the game isn't really forcing you to do that. You can actually sneak away from the alien in this specific moment. And also, this area is like really, really dark, but if you turn on a flashlight, you're like more bound to attract the alien. And just the randomness of the alien can really fuck you over here. Sometimes it'll like spawn right in front of you or right behind you. Like, so on and so forth. This is like one of the scariest areas of the game, besides the fucked up like alien thing, which is in mission 14, where like just there's so many elements of like that entire section of like mission 14, and just see the aliens right there. It's like, oh fuck, I mean, I'm trying to hide from him. I'm like really hoping that like my sneaking is working, and somehow it actually is. This is crazy. I think I'm gonna spend a good majority of the time here just hiding behind his desk, waiting for him to either go away far enough or just go into the vents. Not sure if he's really gonna go into the vents by this point, but I'm just playing like the long game here. I'm just sneaking around. It does waste a lot of time, but this is like more indicative of a normal playthrough than like a perfect speedrun route, because oh my god, you really have to hide from this guy. Like, I mean, I do very, very basic tech. Like, it's not really even speedrun tech, because like some of the speedrun tech in this game is absolutely bananas. Like, there's people who like run up to doors and like they crouch and like crouch up and down a certain way, like in a certain rhythm where they can like clip through walls. And like there's people who, like, in the fastest speedruns of this game, they're like 28 minutes because they skip like missions like 3 through 15, because they like pretty much like clip into the area that like starts the trigger for mission 16, and that's how they're able to skip a majority of the game. It's like some crazy stuff, and like that's the reason why they bound like crouching to like your mouse wheel instead of like the C button, because the way they can like move the mouse wheel allows them to like, you know, go up and down in such a way that allows them to clip through the walls, which you can't really do as easily by spamming the C key on my keyboard. And yeah, like control is not crouch. Also, I will say, like, if I am going to no damage, and now once I press that button, the alien decided to just pull up here. Typically when you press that button, I want to like hide behind the table and like try to stealth my way out of there, but by the time I reached this section, it was just too late. So yeah, you have to go all the way to the other room, you know, go through that big alien set piece, you know, press a thing, then you have to go all the way here, press a thing there, and then you have to go all the way back there, because now a door and a vent is available for you to traverse, and then that's how you escape the area. And you still have to be careful in the vents, because thanks to the alien's randomness, like in AI, it could like go inside the vents to try to find you, and it's just a horrifying thing. And you really need to save your flamethrower ammo for this section in particular. Like, this is like the one place where you should really be spamming it, but you're still going to need it in the future mission. So, you know, you just kind of fucked either way. And the alien's like so far away, thankfully, so you don't have to like deal with him too much. And we just passed the area where like I dropped a Molotov on, and the alien already activated it, and I'm sure that was helpful in like a previous like 5 minutes or so. Just, this is like a horrifying section of the game. And it's kind of confusing to follow if you don't know what you're doing, and even trying to learn like what to do like on a fast time radius, or just like be aware of your surroundings. It's kind of hard to follow, but yeah, even when you reach this section, try to like keep the flamethrower on you just to scare him away. But I have 0 fuel, so if he comes into this thing, I'm basically fucked. So just horrifying section. But one of the most horrifying things about no damaging a game like Thief the Dark Project or Deus Ex is I'm gonna have to like rebind all the keys, because like the normal key binds of those games is just complete archaic as fuck, and I'm just not gonna remember them. Like, it's just like a strange fucking keys for like a reload button, or like for even walking. And, you know, mind you, I don't think I mentioned the first. Oh, I have mentioned the first Deus Ex a couple times throughout this review, but I haven't mentioned that. I just figured out that maybe a no damage of the original Deus Ex is possible, because I spent the longest time thinking that a no damage of the original Deus Ex was just off the table, because like I have not seen a single person no damage that game. But I just came across a video that was released like 5 years ago called like Deus Ex Damageless Run. And, you know, I mean, I'm going to check out that video, see if it's like legit. And if it's legit, I think I'll just follow his strategies and do my own Deus Ex no damage run. Because the original Deus Ex is like one of my all-time favorite games, and I've always wanted to no damage it, but like there's just like certain situations, just like the design of the game, which I always thought it would be like impossible to no damage. Like, you know, there were like certain unavoidable combat scenarios, or, you know, there's certain areas where you like have to like traverse a poisonous like cavern, or like an electric cavern or some sort, and there was like no way to avoid like the light environmental damage you take. But if that damageless run is legit, I guess someone found a way to beat that game without taking damage. And if I do everything perfectly, it will probably be just as long as this video. But Deus Ex, I mean, learning the past in that game is going to be harder than this one. This one is more linear than like the original Deus Ex. The original Deus Ex, you know, like the map is like less forgiving, and just they're much bigger areas, like a little bit of empty space, of course, but they are very big, like intricately designed levels, and just like all the codes you have to remember for certain places, and also the original Deus Ex, because it's such an old and beloved game. Like, I mean, there's people who, like, run it and, like, they put, like, they, like, self-impose, like, hard rules on themselves. Like, you know, there's certain people who are like, I will not get any augmentations. I will never get caught. I will do full stealth. I will never upgrade. I will never heal. And it's like, I just want to do no damage by any means necessary. Like, I feel on my run, I'm definitely going to get the augmentations and, you know, become Superman and all that. Because I need as many tools on my side to no damage the game. Like, I mean, I don't care if it makes it easier. That game's not exactly easy to take 0 damage in. At the very least, Deus Ex on its hardest difficulty doesn't turn off the health bar like Alien Isolation does here. So, you know, that'll be one advantage of the original Deus Ex. However, one disadvantage is that I'm not sure, as I'm probably going to have to get a mod to get like a 4K resolution working correctly. I'm definitely going to have to mod the Thief 1 and 2 to get those games running correctly, because as they run right now, like they don't have a 4K resolution, and the cutscenes in the first game are just broken. Like, they just don't play. Like, whenever they try to play like an MP4 file of like the original like hand-drawn cutscenes, the game just like hard crashes to like the menu, just like hard like skips them, and it's just like the original Thief has a really dope story, a fantastic voice acting, really dope drawings, and whenever the animations actually like move, it's very beautiful to see. It's a beautiful art style. So it is a damn shame that you basically can miss all of that if you don't install a certain mod that like fixes that fucked up glitch issue and all that. Now, are we still on mission 17, or have we moved on to mission 18? I think we might be on mission 18, and mission 18 is also going to have some fucked up shit going on in it. So right now, you're allowed to run in a certain section of this area, but once you reach like the middle of the stage, you should probably stop running, because the alien has a chance of spawning in. Like, basically, around the time you activate this first console, if you reach it as fast as possible like I'm doing, the alien's probably bound to spawn in after that, so it's for the best that you just stop running after you complete this hacking minigame. But even if you don't complete this hacking minigame, if you like spend too much time sprinting in the middle of the stage, you're gonna get caught by the alien, and it's gonna be very embarrassing for everyone involved. But yeah, once you complete that, you go through this vent, and one of the reasons I was scared about not having a map is that some of the vent systems in this game get a little bit more complicated. For the most part, they're very linear and straightforward. But this one has like multiple pathways going through. Like, you have to know, you have to go in the middle here to activate a switch. Then you have to climb back up, go through the right out there. Like, I mean, this has like multiple exits, and you need to know specifically which exit to go to. Though, this specific one, not too complicated, but like, you know, just not having a map to like double check that can be a bit hard to grasp. Because you see, I have an entire thing going on the left side of the vent system there, and you don't need to use that one. You just have to go to the one on the right here, because this is the one that gets you closest to the next hacking point of the game. So, you know, I'll tell you, the vents in Deus Ex are mind fuck sometimes. Like, on my first couple playthroughs of that game, even on just future playthroughs, the vents confuse the shit out of me, and they make me like waste my flashlight battery like very quickly, because they're always dark as well, and you do need to use your flashlight there. I will say, like, the F12 being the flashlight button is a little silly in like the first Deus Ex, because it meant like I took like 2,000, 3,000 like screenshots of the game when I was first playing it on my first laptop. So yeah, this is how we're gonna use our last Molotov. We're gonna place it there, because this part is gonna be pretty fucked. So it's gonna spawn 2 aliens at once. However, dropping the Molotov there, one of the aliens is definitely going to spawn from that vent there, and the Molotov is going to hit them and they're going to immediately go back up. So that'll make us deal with only 1 alien. And well, once we reach the point where the 2 aliens, like, you know, spawn in, it's all very dangerous and scary, and they're gonna, you pretty much just like wait them out, and they both will go up the vents. I mean, one of them will go up the vents because you hit them with a Molotov. The other one will go up the vents just because, like, you know, they get bored investigating everything. Be sure to keep your eyes on this robot. You know, you take your eyes off of him and you're too close to him, he's gonna grab your leg, he's gonna damage you. So during this like attempt, I'm actually a little bit lost. I'm kind of like fucking around trying to see where do I go, because this is definitely not where you go. So I am not playing this optimally at all. I mean, I think by this point I'm kind of like crashing out. I don't think that's the right term. But yeah, no, there's just like so many interesting games which I don't think are going to get like that many views, but they're awesome games and I just want to give them a shout out. But they're also games that are going to take like a lot of time to really... So yeah, I have to hack that computer. And once you hack that computer, a certain door is going to open. Like, just... it's not this one. I think I was trying to go into this one. It is not this one. It is another one. It's just like the one I tried to go to before, but like that was just kind of locked and all that. Keep your eyes on that silly, silly robot. he can get quite silly. They get a little bit quirky at night and all that. You know, maybe one day I'll no damage the FNAF games, but I feel like those are one of the few games where maybe the no damage stuff is like maybe a little bit overdone, because like no damaging is just beating the game. Because, you know, you take damage once and you're fucked. I mean, unless you count jump scares as no damage, because I mean there comes a certain point where like the games make jump scares unavoidable no matter if you're playing the game correctly. So it's just kind of fucked up. So yeah, this pillar could be kind of nice for like stealthing around. I don't use it too much, but if you are trying to play this stealthily, you can kind of hide behind that pillar, because this is like the one time also where I'm also not following the goated YouTubers like strategies like the first guy, FreeMZ, because he uses the flamethrower to scare the alien away. I instead just use stealth and just kind of cower behind boxes and wait for him to go away of his own accord. And it does take longer, of course, but you know, since I have like fuck all flamethrower fuel and I basically need to save it to kill some face huggers later on, I think it's for the best that I just, you know, waste time instead of wasting my flame fuel, because my flame fuel is going to be just a lot more useful in a much later section of the game. Well, not that much later. We only have 12. Well, I failed Algebra 2 here. Let me recalculate here. Boom, 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 boom. 16 more minutes left, or yeah, around 16 more minutes left or so, give or take. With a couple more seconds, so it was closer to 17. Oh yeah, also, did I mention that if you reach like the black screen of death, you know, there we go, boom, the alien spawns in when you enter this room here. But if you hide behind this box and just kind of let him go down the stairs, he's gonna go down the stairs completely, and like once he enters the other room, at some point he's just gonna go up the vent. And the other alien that's supposed to spawn is gonna pretty much like hit himself against that Molotov we have placed on the ground, and he'll go away because of that. This alien will go away just eventually, just, you know, let him sniff around and then just get bored of the place like a cat and then pretty much fuck off. So, you know, not too much threat, but then again, you know, alien AI could be a little bit random. For the most part, this guy should just kind of, you know, check around. You know, he's kind of purring like a cat. And some people, like, get purring confused with meowing. Like, they'll say, like, some people will be like, oh, I'm going to cutely purr right now. And they go, meow. But that's not fucking purring, dude. That's meowing. They're two different things. Purring is like when they start sounding like a car, and like... That's what purring is. Purring is not meowing, alright? Get your shit together, alright? Valorant VCs and all that. My goodness. But... yeah, no. So, I thought that if I alt-tabbed out of the game and, like, quit before pressing the restart mission button, that would just save me, you know? Like, I would be like, oh, okay, that should negate the fact that the game has, like, pretty much marked me for death and I can't get that achievement anymore. I'm wrong. Alt-tabbing and like, shutting the game down does not stop you. Like, you're pretty much fucked. Your save is fucked if you ever reach, like, the black screen of death. So, you have to pretty much redo your entire playthrough if you want that achievement. So, if you're trying to do that achievement, you're better off doing it on novice difficulty. Especially if you're trying to get the other achievements, you know, like collecting every single audio log, every Nostromo log. I still haven't done those yet. So, I do not have the platinum for this game. But I have, like, 92% of all the achievements. I just have those hard-ass, like, bitch achievements I still have to do. So, maybe one day. But, I don't know. I feel like doing the no damage is enough for me. And yeah, this sequence, we're going to pretty much, we're reaching the end of the game here. This section's a little bit gimmicky. You know, we're just going to have a little bit of like an Uncharted, like, you know, set piece thing where like things are going by, they're killing us, and we have like little annoying creatures that like occasionally pop up. And what you're supposed to do in this section right now is nothing, because I think if you press any of the movement keys while you're in this animation of like digging yourself out of here, the facehugger plant actually spawns in faster. So just really avoid interacting with this scene that just isn't interactable at all, because it's secretly interactable and you can pretty much just like interact in such a way to like fuck yourself earlier. So, you know, be very, very wary of that. And yeah, while you're going through this hallway, 2 facehuggers I believe are supposed to spawn in, so you kind of have to like prep your flamethrower and just be ready ahead of time. Those are shotgun bullets. Yeah, once you, like, every time a facehugger spawns in, it's always because you hear the loud ass crying. This is scary as fuck. Because I think, like, I failed to kill one of them, so I have to, like, pull out a shotgun to kill the other one. It's, like, oh, that's a different situation. That's actually 2 different situations, and it gets very complicated when you're going through it. Just, I really hate this section of the game, because it is basically mostly gimmicky. Oh, see, right there. There he is. Ew! Ew, dude. So I think I avoided damage at that point. I mean, I didn't hear Ripley cry in pain or anything, but still. Like, I literally killed that alien. How the fuck did it spawn there? It was, like, red. It was glowing red. What the fuck are you even doing here? Like, I'm still running very, very low on flamethrower fuel. So it's like, you know, what the fuck are we doing here? And also I think like the way the manual saves are set up in this section can really fuck you over if you like fuck up in a certain section and want to reload a save when you're watching your footage back. And like here, since I barely have any flamethrower fuel, I'm trying to like draw out the facehuggers just so I can kill them with a shotgun at like a distance, right? So that the acid doesn't hit me. I'm just really waiting, like, when is... Also, I'm just kind of waiting for the alien to pop up because, like, they're going to pop up in a big set-piece moment. I don't think it's possible for you to fuck up and let the alien kill you. I mean, as long as you don't move after the big set-piece moment, which will happen. But I think at this moment in time, I am trying to make the facehugger spawn. I'm like, fuck, when is it going to spawn? When is it going to spawn so I can, like, move back as quickly as possible to shoot it in the face? Where's that facehugger? Just that tension of where the fuck is it? Where the fuck is it? Where the fuck is it? But no, the alien actually comes in first before the facehugger comes in. Not even sure if the facehugger comes in at all. So yeah, while this is happening, you will regain control at some point. All you have to do is just wait for the aliens to fuck off and go up the vents. The two of these are going to do it, so... Not too much danger here as long as you don't get too angsty. So yeah, once the alien's like further up ahead, you can kind of just go out and start crawling your way towards it. But yeah, no, I'm considering just continuing to wake up at 5 in the morning because I did that specifically for the RGG Summit and I pretty much just kind of locked into streaming mode at around 6 a.m. and maybe I should just do that generally. I mean, it'll probably save me a lot of time, and also you're just kind of getting bright and early, a little bit more of a workday sort of thing going on. You know, I can stream for longer and just, you know, just get things out quicker. And the only thing that's worrying me is that, yeah, 6 a.m. is a really early time. So yeah, you're pretty much forced to take damage at this point because, you know, this thing's just going to fall. You're just going to have to deal with it. So yeah, no way to avoid that damage, sadly. But then again, a lot of my viewers are also in different time zones. So, you know, what's 6 a.m. for me might just be in the afternoon for them. And like, what's in the afternoon for me might be too late for them. Like, just like, things are weird. Like, you know, what might be 6 a.m. for me might be like, you know, 8 p.m. for them. Or, you know, just... time zones are just weird. I don't know specifically how many of my viewers suffer from like the different time zone differences. And that little like 2-dot like sign there reminds me a lot of Portal because Portal made great use of those. Like, I mean, I recently did beat Portal and I had a fantastic time with it. That's basically a perfect game. You know, maybe a little bit short. You can maybe blame it of being a tech demo, but like Portal 1's one of the best tech demos of all time. Just a fantastic game. Another fantastic game which I really need to play is System Shock 2. And here a train's gonna come by, so you have to let that little set piece play out. Yeah, like, I mean, I wonder how fast the death screens for the trains are. Because, I mean, it is a train running you over. I assume that's just, like, instantaneous, sends you to the black screen. So they're probably, like, some of the scariest things you could run into. But if... I just wonder, because I might be wrong on that. Maybe, like, the time to pause is, like, a lot chunkier, like the alien death animation. So, yeah, you go into this hole, you crawl into there, then you have to run to the next hole. Not sure when the next facehugger is going to pop up, because I feel like a facehugger pops up at some point here, or maybe not. You go into this hole, and the whole trick is you have to climb the stairs, and the game's just gonna automatically like throw some shit at you. But yeah, like this section of the game kind of sucks. I mean, it's kind of part of the reason why the ending sucks. It's just a bunch of set pieces, and then it's gonna end with like a little spacewalk where like nothing happens, and you know you're not really in any real danger. Like the game is basically over by this point. Like all the most interesting like stuff and like gameplay mechanics just aren't gonna be used anymore. So you're pretty much free to just continue and reach the conclusion of this story, which I'm not a big fan of it. It just doesn't really end in a very interesting way, per se. I mean, you're still kind of in danger by this point, but like you're in danger from like the worst enemy in the game, so it's not the same feeling of danger that like the xenomorphs give you. It's just those fuck-ass face huggers. They're still around, and they just show up in very inconvenient points. Maybe those inconvenient points are honestly kind of down to trial and error. Like here, you really want to group up the two face huggers together, but there's a chance that they won't be grouped up, so you know, you use your flamethrower to that. And I use like the quick select to pretty much like select the shotgun. And I believe at this point in time, I may or may not have heard Ripley shout out in pain, which means at this point in time, I may or may not have taken damage, which means I may or may not have ruined my no damage run in the same exact way that iFreeMZ pretty much ruined his no damage run when he took damage from the smoke grenade. I think I may have just taken damage there, but you could barely tell. Like the screen effect didn't really change all that much in the same way that it does when you fall down these ladders later on. Like, you know, it's not the same. All you hear is like Ripley kind of cry out in pain, but did I even take damage? Like, if there's like a fucking Alien Isolation scholar could see like my no commentary like video and fully analyze whether or not I took damage there, like please do that. But I'm pretty sure I did, and I'm pretty sure like these face huggers, they ruined my no damage attempt. They ruined my fucking no death attempt. And here I kind of paused. I guess I got a little bit scared. I was like worried. Yeah, this is a forced damage section, but like with those, it's just like the face huggers are fucking acid blood. It can hurt you. I guess you cried in pain because of that. But it's how the fuck would I know that if I can't see my health bar? Like, dude, I hate this fucking game. Like, dude, the face huggers ruined my no death and no damage run. It's like Hitler rose up from hell, learned how to code at MIT, and got a job at Sega purely to code Satan's abortion into the game just to fuck with me. Get out! But overall, I think this game is fantastic. I have a few, negative concluding thoughts on that. But, like, oh my goodness, dude, the facehuggers are by far the worst enemy in the game. Even though they're not really the most dangerous, but, like, I also have to praise the original, just design and concept of the facehuggers. It's just an absolutely horrifying creature. I mean, it basically violates you. It's a violating monster. Which is just it's just like the part of the original like H.R. Geiger design, because like a lot of his designs do tend towards sort of a weird sexuality to them. It's like body horror, it gets into you. A lot of body horror kind of like goes back into sexuality because that's your body that's being like mangled and torn up and all that. David Cronenberg's movies also play around with that in very interesting ways. But all that interesting stuff is much better than the fucking facehugger like almost pretty much damaging me at that last section of the game. Man, fuck that guy! Man, I hate him. What makes things even worse is that this manual save pretty much fucks me if I did take damage back then, because when I try to reload my previous save, it's just going to put me at this point. But yeah, from this point onwards, it's just basically an interactive cutscene. Like, all the epic gameplay is basically over unless you, like, fail a QTE sequence at the end of the game that's, like, very easy. And you get a decent amount of ample time to press every key, which the game tells you to press ahead of time. So it's like basically impossible to fail. Though the speedrunning tech doesn't stop here, even though there's like no speedrunning tech here. There's this funny glitch that happens when you enter like mission 19. Not really a glitch, but just like a weird game thing where you either have access to a fast walk or you're forced to do the slow walk when you enter like the station in mission 19. And whether or not you get the fast walk or not is completely random. So whether you get like a world record speedrun depends entirely. I mean, there kind of comes a point where it depends entirely on whether or not you get the fast run at the end of the game in Mission 19. And if you don't get that fast run, well, you got fucked over and it's completely random. Also, another thing is that once I shot that facehugger and I cried out in pain, I pulled out like a little medkit just to see if I still had, like, if I took any damage. And I did take some damage because the game allowed me to heal myself with the thing. I mean, I didn't do it, but I could have done it. But that really isn't a good indicator of whether or not the facehugger damaged me, because before I reached that point, I took damage from like the scripted sequences which the game forced me to like crash myself against something and take damage from. So yeah, this final section of the game, the war just kind of gets very set piece heavy and then just kind of like devolves into just walking down this thing and just letting the game play. I mean, like, it's a nice breather from like everything else you've been doing in the game, which was so stressful, especially like the stress of like mission 17 and 18, but as a climax to the whole game, it is a little bit simple, like just there's nothing tough about it. This section basically just kind of plays out as a cute reference to the movie. You get to do the exact same thing Ripley did at the end of Alien 1. You get to pull out the little self-destruct thing, like physically, like, unscrew every little like self-destructive thing. I don't know what the fuck it even is, but you get to do that, and it's a very cute reference to the movie, and everything plays out nice and cute. But in terms of gameplay, you're just walking around and you're pressing the use key on things. At the very least, you're not pressing the enter thing on things. I guess one of the fun things is just how tactile this game feels when you're like constantly like opening doors with like a certain weight to things. You're constantly like flipping through switches like physically every single time. So you get to this point, and like part of the physicality comes from the fact that like whenever you have to like use your wrench to open something in the game, you have to like hold down the A and D key because you're like holding it with both hands, and then you press like another thing. Oh, you have to hold down like the left and right mouse, and then like you have to press A or D to like move it to the left, move it to the right. There's always that physicality you have to deal with here. So you get to this point, and there's no real gimmick like that. You just press the use key and the game does the rest for you. I mean, it would have been funny if like the game forced you to like press the move keys to like slightly move these things out of the way and like press the E key to like press the button, but that might have been overdoing it because there's not really much to this at this exact point. And also like whenever you use like the torch, you have to like physically move it around in order for the animation to play out. Very tactile, a little slow pace, but a slow pace is what this game's all about. Sneaking horror, more methodical gameplay. And yeah, System Shock 2 is actually a game I have not beaten because I actually haven't beaten Thief the Dark Project. I think I gave up at like one of the horror missions or like the Assassin's Creed style like local stealth mission. or something like that, and like it was just too hard for me. I gotta return to the original Thief the Dark project and actually beat the entire game, because I beat like 90% of it, and like the last 10% I didn't do. I did beat Thief 2 the Metal Age though, and I beat Thief Deadly Shadows, and I did beat Thief the Reboot game. I beat Deus Ex 1. I never touched, I mean, I touched Invisible War multiple times, but every time I tried to get far in that game, like the game would crash in such a way that it fucked up my previous laptops, and it was like it was miserable to like fuck around with that game. So I'm just not returning to it for a while, and I feel like I'm probably gonna have to install some fuck ass mod for the game to work again on my PC. I think I ran it for like 5 minutes, and it felt weird as hell to move around in that game, but one day I will play through Deus Ex Invisible War just to kind of like finish up playing through the entire Deus Ex saga. But to play through the entire Deus Ex saga, I mean, at some point I'm gonna have to play that weird ass iPhone game Deus Ex The Fall, which got ported to PCs, but just like that one feels like so pointless. Like I don't really want to play it, and this is a cutscene which I'm just kind of letting play out in totality because it's pretty sick, you know. Honestly, it's kind of like a horror trope, you know, like once you reach the end of the game, like, you know, the entire horror place just kind of blows up. Resident Evil loves doing this a whole bunch, but you know, it's classic, it always works, you know, it feels satisfying as hell, like finally, we're done with the nightmare, we can move on, you know, everything's over, you know, it's a beautiful little cap off to a dope gaming experience if the dope stealthing was dope as hell. And now we get here, and I did not get the fast walk, so if I was speedrunning this game, well, my time would be shit because I'm like 4 hours here. Like I think most speedrunning times are around closer to like 2 or 3, or even just 1:30 if they're doing every single level, if they're not skipping major like sections of the game through like clipping around. And I think at this point I'm actually like confused. I try to go through the door, but I have to like press a button before going through the door. I'm trying to go through the wrong door. See, I try to go here first. That's not where you're supposed to go. You're supposed to go to the door with a manual switch, because at this point in time, everyone on this ship is dead because yippee yippity yippity, the alien is also here and everyone's dead. Yeah, what I don't really fuck with this ending is just that, like, yep, everyone's dead, and you pretty much like launch yourself into space, and you maybe get rescued, you maybe don't get rescued. Yeah, it's a little lame. The conclusion of the game, it just pretty much just like revolves to, yeah, you do a couple QTEs, and then, you know, you go into space, and everything's fucked, and everyone died. Like, I don't know. It is another nihilistic ending, but I don't think it's as interesting as the other movies. Like, I mean, Alien 1, you know, ends with that, like, beautiful scene of, like, her going back into, like, the cryopod, with her, like, fading into the space. Like, just, that feels, like, so evocative. Aliens was a little bit more positive, you know, Ripley, like, carrying on with, like, her daughter figure. Aliens 3 was, like, pretty controversial, like, you know, Ripley pretty much, like, condemning herself to hell to, like, save the world. But, like, I mean, all those are, like, cruel as fuck, but, like, I think the ideas they bring up are so interesting. But, like, here, I feel like this ending is just here out of necessity. Like, I just don't feel like this is, like, very interesting for, like, the game's story or, like, the character. It's just here because, like, every Alien movie pretty much ends with, like, only one survivor, kind of, and with them just kind of, like, doing something. But here she's just in space, and she maybe gets picked up by the light. Maybe the DLC answers this. But, yeah, thanks so much for watching my no damage of the entirety of Alien Isolation on Nightmare, and I'll see you all then for my next video. And now my commentary video is slightly longer than my no commentary. My commentary video is slightly longer than my no commentary video, but I don't really have anything extra to add. I highly recommend this game. It is an absolute banger, and I'll see you all then for my next no damage. Peace out. My throat hurts. Ow.